Chapter 1 The Proud Neighbor's Wife Qin Wanshuang. Push harder. Push harder. Ah. In the brightly lit hotel suite, the groom fell drunk and unconscious on the sofa. The bride had delicate and beautiful facial features. She wore a custom-made wedding dress and ultra-thin 3D white stockings on her legs. One of her Valentino attack speed shoes had fallen off, and her face was flushed as she screamed. Lin Feng was sweating profusely and kicking his legs like crazy. But the arms of the two zombies were stuck in the door gap, preventing it from closing. Roar! The door was pushed open little by little. Lin Feng leaned against the door and stepped too hard on the brake, causing his slippers to fall onto his ankles. No miracle happened. The door was pushed open and the zombies rushed over and lay on Lin Feng, opening their stinking mouths and biting at his face. Fuck! Get out of here! Lin Fengting jumped up suddenly, his heart pounding, and he broke out in a cold sweat. I had another weird dream, it was so realistic. Every time I pushed the bride down, zombies came to break the door. I can't express my regret, my heart sank in shock. I drank some water to calm my nerves and soothe my excitement. There had been no customers in the store for only 10 minutes and he actually fell asleep while sitting there. Ding dong, welcome. The sensor on the door indicated that someone was coming. A tall and pretty beauty walked in, wearing skin-colored yoga pants. Big red lips, high ponytail, and a cycling helmet in her hand. The person who came was Lin Feng's neighbor Qin Wanshuang, the heroine who screamed in the dream to use more force. Lin Feng lives in 501, and Qin Wanshuang and her new husband Shen Hang live in 502. He had just moved in when Qin Wanshuang was getting married. Qin Wanshuang, wearing a bright red wedding dress, really amazed Lin Feng, who was just watching the show. Just wear this. If I can play a game with her, my life will not be lived in vain. She has an excellent appearance, figure and temperament, and her score is 80 points. Who wouldn't want to be a thief if they have a neighbor like this? When I met Qin Wanshuang occasionally, she was always wearing her bank work uniform, with her legs wrapped in high skins and light makeup on, looking like a female career elite. When I meet him in the elevator, he always has a cold face and looks like he doesn't want to get close to me. Qin Wanshuang never concealed her dislike for Lin Feng. 1 year after graduation, he was doing everything from delivery, express delivery, and daily wages. In Qin Wanshuang's eyes, he was a typical loser. Good evening. Lin Feng greeted him warmly. Qin Wanshuang showed a look of disgust and walked past the cashier counter inside. He came to the beverage shelf and squatted on the ground to choose products. Lin Feng peeked carefully, patrolled carefully. What if someone stole something under my nose, Lin Ermos? Qin Wanshuang was half squatting, with the soft and smooth fabric clinging tightly to her body, and her slender waist was as soft as a water snake. The perfect curve under the slender waist is raised high. Just this back view is enough to give Lin Feng a backache tomorrow. Although this woman always looks arrogant and disdainful in front of him, her figure and appearance are really great. I don't know if her husband can handle it. As a neighbor, I am particularly willing to step forward and help. Just as I was daydreaming, Qin Wanshuang had already taken a bottle of water and walked towards the cashier with a twist of her waist. He casually threw the water on the cash register and asked, "Why don't you deliver food and work as a cashier instead?" Qin Wanshuang's tone was sarcastic, and her delicate face and blood-red lips looked even colder under the light. I'm too tired to handle this. It's a little easier here. You're still out riding your bike so late? It was rare for such a beautiful woman to speak to him actively, so Lin Feng chatted with Qin Wanshuang while scanning the code. What does it have to do with you whether it's late or not? What does it have to do with you whether I ride a bike or not? What are you doing? What are you asking about? Qin Wanshuang's tone was cold and disgusted, with her arms folded across her chest and her eyes full of disgust. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay the bill. You look so stupid and disgusting. He's taking so long to even get a bottle of water. If he can't even do this little bit of work, no wonder he can't even make a living delivering food. Lin Feng was speechless. This woman must be picking a fight on purpose, right? She actually called me a wretched person. Logically speaking, newlyweds shouldn't be so angry right after getting married? You spent all this time talking to me just to find fault and insult your dad? I'm not wasting time, Sister Wanshuang. Just at a normal speed. Weren't you the one who initiated the conversation with me? Lin Feng's good professional ethics prevented him from exploding, and he explained with a smile. Unexpectedly, some words hurt this icy beauty again. Who is your sister Wanshuang? Can you call her Wan Xuan? Just do your job, why are you talking so much? You lowly man. Qin Wanshuang is facing difficulties in promotion recently. Everything is ready except the president's approval. But the president just refused to nod. These days, whenever I have the chance, I talk to myself about cycling, and I have invited Qin Wanshuang to ride with me many times. Qin Wanshuang certainly knew what the president meant, but was she, Qin Wanshuang, such a casual person? Today, Qin Wanshuang took advantage of her husband coming home late from a social event and changed into yoga pants to go cycling with the bank president. As expected, President Zhou took Qin Wanshuang for a ride to a remote place. He even tried to make moves on me when we were taking a break to drink water. Looking at President Zhou with his bald head, greasy face, big belly, and wearing cycling clothes, Qin Wanshuang felt so disgusted that she couldn't eat. I lied that I had a stomachache and quickly got on the bike and rode back. I was already very angry, and when I passed by the convenience store downstairs, I saw Lin Feng working as a cashier. Qin Wanshuang, who was full of anger and had no place to vent, walked in. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Qin Wanshuang's sarcastic words. He really wanted to retort fiercely, "Why not call me sister, call me auntie? Call me a slut?" But thinking of his empty wallet and the crying rent, utilities and other expenses, Lin Feng suppressed his anger. "Okay, please show me the payment code. It took me so long to pay for a bottle of water. Is this the efficiency you're supposed to have? How can your boss tolerate you? He's really unlucky to have hired you." Qin Wanshuang took out her cell phone and kept chattering. Lin Feng felt his blood boiling and he could walk over the cashier at any time to slap this sharp-tongued beautiful woman twice. Ding, doomsday god-level strategy system has been bound. A blood moon appeared at 6 o'clock this morning, and the end of the world is coming. Please be prepared. Newbie Gift Pack 1.0 has been distributed, please check it carefully. Strategy target detected. Name, Qin Wanshuang. Ability, none. Gender, female. Age, 26. Quality, 80 points. Woman's virtue, 90 points, incompetent husband, unable to break through the defense line. Comprehensive score, 85 points, meets system requirements. Loyalty, to be conquered. The target has been bound, please capture the target as soon as possible. Tongzi? Doomsday? Lin Feng is very familiar with this. As a senior fan of Yang Shizi's books, Lin Feng knows the importance of the system. Ha, Qin Wanshuang, you bitch, you will suffer a lot in the future. Lin Feng quickly sent the chattering Qin Wanshuang away with a smile and quickly pulled down the rolling door. There are still more than 3 hours until the end of the year and the business is still in tatters. Tongzi? Are you there? Here. Host. Are you reliable? Qin Wanshuang has been married for a while. Are you sure the defense line is still there? This system is absolutely reliable. If you don't believe it, you can check the product. The goods have to be inspected sooner or later. No wonder you're so angry. Anyone would be furious if this happened. Where is the gift bag? The gift package is stored in the system space, and the host can control the switch of the system space through thoughts. Okay, so what does the strategy mean? Bad force. I understand. Each time you capture a beauty with a score of 80 or above, you will receive capture points and rewards. For each additional beauty, the capture point multiplier will increase by 1. Rewards include but are not limited to food, water, all-terrain vehicles, weapons, special powers, nuclear-powered vibranium kidneys. Chapter 2, Emptying Zhou Paopi's shop. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed that there was indeed a three-dimensional space in his consciousness. Put your hand on the item you want to collect, and it will be stored in the system space. The same applies to taking things, just use your mind to sense them. The system space is initially 10 cubic meters, and increases as the number of beauties captured by the host increases. Lin Feng moved his mind, and an exquisite black Glock 17 pistol, a holster, a silencer, and 3 fully loaded standard magazines appeared out of thin air on the cashier counter. Lin Feng picked up the pistol and couldn't let it go. The damn texture was comparable to the high-C thighs in the foot massage shop, even better. I loaded the magazine and played with it for a while, and figured out the key points of safety in loading the gun according to the Douyin video tutorial. Put the gun into the system space, there are more important things to do now. Since the system really exists, there is nothing for me to hesitate about. There are only 3 hours left until the end of the world, so I need to stock up on some supplies. After all, it takes time and money to capture a beautiful woman. Besides, they are already made in the store, so why not take them? It's the end of the world anyway. If this convenience store doesn't move, it will be broken into and searched sooner or later. He originally planned to unplug the surveillance cameras in the store, but if he did, Joe Paopia's phone would automatically alarm. Anyway, it will be the end of the world at dawn, so it doesn't matter. Let us just move. Joe Paopi acted immediately and spent at least hundreds of thousands of yuan to stock his store, most of which were food, drinks, and daily necessities, basically everything he could use. Instant noodles, braised eggs, and ham sausage, collect. Beer, drinks, mineral water, collect. Bread, milk, sandwiches, take it. Toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, collect. Okamoto, elephant, Durex, collect. Hot pot, rice, and spicy strips, take it. Socks, underwear, sanitary napkins, collect. Stockings, tissues, lubricant, collect. Coke, grilled sausage, Odin, take it. Melon seeds, French fries, and snail noodles, collect. Ice cups, juice, cocktails, collect. As the things were packed in, the system space of 10 cubic meters was full, the shelves outside were empty, and more than half of the warehouse was emptied. Since the space is too full, I'll go home and unload the goods and sort them out. Anyway, I live in this building. The unit door is just around the corner from the back door of the store. I quietly opened the door of room 501. The room was dark and Wenwan must be asleep. Wenwan, Lin Feng's beautiful landlord, is a widow in her early 30s who lives alone in the master bedroom. Lin Feng lives in the second bedroom, and there is another bedroom that is empty and not rented out. Wenwan's personality is similar to Lin Feng's, and she is usually taciturn. Unemployed, inherited her husband's estate. I rented out the house because I was bored living alone, and my original intention was to find a female student to live with me. But looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, it is obvious that he is an honest man who loves cleanliness. For some unknown reason, he rented the second bedroom to Lin Feng at a low price, and he would cook for Lin Feng every day and invite him to dine with him. Lin Feng was very grateful to this woman who was like an older sister next door. Lin Feng, who had no parents, had never been treated as well as Wenwan. However, Wenwan never let him call her sister Wenwan, but asked Lin Feng to call her Aunt Wen. The two got along very well. Turning on the lights in the living room, Lin Feng neatly stacked the boxes of supplies in the system space in the corner. If there was no more space in the corner, he would put them on the bed. At worst, I can sleep on the sofa. Besides, there is an empty room. Wenwan will never let herself sleep on the floor. Lin Feng quickly returned to the convenience store and put the remaining half of the supplies in the warehouse into the system space. When I returned home, more than 2 hours had passed. I checked my phone and it was 5 o'clock. The sky was already getting light, and I could hear the cracking sound of the old man on the first floor cracking his whip downstairs. Swing it now, you will have no chance if you don't. In another hour, the whip-swinging uncle might turn into a whip-swinging zombie. The neighbors had no way to deal with the old man who was protesting against the law, so they could only let it go. Anyone who had some ability moved away. Wenwan is nostalgic. This is where she got married and she doesn't want to move away. I have to say that the old man played a big role in Lin Feng being able to rent this place cheaply. Logically speaking, Wenwan should get up and make breakfast by now. Staying in bed? Not likely. Wenwan is a light sleeper and will wake up as soon as the old man whips her. I quietly came to the door of the master bedroom, which was ajar. Ever since she moved in, Wenwan never seems to sleep without closing the door. I pushed the door gently, and it slowly opened. There was no one on the bed. Wenwan doesn't have much social life and doesn't have a job. Why didn't she come home all night? Originally, Lin Feng shouldn't have meddled in other people's business, but the end of the world was only an hour away. Lin Feng doesn't think he is a good person, but he can't just watch people who are good to him get into danger and remain indifferent. He took out his cell phone, found Wenwan in the address book, and called. Hey, what's up, Xiao Phone? A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone, a little hoarse, as if she had been crying. Auntie Wen, where are you? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. What's wrong? What's going on? You can't say it's the end of the world, right? Lin Feng scratched his head anxiously. It's 5 o'clock. God knows what will happen at 6 o'clock sharp. Aunt Wen, where are you? Come back quickly. There's a water leak upstairs and your bedroom is flooded. What? I'll go right back. It's hard to get a taxi here. Wan's tone was a little anxious. Aunt Wan, where are you? I'm in the West City Cemetery. Don't move, I'll come get you. Early in the morning, it might take an hour to get a taxi to the West City Cemetery, unless you happen to be going back to the city. Lin Feng ran downstairs and got on his second-hand Yamaha, which he had bought specifically for delivering food. We sped all the way to the West City Cemetery. Fortunately, it was around 5 in the morning and heading out of the city, so there weren't many cars on the road. After about 20 minutes, Lin Feng saw Wan in black clothes standing on the side of the road, looking around anxiously. Strategy target detected. Name, Wan. Ability, none. Gender, female. Age, 32. Height, 165 centimeters. Quality, 80. Female virtue, 100, the survivor of the perfect jade. Comprehensive score, 90 points, passed. Loyalty, to be conquered. The target has been bound, please capture the target as soon as possible. Lin Feng was not surprised by Wan's score. If it weren't for her age, Wan's score would probably be even higher. Although she is not as tall as Qin Wanchuan, she has a gentle temperament and a voluptuous figure, especially a pair of white rabbits that block Wan's view so that she cannot see her feet. One word run is not enough to describe it. Another perfect married woman? Is the system right? Are you saying this on purpose because you're afraid I'll dislike you? I don't dislike you. I can't take care of it anymore, let us go home quickly. It's already 5:25, and it seems like it only took more than 20 minutes to get to the cemetery. However, the traffic on the return trip will gradually increase, especially when it is almost 6 o'clock near the community. At that time, the flow of people and vehicles will gradually increase, and then it will be troublesome. Here, Xiao Feng. Wan also saw Lin Feng's second-hand Yamaha from a distance and waved at Lin Feng anxiously. He stopped steadily in front of Wan and handed her the helmet. Get in the car, Aunt Wan. Chapter 3 The Best Landlord Wan. Wan is wearing a black silk short-sleeved shirt, black silk wide leg pants, and black high-heeled leather shoes today. Her long hair, affectionate eyes, straight nose and plump red lips are very tempting. The wide collar reveals a swan-like neck and a large area of white skin, and between the astonishing bulges is a sinking ravine. The woman is so beautiful that her feet are invisible when she lowers her head. He clumsily sat on the back of the motorcycle and grabbed Lin Feng's clothes with his fingers. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He was going to drive fast soon, so this was not an option. He directly and roughly grabbed Wan's hand and placed it on his waist. Hold on tight, Auntie Wan. I'm driving fast. Do you think you'll fall down holding onto that little piece of clothing? Without waiting for Wan to speak, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Wan was so frightened that her face turned pale and she immediately hugged Lin Feng's waist tightly. She had never ridden a motorcycle before, and it was her first time to drive so fast. Xiao Feng, slow down and be careful. The roar of the engine and the noise of the wind made Lin Feng unable to hear what Wan said at all. With a sudden brake, Lin Feng was intoxicated by the strong and soft push on his back, and his two big white rabbits were almost squeezed to death. Aunt Wan, what did you say? Wan raised her fist and hit Lin Feng on the shoulder. Stinky boy, I told you to slow down. It's too dangerous. Don't worry, Aunt Wan. I'm an experienced driver. I won't be caught even if I take off at high speed. Hold on tight, and get ready to take off. After saying that, without waiting for Wan to reply, he stepped on the accelerator and roared away. You little bastard. The light turned red, the brakes came suddenly, and the white rabbit slammed into Lin Feng. What happened just now, Aunt Wan? Wan grabbed the fat on Lin Feng's waist and turned him half a circle. If you keep messing around like this, I won't take your car. Lin Feng symbolically bared his teeth, but Wan didn't want to really use all her strength. Hiss. Be gentle, Aunt Wan. There's a lot of traffic at this hour, and it'll be even slower if we delay. Sit tight, I'm a good driver. Then be careful too. I know. The light will be green soon, hold on tight. Lin Feng urged. Next, Lin Feng didn't care about the feelings of the big white rabbit. He drove all the way. When he encountered a traffic jam, he would brake suddenly when he got to the front. When the road was clear, he would step on the accelerator. The repeated collisions and squeezing almost crushed the white rabbit. Wan's face flushed, and she didn't know if this boy did it on purpose. Lin Feng braked suddenly and stopped at the last red light. 100 meters after the intersection was the gate of the community. Lin Feng raised his wrist to look at the watch, his heart sank. He hurried over and saw that it was already 6 o'clock. Looking up at the sky, a blood moon emitting red light appeared next to the rising sun. Roar squeak. Lin Feng turned around in horror and saw a group of rotten monkeys running through the treetops beside the road. Fuck, Ant One, hold on tight. Wan subconsciously hugged Lin Feng tightly. This kid drove too fast. Without bothering to wait for the green light, he seized the opportunity, stepped on the accelerator and rushed through the gap between the two cars. There were bursts of intense tire friction sounds. The driver of the BMW car behind was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the motorcycle that he slammed on the brakes and swerved the steering wheel. However, it triggered a chain reaction among drivers in the opposite lane, and at one point, more than a dozen cars were parked in a chaotic manner at the intersection. The frightened BMW driver, sweating profusely, leaned over and yelled, "Are you looking for death so early in the morning?" Unfortunately, I could only see a beautiful back on the back seat of the motorcycle. The driver licked his lips angrily. The good cabbages are eaten by dogs, and I eat so well riding a rotten motorcycle. What's wrong with my BMW? Bang! An ugly monkey with mottled and rotten body and hard spots on its skin fell on the hood of a BMW. The BMW driver leaned out of the window and froze in place, speechless with fear, his lower body covered in feces and urine. Monster! Along with the screams, there were endless bangs. The monster monkey in the BMW was holding a wooden stick in its hand. It swung the stick hard and hit the driver on the head. The driver's brain burst and red and white matter flowed all over the floor. At this time, Lin Feng had already rushed into the community on his bicycle. Building 5 where they lived was facing the street. After entering the door and turning a corner, they found the unit door. Fortunately, they were not entangled by the mutated monsters. Unfortunately, due to the appearance of mutant animals, there is now chaos outside. The mutant monsters began to indiscriminately attack humans as soon as they landed, and some humans began to turn into zombies and wander around. At the door of the unit in Lin Feng's building, an old zombie holding a whip was gnawing on an old lady who had just come downstairs. The old lady was howling heartbreakingly. There was no time to pull out the key after stopping the car. Lin Feng put his arm around Wan's slender waist and carried her out of the car. Wan stumbled onto the ground, still dazed. What was that just now? A zombie monkey? Lin Feng took Wan's hand and ran towards the door of the unit. He had to go home immediately. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng. Something's wrong with Mr. Wang at the door. I don't dare go over there. When Wan ran, the big white rabbit jumped up and down, but Lin Feng had no time to appreciate it. It's the zombie king now. We have to go home immediately. The longer we stay outside, the more dangerous it will be. He took out a pistol from the system space, turned on the safety and quickly approached the unit door. There is a zombie blocking the door, and it will be difficult to get in without killing him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and fired decisively. There was nothing to be afraid of. Zombies were also carbon-based creatures. The bullet hit the head of the old lady who was being eaten, and her scream stopped abruptly. Damn, I missed the target. Good thing, at least Aunt Zhang's suffering can be ended sooner. Ah. Xiao Feng, where did you get the gun? Why did you hit Aunt Zhang? If you were going to hit someone, hit Uncle Wan who bit her. After a series of unexpected events, when Wan didn't know where to start screaming, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. The shot was off target even after more than 10 meters. The gun must have been miscalibrated. We have to fight them all. They are no longer human, they have turned into zombies. But Aunt Zhang was still screaming just now. It's only a matter of time. As he was speaking, Lin Feng had already approached within 10 meters, and Uncle Wang was attracted by the gunshot. He swung the whip fiercely at Wan and Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and hugged Wan in his arms to protect her. The whip landed on Lin Feng's right shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. Lin Feng raised his gun and fired again. After 3 consecutive shots, he finally shot Uncle Wang's head off. Uncle Wang fell straight back. In the distance, several zombies and monsters were attracted by the gunshots and were running towards the side. Lin Feng pulled Wan into the unit door and quickly locked it, then wrapped the fire hydrant hose around the door handle and tied it tightly. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and took Wan up the stairs back to the 5th floor. Hearing the noise, 502 opened the door a crack. Qin Wanchuan saw the embarrassed Lin Feng and Wan and slammed the door shut again. Psycho. Lin Feng muttered and opened the door of room 501. Lin Feng didn't have time to deal with this woman now. Let her starve for a few days, and you will suffer. After closing the door, Wen Wan and Lin Feng slumped at the door. Lin Feng was better off, at least he was mentally prepared. This short experience completely overturned Wen Wan's cognition. What's wrong with this world? What happened to those people just now? After a long while, Wen Wan finally came back to her senses. Do you believe me when I say the world is ending? Those mutant monkeys and zombies downstairs are proof of that. Besides, I may be dying soon, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I was impulsive. Do you regret it? A little. The wound on my arm from the whip has turned black. This is bullshit. Am I the most incompetent system owner? The end of the world? Ha? What? Why did you die? Wen Wan turned pale. Lin Feng turned slightly, revealing the blackened wound on his right shoulder. It's probably infected. He won't live long. Wen Wan pulled Lin Feng's arm and said anxiously, how could this happen? It's all my fault. I'm the one who dragged you down. There's a medicine box at home, I'll take care of it for you right away. I watched Wen Wan rummaging through the drawers to find iodine and cotton swabs and clumsily wipe her wound. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. This unknown virus thing is really not going to work. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Wen Wan looked at Lin Feng seriously. Yes, can Antwan satisfy me? Lin Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. Chapter 4 Eating Rabbit. Tell me about it. Wen Wan helped Lin Feng up and sat down on the sofa in the living room, having already put the water leakage issue behind her. Antwan, I want to know about your past, who your husband was, and why he's gone. Just consider it to satisfy the curiosity of a dying person. After all, you are the only person in this world who is kind to me. Lin Feng observed Wen Wan's reaction. When talking about her husband, Wen Wan's expression showed a complex mixture of sweetness and pain. We were college classmates. After graduation, he took up a job in a special field. We got engaged, got married, and set a wedding date just like any other couple. But he left for a mission before we got married, leaving me this house and a pension. Then why did you agree to let me live here? Maybe you are a little bit like him. I see. What is your second wish? Wen Wan stared at Lin Feng seriously with burning eyes. Lin Feng's eyes were a little evasive. If it were Qin Wanchuan, she wouldn't feel any guilt even if she was frying him, let alone making any demands. But this was Wen Wan. Antwan, I want to eat rabbit. Lin Feng said shyly. Bunny? Following Lin Feng's gaze, a blush crossed Wen Wan's face. Okay. I said yes. So happy? What? You think I'm a casual woman? My husband and I haven't had sex yet. I'm saving it for his wedding night. That's not what I meant, Antwan. It's just that happiness comes too suddenly. Of course Lin Feng believed it, the system never lied to him. Aren't you afraid that I'll bite you after I transform into a zombie? You knew it was the end of the world, but you still risked your life to save me. Why should I be afraid? Besides, I'm afraid I won't survive long alone in this apocalypse. Let's go to your bedroom. Wen Wan pretended to be calm and helped Lin Feng up. Lin Feng felt Wen Wan's arm trembling slightly. My bedroom is overflowing with supplies. Then go to the other bedroom. It's full too. The other secondary bedroom was not piled with supplies, so Lin Feng wanted to go to Wen Wan's bedroom. Go to my room. The Wen Wan room was decorated very cozily, the bed was big and soft, and the whole room was filled with a faint fragrance. Don't you only eat rabbits? Lin Feng said nothing and continued to attack fiercely. Half an hour later. Do you feel anything? It should be soon. An hour later. Haven't you felt it yet? I might be fine now. My injuries are all healed. 2 hours later. Lin Feng dribbled the ball while checking the system. Name, Wen Wan. Ability, none. Gender, female. Age, 32. Height, 165 centimeters. Quality, 80 points. Women's virtue, 100, host exclusive. Comprehensive score, 90 points, passed. Loyalty, 80 absolute trust. Target captured. Quest reward, strategy points plus 100 not doubled, mall unlocked, system space increased by 10 cubic meters, F-Class Supernatural Gun Master LV1 slightly enhanced physical fitness. Unlock the ability to plant superpowers. The host can actively plant superpowers on the captured beauties during the capture process. The host can also absorb the superpowers of the captured beauties. The first target has been taken. I really like this planting ability. I must plant one for Aunt Wen's loyalty. The absorbed superpowers are not useful for the time being, but you may need a beautiful woman with superpowers in the future. Tonzi. One beauty can only help me develop one ability? Where can I find so many beauties for me to conquer? Does the host have any misunderstandings about superpowers? Ordinary people are thankful to have one. Incompetent men don't deserve more superpowers. Forehead. Although the same woman can only bring one superpower to the host, repeated capture can still earn capture points, which can be exchanged for supplies in the system mall. The host needs to continue working hard to develop in all aspects. Of course, he can also develop new abilities by killing mutant animals, zombies, or finding supernatural fruits. I understand. Who would work hard when they can get things done by lying down? Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Lin Feng picked up the phone. It was Zhou Paopi calling. The reaction was too slow. It was already 8 o'clock before they found out that the store was empty? Hello? Lin Feng, do you really want to go to jail? Do you know how much those goods are worth? Send the stolen goods to my house immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Stupid. Fuck, what did you say? When you are too hungry to bear it anymore, remember to ask your wife Pan Jinlian to come to me to exchange bread. Beep, beep. Lin Feng didn't give Zhou Paopi a chance to refute and hung up the phone and blocked him. The last sentence is not entirely Chizhou's exposé. This guy relies on his wealth and looks like Wu Delong, but the wife he married is of Pan Jinlian's level. Every time Lin Feng sees it, he feels anxious and upset. Privately, everyone calls his wife Pan Jinlian, and the key point is that Jinlian herself enjoys it. Zhou Paopi's family lives in Building 8 not far away. When their supplies are exhausted, Lin Feng can have a taste of Pan Jinlian's food. Click on your own properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 20 cubic meters. Superpower, Gunmaster, F-Class LV1. Physique, 7, 5 for average adults, 10 for elite athletes. Number of successful captures, 1, capture point multiplier, 1x. Strategy point balance, 100. A master of guns? Lin Feng took out his pistol and felt different, as if he had practiced shooting specially before. He loaded the gun with one hand smoothly. Even if carbon-based creatures evolve, they will definitely be afraid of thermal weapons in the early stages. Firearms are indeed the best choice for the early transition. But the disadvantages are also obvious. No matter how superb your marksmanship is, once your ability level reaches a certain level, you will probably be immune to damage from ordinary firearms. It seems I need to hurry up and develop new abilities. Fortunately, the Gun Master ability has somewhat strengthened my physique. I'll raise my Gun Master level first. First, see what good things are in the mall. Click on the mall panel. You will be dazzled by a large number of daily necessities that you cannot use for the time being. Find the weapons category. M16 automatic rifle, 10 strategy points. M249 machine gun, 30 strategy points. Bullets, 10 rounds per strategy point. Grenade, 1 strategy point. Flame-breathing gun, 10 strategy points. RPG bazooka, 30 strategy points. Tiger tank, 10,000 strategy points. All-terrain RV upgradable, 10,000 strategy points. There are all kinds of light and heavy weapons, and even tanks, but Lin Feng's current balance of strategy points is so limited that it would take him a lifetime to collect enough in a short time. For now, the pistol in hand is enough, and the fire axe is free and convenient for melee weapons. There is also a category of extraordinary items, which currently only has one item. Power enhancement fruit, 10 strategy points. Exchange for a supernatural power enhancing fruit. 10 strategy points were deducted, and a dark cherry-like fruit appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Throw it directly into your mouth, the juice will overflow, and it is sweet and sour and delicious. Superpower, Gunmaster, Level 2 slightly enhanced constitution. Just for the physical improvement that comes with each upgrade, you have to continue upgrading, otherwise you won't have the energy to continue the game. Exchange for a black cherry and throw it in your mouth. Ha! No response. One more. Superpower, Gunmaster LV3 slightly enhanced physical fitness. It seems that the later you upgrade, the more energy you need, which is reasonable. There are still 70 strategy points left, so I won't eat for the time being. After 3 consecutive days of slightly strengthening my physical condition, Lin Feng feels that his strength has indeed increased a lot, at least by half, and the energy consumed by 2 hours of hard work has also been restored. Looking at Wenwan, who was sleeping soundly, Lin Feng felt filled with emotion as if he was dreaming. Before he could change the sheets, plum blossoms were blooming. I'm sorry, Aunt One, it's for the sake of conquering the points and for survival. Stop making trouble, I haven't slept all night, I just fell asleep. Xiaofeng, why do you have so much energy? Plant the Gunmaster ability, boo. Planting successful. Chapter 5 Sisters, booked. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Space, 20 cubic meters. Superpower, Gunmaster, F-Class LV3. Physique, 11, 5 for average adults, 10 for elite athletes. Strategy point multiplier, 1. Strategy point balance, 170. Drink a bottle of water. Looking at myself in the dressing mirror, I found that my body was indeed stronger, and my 8-pack abs were already faintly visible. Tonzi, what does F-level ability mean? It looks so low-end. There are 9 levels of supernatural power, from SSS to F. The higher the level, the higher the potential. Aren't you a god-level system? Just give me the entire F-level superpower? Host, don't worry. Even if I give you an SSS level ability now, you won't be able to fully utilize it. After all, the greater the power, the greater the consumption. Although the Gunmaster level is low, it is perfect for early monster hunting. At the current initial level, even if an SSS level Esper comes, he will be shot down with one shot, unless he is an SSS level person who specializes in saving his life. Okay, you have a point. It was already noon. Lin Feng took out 2 fried eggs, heated up 2 sandwiches in the microwave, and then went to wake up Wenwan. Looking at Wenwan, who was sleeping soundly, Lin Feng exchanged for a black cherry, threw it into his mouth, chewed it, and broke open the gentle cherry mouth. Woo woo. Is Aunt Wen sweet? Wenwan's eyes were blurry. Well, let me rest for a while, Xiaofeng. Dinner is ready, Aunt Wen. Oh. At the dinner table, there was a sandwich, a fried egg, and a glass of milk in front of Lin Feng and Wenwan respectively. Wenwan was busy eating and didn't dare to look up at Lin Feng. She didn't want to drink the milk at all, and her lower abdomen felt bloated. Aunt Wen, after dinner, please stay home and lock the door. I plan to go out and take a look. I see you've stockpiled a lot of food in your bedroom, why are you going out? There are still some zombies and mutant animals wandering around the community, and you can see them from the balcony. I plan to hunt some mutant animals and zombies to gain superpowers. Lin Feng wanted to say, who told you that you couldn't hold on? If you could hold on, I wouldn't have killed the monster. As to whether it is possible that the cow is afraid of being exhausted to death, it is hard to say. Killing zombies and mutant beasts can give you superpowers? How did you know that? Wenwan still feels like she is dreaming. It has been a crazy day. While you were asleep, I saw someone successfully hunt from the balcony. I wanted to try it too. Besides, I have a gun, so safety is not a problem. Wenwan gritted her teeth and said, then I'll go with you. You don't have eyes behind your back, so having one more person to look after me will help. I can't always let you protect me. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. There was no need to be so pretentious. Wenwan also needed the ability to survive on her own, and he might not always be by her side in the future. Well, take this pistol for self-defense. He took out the Glock G17 and handed it to Wenwan. Wenwan took the pistol and loaded and unloaded it naturally, surprising herself. Was she incredibly talented? She was so skilled she looked like a female spy. Hey, where did you get this gun? What would you do if I gave it to you? It's fine with me. He pulled out an M16A4 automatic rifle from his crotch, inserted the magazine and loaded the rifle expertly, his movements as skillful as a veteran soldier who had been through many battles. Wenwan covered her mouth with her hands and widened her eyes. Hey, where did you take out this big thing from? Isn't it big? I'll let you play with a bigger one when I get back. After dinner, Lin Feng and Wenwan put on their backpacks and masks and went to the corridor. They took out a fire axe from the firebox and handed it to Wenwan. Wenwan had also changed into jeans and sneakers, tied a belt, and obediently took the fire axe and inserted it into her belt. The door to room 502 opened a crack. Kid, you're stealing public firefighting equipment. That's illegal. And you're carrying a broken toy gun. How childish. Old woman, you bite me? Lin Feng did not tolerate Qin Wanchuang at all. Qin Wanchuang curled her lips. Wan, you should kick this bastard out of your house. He's uneducated and now he's stealing. Don't let him lead you astray. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed at this stupid woman. She was trying to sow discord between him and me. Wan Shuang, are there any misunderstandings between you two? Xiao Feng is a really nice person. Wenwan explained with a blushing face. Looking at Wenwan's face, Qin Wanchuan was full of suspicion. Wenwan, there's something wrong with you. You two wouldn't. Old Miss Chu, are you sexually frustrated and have no place to vent, so you keep pestering me all day long? Seeing Wenwan's face getting redder and redder, Lin Feng directly used his ultimate move. Wenwan grabbed Lin Feng's arm and winked at him repeatedly. If her husband heard this, he would be in big trouble. Besides, she was also old Chu before. The door of room 502 was suddenly pushed open, and a tall but slightly feminine man appeared behind Qin Wanchuang. Little bastard. What the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about your wife, old Chu. What? You don't accept it? Lin Feng pulled out the fire axe from Wenwan's waist and looked at Chen Hang with an evil look on his face. Qin Wanchuang was the dish on the plate and would be eaten sooner or later. Chen Hang would definitely not be able to stay when the time comes. Whether it was the initially strengthened physique, the fire axe in his hand, or the M16A4 on his back, they all provided Lin Feng with sufficient confidence. If Chen Hang believes that this society is still ruled by law as before, Lin Feng doesn't mind teaching him a lesson in advance. As for killing him, Lin Feng will try not to do it in front of Qin Wanchuang. Sister, brother-in-law, stop arguing. Why would you argue so much with a piece of trash from the bottom of society like him? It's not worth getting into a conflict with such a person. I saw a tall beauty with a face that was 50% similar to Qin Wanchuang walking out of the room. Her figure was as hot as Qin Wanchuang's. The two women, one in black and the other in white yoga pants, looked like a pair of sisters. Name, Qin Chaolu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Ability, none. Quality, 80. Women's virtue, 100, virgin. Comprehensive score, 90, meets the standard. Loyalty, to be conquered. Oh. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he felt refreshed instantly. Building 5 is really a treasure land. It is already difficult to have two top-notch wives, Wenwan and Qin Wanchuang. Now there is Qin Chaolu, who is a sister paired with Qin Wanchuang. Her quality is much better than her sister. Who wouldn't want to eat a more tender one? Chen Hang was a little scared when he saw Lin Feng holding an axe with an evil smile on his face, and Qin Chaolu just gave him a way out. Lulu is right. The happy ones give in to the principle. We don't need to argue with him. Qin Wanchuang, who was already feeling aggrieved, was even more disappointed. Waste. I didn't know who he was talking about, so I turned around and went home. Chen Hang's face turned pale and blue, and he stared at Lin Feng viciously, clenching his fists. In the end, he retreated and closed the door obediently. Chen Hang's eyes were so scary just now. We have to be careful. Wenwan was a little worried. Don't worry, he's the one we should be careful of. Lin Feng patted Wenwan's shoulder. Not knowing how long the power system could last, Lin Feng took Wenwan and continued up the stairs. He stole 3 fire axes and inserted 2 of them crosswise on his belt at the back of his waist and 1 in front of his stomach. Lin Feng felt it necessary to get a weapon bag and hang weapons on both sides of his thighs. But you don't look like a good person at all. Lin Feng's image made Wenwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She had to say that this woman was really generous. Laughing at me? Tonight I'll punish you by wearing black stockings and doing squats. He. Wenwan. Chapter 6, The Perverted Duo, the community group exploded. Come to the first floor unit lobby. The fire hose was still wrapped around the door handle. Lin Feng untied the hose and opened the unit door. There were many zombies and mutant animals wandering around in the park. Xiaofeng, what are you going to do? Clear out all the zombies and mutant animals in the community? Wenwan followed behind Lin Feng, holding a gun in one hand and grabbing the corner of Lin Feng's clothes with the other. Clear it? I'm afraid it can't be cleared. There are several entrances and exits in the community, and there are still so many zombies and animals wandering outside. Today's target is not high. Find one with superpowers and then retreat. Aha! Even if he could eliminate the monsters, Lin Feng would not do so. If he did not let them suffer the torture of monsters and zombies, they would not face reality. Roar! Soon a zombie discovered Lin Feng and Wenwan. Auntie Wan, come here. Wenwan raised her gun and aimed at the zombie that was screaming and coming towards her, and took a deep breath to clear her mind. Lin Feng didn't urge him and just watched from the side. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. When Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his gun to shoot the zombie, Wenwan finally fired. Bang! A low gunshot rang out, and the zombie fell to the ground. Well done. Ugh. I was only focused on escaping in the morning, and since I didn't fire the gun myself and didn't look carefully, I didn't feel much. This time, after being shot in the head at close range, Wenwan finally couldn't help but ran to the green belt next to her and vomited wildly. Lin Feng followed and patted Wenwan on the back. Look at what happened. I forgot to give Aunt Wen her medicine. But it's okay. It's not too late to take it the day after tomorrow. What medicine can overcome this reaction? Yuting. Bang. A pink fist hit Lin Feng's chest, and Wenwan blushed instantly. You rascal. That's not the reaction you want. It's not that fast. Wenwan calmed down a lot after being interrupted by Lin Feng. Auntie Wan, wait a minute. I'll go check your spoils. Lin Feng used a fire axe to chop open the zombie's head and found a transparent crystal the size of a fingernail. Energy crystals, absorbing them can enhance the abilities of the psychic. It's just black cherry. I took out some mineral water and rinsed it briefly. Put it under your nose and smell it. Ugh. Forget it, I can't eat it. I'll just throw it in my backpack and go back to wash it thoroughly. You're lucky, Aunt Wan. You got something right after the first one. Keep up the good work. Xiaofeng, how do you use that thing? You can't eat it directly, right? Wenwan's face turned pale. It should be. It shouldn't taste bad if you wash it and eat it. If I hadn't just started out and didn't have enough points, I wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick this thing up. Lin Feng was muttering to himself as 5 more zombies approached from the small square at the entrance. The silencer only partially reduces noise, and Lin Feng suspects that zombies not only rely on sound, but also on smell to hunt. This time, Lin Feng took the initiative to attack. When the zombies got within 20 meters, Lin Feng shot them down one by one. Lin Feng and Wenwan trotted to the 5 zombies. Auntie Wen, choose between being alert or picking the zombie's head. I'm on alert. Okay, then you pick the zombie's brain. As he said that, he stuffed the contaminated fire axe into Wenwan's hand. You have to at least pry open a zombie's head. What are you doing here today? Isn't it just desensitization training? Seeing more zombies approaching from a distance, Wenwan suppressed her discomfort and swung the fire axe to hit one of the zombies on the head. It took 3 consecutive hits to open the top of the head. Ugh. He endured the discomfort and rummaged through a pile of red and white things. No, Xiaofeng. Then open another one. There isn't much else here, but there are plenty of blind boxes. Can't you just let me open one? Don't you think you're not used to it yet? There are only 2 of us, hurry up. The zombies are approaching, and there's a mutant monkey. In the distance, a mutant monkey, only a little over 1 meter long, was sneaking towards this side quickly under the cover of a zombie's body. After Wenwan searched the second zombie's brain and found nothing, Lin Feng raised his gun and quickly knocked down the sneaky ugly monkey. Be alert for Aunt Wan, I'll take care of the rest. With Wenwan's LV2 gun master ability, the alert mission is not a problem. Okay. Lin Feng speechlessly picked up the fire axe, smashed the 3 zombies' heads with 3 clangs, and quickly cleared them away. 3 blind boxes will give you a supernatural enhancement crystal. Damn, it seems that the drop rate of this thing is not that high. 5 zombies dropped a useless supernatural enhancement crystal. Puff, puff, Puff. There was a low pistol sound, and Wenwan fired. 3 more zombies were knocked down. Lin Feng pulled Wenwan and quickly came to the monkey that had just been beaten to death. Looking closely, it's so ugly. Triangular eyes, thick lips, rotten body, and spots all over the body. After poking it with a fire axe, Lin Feng found that the skin was very hard and had a layer of stratum corneum on the surface. He doubted how much threat a pistol could pose to this thing. Auntie Wen, take a shot and see if you can break the defense. Puff. The bullet penetrated the mutant monkey's chest. Lin Feng swung the axe and chopped the place where the mutant monkey was hit by the pistol bullet. The bullet penetrated 3 centimeters, which caused some damage, but that was at such a close distance. It's hard to say if it's farther away, and it hasn't hit the bone yet. Roar! More zombies continued to approach, and Lin Feng seized the opportunity and chopped the mutant monkey's head with all his strength. The juice splashed and a small yellow crystal appeared. This should be the crystallization of superpowers. Tonzi, what superpowers are they? The awakening of the supernatural crystal is related to the user to a certain extent. Yellow, probably the direction of Earth, right? Okay, it's better to have it than not. I just rinse it and put it in my backpack. Since it's so simple, let us kill another round. Lin Feng's confidence swelled, and in such a short time he collected 1 supernatural crystal and 2 supernatural strengthening crystals, and his efficiency was as fast as firing cannons. Come on, Ant One, I'll take you around and see if there are any other monsters. Aha! Lin Feng took Wenwan along the way to shoot zombies, mutant monkeys, mutant cats, and dogs. Every time they killed one, they had to pry open its head and examine it for a while. The owners group was in an uproar. 6 #301 Wa Jr., the perverted duo is coming towards our building. Picture Lin Feng opens the blind box. 17 #1101 Don T eat coriander. Oh my god, what are they doing? Pervert, are they holding real guns? 18 #1501 Unsafe insurance. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. If you buy personal accident insurance at this time. 6 #301 Wa Jr., which brother will kick the insurance salesman out? 8 #802 Zhou Bapai, fuck, isn't that Lin Feng, an employee of my store? I've known he's a pervert for a long time. 8 #802 Your Pan Jinlian, but he is so manly. 9 #1301 My wife is leaking, dude upstairs, your wife is in heat in the group chat. 13 #901 Shiman de Guanren, Jinlian I am also very manly. Asking for a date picture half-naked muscular man. 8 #802 Zhou Bapai, the guy above has the guts to challenge me. 13 #901 Shiman de Guanren, if you have the guts, leave the unit first and talk later. 1 #1001 Hao Zaiwu, everyone, please stop talking. This guy might be studying the monster's weaknesses. He might be an official since he carries a gun. 6 #301 Wa Jr., isn't that our country has standard equipment? 8 #802 Jopaopi, he is still official. If he were official, I would be Wu Song. He stole all the goods in my convenience store. 13 #901 Shiman de Guanren, correction, you are Wu Song's brother upstairs. 8 #802 Jobapai, you are looking for death, aren't you? 2 #1501 Yang Yang's grandma, let's all talk less. Peace is the most important thing. Since this guy has hoarded an entire convenience store's worth of supplies, I suggest confiscating them so I can distribute them. 8 #802 Jobapai, I'm assigning you, you old bitch, don't you understand what I'm saying? Those are all my fucking things. Chapter 7 Massage with Buff, and Can't Resist. The community group was in an uproar, and Lin Feng and Wenwan continued to open the blind boxes in a perverted manner under the watchful eyes of the community. After carefully scouting around the community, he shot and killed 35 zombies and 3 mutant animals. Another 6 superpower enhancement crystals were seized, but no superpower crystals were found. Lin Feng had cleared out about half of the zombies in the community, not counting those that had transformed indoors, but there were still zombies from outside wandering in. Plus the previous 2 supernatural enhancement crystals and 1 supernatural crystal. This time I harvested a total of 8 superpower enhancement crystals and 1 superpower crystal. The overall harvest is not much different from setting off a firecracker. The explosion rate of supernatural crystals is too low. If it weren't for the supernatural crystals, there would be no need to come out. Of course, the sustainable use of kidneys is also taken into consideration. After circling the community to investigate with high concentration, Lin Feng and Wenwan both showed obvious signs of fatigue. Auntie One, please go home. When Wan was already tired and extremely nervous. She felt so uncomfortable being covered in sweat. 6 hashtag 301 Junior Wa, the perverted duo is walking back. Are they going to rob Building 5? 17 hashtag 1101 Don't eat coriander, a real-life version of the apocalypse where my neighbors stockpile food and I stockpile guns? 5 hashtag 301 Old Lady Lou, don't talk nonsense, it's just a pandemic, it will be over soon, the authorities will come to rescue us soon. 5 hashtag 502 Madam Sheen, yes, if you don't believe in rumors or spread them, there will be no doomsday. 5 hashtag 1001 Lao Wang next door, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. He dares to go out with a gun. Are you safe if you're not in the same building? 5 hashtag 901 Eats coriander, so scared. Who's peanut for Building 5? 6 hashtag 1701 Momo, don't you guys watch the news? The authorities are reminding everyone to stay home and plan their consumption of supplies. This isn't that simple. 6 hashtag 301 Wa Jr., there was no advance notice at all. There is not much food stored at home. How can we plan without supplies? 5 hashtag 502 Mrs. Cheen, I rarely use the gas stove at home, and I don't have the habit of buying groceries. I have 3 mouths to feed at home. What should I do? 5 hashtag 301 Old Lady Lou, that's right, let that young man hand over the supplies. They were stolen in the first place. 17 hashtag 1101 Don't eat coriander, second. 5 hashtag 1001 Lao Wang next door, seconds. Qin Wanchuang did not mention that Lin Feng lived next door to her. Perhaps there were other people in the group who knew Wen Wan and Lin Feng. But I couldn't say it out of my own mouth, this guy actually had a real gun. Moreover, Qin Wanchuang was skeptical about Lin Feng emptying the convenience store. She even went to make a convenience store to buy a bottle of water at 2 o'clock in the morning today. Even if he left, Lin Feng would immediately start moving so many goods. Not to mention whether he could finish moving them all by himself, it was impossible for him not to notice so many goods passing by his door so many times. But Zhou Baopi's actions were not necessarily aimless. Lin Feng must have stolen some supplies and taken them home. Thump thump thump. Hearing the noise in the stairwell, Qin Wanchuang opened the door and waited in the corridor. Lin Feng shot and killed dozens of zombies with his own hands, and opened their heads one by one. At this moment, he was full of murderous aura, and his body was covered with a lot of blood and red and white things. The moment Qin Wanchuang saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but take a step back. Qin Wanchuang swallowed her saliva and swallowed the words she had prepared before, and said in a tone that she thought was gentle. I heard you stockpiled a lot of supplies. I want to buy some from you. Lin Feng sneered, it must have been that bastard Zhou Baopi who said that. But it doesn't matter. I don't plan to hide it. The supplies are the bait, and beauties like Qin Wanchuang are the fish I want to catch. Zhou Baopi didn't say that he was planning to show off his wealth in the property management group after everyone's food was consumed in a couple of days. Are you an idiot? What's the use of money in this apocalypse? If you want to eat, just come to my place and eat. I'll keep you full, hee hee. Qin Wanchuang was frightened by Lin Feng's evil and bloody smile. If it were any other time, I would have started spraying it long ago. If you don't want to change, then don't change. I'll find someone else. He said this with a lack of confidence and gave way. In this situation, no one with a normal mind would exchange the food. Even if they could, it wouldn't be too much. Qin Wanqing knew this, unless she was willing to sell her body. Remember to come and beg me when you're hungry. He he he. Wen Wan didn't say anything behind Lin Feng. All the supplies belonged to Lin Feng, and she didn't stock up on any supplies herself. It can be said that she is being supported by Lin Feng now, and she certainly cannot morally blackmail Lin Feng into distributing the supplies to others. As for this guy's lust, I can't control it and don't want to control it. There was already a big age gap between them, and even if there was no doomsday, Wen Wan didn't think Lin Feng would marry her. She was very satisfied as long as Lin Feng was willing to treat her well. Qin Wanchuang stopped arguing and closed the door silently. Lin Feng also opened the door of 501 and took Wen Wan back home. Wen Wan slumped on the sofa, feeling a little numb. After staying in the cemetery for one night, this guy brought me back early in the morning. Encounter zombies. This guy drove me twice. She couldn't even walk properly, and in the afternoon she went out to fight zombies. Wen Wan felt like she had experienced more in that day than in her entire life. Lin Feng had already taken off his bloodstained clothes and thrown them into the washing machine, leaving only his underpants. Take out the yellow supernatural crystal and wash it carefully with the faucet. Just eat it directly, okay? The system didn't respond, that's it. Put it in your mouth, and the crystals will turn into energy and merge into your limbs and bones. F level ability, Massage LV1. Grass. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Isn't yellow the earth element? You could even make me a burrowing monster. This. I've said this before, awakening abilities are related to the host himself. And host, don't you think this ability is suitable for strategy? Okay, swallow 8 clean supernatural enhancement crystals in one breath. F level ability, Massage LV4. Awakening an F level superpower and upgrading it to level 4, and slightly strengthening the physique 4 times in a row, is considered acceptable. Click on your own properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 20 cubic meters. Ability, F level Massage LV4, Kef level Gun Master LV3. Physique, 15, 5 for average adults, 10 for elite athletes. Strategy point balance, 120. Strategy point multiplier, 1. It is absolutely necessary to cultivate this ability in And1, and in the future, I will also cultivate it in all the women I choose. Let's take a shower together, Auntie 1. No ugh. He quickly took off Wanwan's dirty clothes and threw them into the washing machine. He picked up Wanwan in a princess hug and carried her into the bathroom. Wanwan was not heavy, so it was not difficult to hold her. After her strengthened physique, it was even easier to hang her on his waist. An hour later the two returned to the living room. Wanwan has changed into her camisole and is doing squats. Massage ability planting in progress, boo. Planting completed. Host obtains 150 strategy points, with a balance of 270 points. It really works. I can directly add points by using the massage technique strategy. Moreover, Wanwan is obviously in much better condition. It is true that she has been able to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis and eliminate fatigue. 2 hours later, the sun set. Xiaofeng, where did you learn massage? You're so professional. What should I do if Antwan can't leave you? If you can't leave, then don't leave. Lin Feng gently patted the perky buttocks on his back. Give me a massage too. Okay, I'm not very good at it, just don't mind. When Wan got up, her face still red. Don't worry, you can do it, very professionally. When Wan sat astride Lin Feng and began to massage him. This. Why do I feel like I was a technician for 10 years in my previous life? The acupuncture point techniques just appeared in my mind out of thin air. This is superpower. Ha? What do you mean? Did you use your powers on me? You must have awakened your special abilities, the master of guns and massage. Otherwise, do you think such skilled techniques were cultivated in a previous life? Lin Feng couldn't even pronounce the name of this supernatural power. What the hell was it? So that's how it is. That's great. Antwan will be Xiaofeng's bodyguard during the day and give her a massage at night, okay? When Wan lay on Lin Feng's back and whispered tenderly, her voice almost inaudible. This woman didn't even ask where her superpowers came from. Chapter 8 Fog. That's really great, but forget about the bodyguards. Antwan just needs to serve me well. It's dark and I'm hungry. I'll go cook for you. When Wan tidied up her messy clothes and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for two, Lin Feng opened his mobile phone and browsed the important information of the day. Almost all the headlines in the news are about monsters and the end of the world. The community group also exploded. It turned out that it was Joe Paopi who leaked the fact that he had hoarded a large amount of supplies, but no one revealed their room number. I don't interact with others much, and almost no one knows my room number exactly except Joe Paopi and his wife in the room next door at 502. But it doesn't matter. Someone will come to you for help in 3 days at most. Those who don't have food stored at home at least have water and electricity. Just as I was thinking this, the beautiful Qin sent me a friend request. Agree. Lin Feng, I'm Qin Wanshuang. We don't have any supplies at home. The three of us have been hungry for a whole day. We're neighbors, so you can't be so selfish as to watch us starve. HD nude photo without makeup, change the bread. Are you crazy? You want nude photos for a loaf of bread? Lin Feng sneered, I have already told you that you will suffer in the future. Just take your time and wait until she faces reality. She begged for supplies on the first night. It seems that her family doesn't have any food at all. Most likely they have already started to starve. Jing Jingxiang sent a friend request. Lin Feng, I'm Qin Chalu, Qin Wanchuang's younger sister. My sister's family doesn't have any food prepared. Can you sell me some food? High definition nude photos. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and just humiliated and suppressed her first. Can you please change your request? I'll trade you my gold jewelry. Please. I prefer your energy during the day. Please recover. No nude photos, no discussion. Qin Chalu was quick to recognize the reality, but that didn't mean Lin Feng would pity her. The meal is ready, Xiao Feng, come and eat it while it's hot. Lin Feng threw down his phone and went to the dining table. The most important thing in the world is eating. It wouldn't work without a woman, so Lin Feng would just heat up the ready-made food in the microwave and make a fried egg at most. Wan steamed a pot of rice and sprinkled a layer of thin slices of sausage on it. I fried some ham and cut a platter of pig ears and peanuts. Xiang, you are such a good wife and mother. Lin Feng praised her without hesitation and started to eat with relish after picking up his chopsticks. I'm glad you don't mind me wasting food. Wan sat opposite Lin Feng and looked at him happily while he ate. Only incompetent men will dislike women who are wasteful. My woman must be wasted as much as possible. I will be unhappy if you don't waste. Lin Feng said vaguely while eating. You're such a pity. I just noticed you've consumed too much energy in a day and need to replenish your nutrition. Auntie died under my crotch. Even as a ghost I will still be romantic. Even eating can't shut up your mouth. Lin Feng often spoke dirty words, was a scoundrel, arrogant and lewd, but Wan just couldn't dislike him. Auntie Wan, you should eat too. What are you standing there for? I'll eat after you finish. I like watching you eat. It's more interesting than eating live. After dinner, I checked my phone. Qin Wanchuang and Qin Chalu didn't reply to my messages. It seemed that they were not too hungry. After all, the tap water was still running, so it was no problem to skip a meal or two. The group was still buzzing with discussions about doomsday, zombies, rescue, etc. Just 10 minutes ago, while Lin Feng was eating, an official announcement was made. The military had entered the city to clear out some of the zombies and mutant animals, and had also organized a shipment of relief supplies. Drones would be used to deliver these supplies to various communities tomorrow. Everyone was asked to close their doors and windows and not go out. Officials were confident they could eliminate all the zombies and mutant animals within 3 days. The group immediately exploded, and most people were gloating over the misfortune of Lin Feng, the criminal. The doomsday had just begun, order had not yet collapsed, and the vast majority of people were still abiding by the law. Only Lin Feng not only robbed a convenience store, but also wandered around with a gun. 6 #301 Wa Jr., the big brother with the gun is in trouble now. 17 #1101 Don't eat coriander, a virus epidemic really treats it as the end of the world. 18 #1501 Unsafe insurance, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Unsafe insurance has launched a 9 #902 Get this insurance salesman out. 8 #802 Joe Bapai, ha ha ha, not only did he carry a gun, he also robbed, stole, and killed people. Who knows if those he killed today are still alive? 8 #802 Your Pan Jinlian, what a manly man, what a pity. 9 #1301 My wife is leaking, while Big Brother hasn't been arrested yet, Jinlian should go and give him some warmth. 13 #901 Shiman de Guanren, I also want warmth. 3 #301 Junior Wa, Jinlian has Dalong under her thumb. How dare she act coy in the group? 5 #502 Madam Qin, just now I wanted to buy him some food, but he was so ignorant and demanded it. He must be terrified now. To be honest, Lin Feng's heart is also pounding. Tonzi, the end of the world is over? Are you kidding me? Doesn't that mean I'll have to go to jail? Not that simple. Tell me more about it? You will know tomorrow. Anyway, the end of the world cannot end. When Wan had finished washing up and came to the sofa to check her phone. If when Wan saw those news, she would probably suffer from insomnia. Lin Feng grabbed the phone and got into Wan's arms. Auntie Wan, is it fun that I don't have a phone yet? Pfft, stop tickling me. I want to check the news to see if there's any new information. I've looked it all up, but there's nothing useful to know. I wasn't full just now, and I still want to eat some rabbit. My hair is pressed. When Wan and Lin Feng were both exhausted and slept soundly. What woke Lin Feng up in the morning was not the 5 o'clock alarm clock, but the scent of rabbits. Xiao Feng, are you awake? Let me go, my arm is numb. I'll go make breakfast for you. When Wan was supporting her head with one hand and looking at Lin Feng quietly. When she saw Lin Feng wake up, she stretched her arms and prepared to get up and cook. Lin Feng fell asleep holding Wen Wan like an octopus. As long as he was with Wen Wan, Lin Feng felt inexplicably peaceful and calm. You are my breakfast, you are a feast for the eyes. Where did you learn that corny love talk? Wen Wan brushed off the big hand that started dribbling the ball when she woke up, put on her pajamas, got up and opened the curtains. Ah! Xiaofeng, look! Wen Wan screamed, and Lin Feng jumped up like a spring and took 2 steps to the window. I was deeply shocked by the scene before me. The world has been drowned in a sea of green. Endless green mist was floating, already covering the height of the windowsills on the 3rd and 4th floors. The green mist was like nutrient solution. The plane trees on both sides of the street swayed in the green mist, and they looked as tall as 7 or 8 stories. The crowns of the plane trees have touched each other, forming a green corridor that is more than 20 meters wide and has no end in sight. In the green mist downstairs, green vines have climbed to the height of the 5th floor, looking like ivy. He definitely couldn't stay on the 5th floor. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. With such good conditions yesterday, he should have insisted on killing monsters to get more supernatural crystals. And 1. Whose house above the 20th floor has the best decoration? It doesn't matter if someone lives there. We can't stay here anymore. Look carefully, the fog is still rising slowly. It will submerge this place in 2 hours at most. Then, shouldn't we ask in the group who's willing to take us in? I don't like being taken in. I prefer taking others in. You want to occupy someone else's house? It's to provide protection at home. My neighbors and I are basically just nodding acquaintances. I heard that the top floor, the 27th floor, is where some big shot has connections and keeps his mistress. I don't know if it's true or not. Interesting, Antoine, please pack up your personal belongings. I'll go to the top floor to take a look. Oh, be careful, try not to get into conflict with others, and talk things over nicely. Don't worry, I'm the most honest. You were picked out from a bunch of honest people. When Wan rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and started packing her clothes. Chapter 9 Open the door and send warmth to the community. I climbed up the stairs to the 27th floor without getting red in the face, out of breath, or having any back pain. Lin Feng sighed, the end of the world has its advantages. 2701.2702. 2 identical, heavy and exquisite security doors, it seems that the rumors are at least half true. This floor is probably really worth buying and opening up. Boom boom boom. After waiting for a while, no one responded. Bang bang bang. Still no one responded. General, you kicked, Duong. Duong. Still no one. Hey. Looks like this house is empty. Get your tools ready and pry it open. Lin Feng took out an axe, a wrench, and an electric hammer and threw them to the ground with a loud bang. Don't pry. There's someone here. A crisp and trembling voice came from behind the door. There's hope. He. If anyone can open the door quickly, the community will be warm. Uncle, you don't look like a good person. I beg you, don't break into my house. My dad is rich, I'll ask him to give you money. Tang Tang hid behind the door and looked at the intercom system, almost peeing her pants with fear. How does this guy fit so many tools on his body? Judging by his attire, isn't this one of the perverted duo from yesterday's group chat? Hurry up, open the door now so I can bring the supplies in. If you don't open the door, I'll blow it open and fry and kill you. As he said this, he exchanged 2 grenades and waved them in the cat's eye. See? I didn't blow up the door because I didn't want to ruin such a good door. I wanted to let you hear the noise first. He pulled the safety pin and threw it out of the corridor window. With a loud bang, the glass on the 1st and 2nd floors near the point where the grenade landed was shattered. Ah! Don't! I beg you, uncle, my father will send someone to rescue me soon. Then he will kill you. No one lives downstairs. You should live downstairs. I don't have that much patience. If you don't open the door in 1 minute, I'll stick a grenade on your door and blow it up. If one doesn't open it, I'll have more until it does. Think it through. If you actively open the door, you'll enjoy the delicious food. If you passively open the door, you'll fry it and then kill it. As he said that, he took out some tape and stuck the grenade on the door, then pulled the safety bolt halfway out. He remained indifferent to the girl behind the door's pleading. If she was determined not to open the door, Lin Feng would be blown up. He was not sure whether he could blow Lin Feng up, and the more powerful heavy weapons in the building could not be used, otherwise he would not be arguing with her here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, okay, you're a stubborn idiot who won't open the door, right? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you after I break the door down. You'll suffer the same fate as this door has suffered. I'll fire it. Don't let it explode, the girl screamed at the top of her lungs. Half a minute later, the security door opened a crack and Lin Feng walked in. A young girl sat down at the door and cried bitterly. The girl wore a white silk suspender, pure white hot pants, and white rabbit slippers. Her face was full of natural collagen, and her ponytail was tied up high. She was 18 or 19 years old, and everything was good except for her big surprise. I wonder whose white moonlight was collected by the leader. Looking inside, the magnificent decoration shocked the loser Lin Feng. The entire first floor was opened up, with a huge living room, a cycling platform, a treadmill, a piano, a leather sofa that looked very high-end, and a TV. Lin Feng grumbled, the leader is really spending a fortune on raising a third child. Name, Tang Tang. Gender, female. Age, 18. Ability, none. Quality, 70, beautiful and elegant. Women's virtue, 100. Comprehensive score, 85 points, passing. Loyalty, to be conquered. A typical beauty, but her quality is only 70 points? It really is a prime minister system. This is not fully developed. Even if it is fully developed, it can't be stopped even if it is 90 points. You are the third one. Why are you slandering me? The girl got up, wiped her tears and glared at Lin Feng angrily. Although Lin Feng behaved in a domineering and unreasonable manner, he had a harmless face, was fair and handsome, and not too old, so he was not that afraid of girls when he was in close contact with them. Lin Feng scratched the back of his head. That's right, how could there be 3 virgins? Well, I heard it from others. You're a young girl living here by yourself, and there are so many rumors flying around. What's going on? This is the house my dad bought for me. My dad is Tang Daxian. Oh no. Triple X leader Tang Daxian? I never heard he had a daughter this old. So she's an illegitimate daughter. Rumors really can't be trusted. Tang Tang lowered her head with a gloomy expression. These 3 words were her weakness. Okay, just a routine procedure. I have to search you first to prevent you from carrying any lethal weapons. Now turn around and lie on the door with your hands raised. Body search? I can't even fit my phone in this outfit, how can I hide any weapons? Besides, this is my home. Lin Feng took out his fire axe and pressed it against Tang Tang's forehead. This is my house now. If you don't want to live here, get out. Get out if you want. Tang Tang turned around without hesitation, opened the door and left. Hey, come back. Damn, if you don't cooperate, I'll fry you and kill you later. Lin Feng grabbed Tang Tang's ponytail and pulled it back, closed the door, grabbed her shirt and hung it on the clothes hook behind the door. What do you want? Yes. Question mark. Don't move. I won't care if I hurt you. Lin Feng carefully checked from head to toe, and only stopped when he was satisfied after confirming that there were no razor blades in his hair and no AK-47 in his butt. Tang Tang's face flushed. Are you done? Turn around, front view. Don't go too far. Fry fresh and kill later. Lin Feng carefully confirmed that there were no grenades hidden in any of the concave spots on the front before he put Tang Tang down from the clothes hook. Have you finished searching? Okay, stick it up. What do you want? Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the second beauty. The capture points have doubled by 2. This time, you have obtained 200 capture points, and the remaining capture points are 430. Unlock reward, SSS level Supernatural Destruction Demon Thunder LV1, space increased to 30 cubic meters, 200 strategy points doubled. Lin Feng was ecstatic. Top level superpowers, this Tang Tang was too awesome. Before he could even feel the SSS level superpowers, a wave of dizziness, headache, and nausea came over him. Ugh. Oh my god, what's wrong with Tonzi? Green poison? Host, please note that this is not a comment section. The host has awakened 3 superpowers, and his mental strength is somewhat overloaded. What should we do then? The host's next ability must be awakened by a psychic ability. Before that, you need to be cautious when capturing new beauties, because the abilities of captured beauties are random. Therefore, the next ability needs to be obtained by finding a psychic ability crystal, or directly capturing a beauty who has awakened a psychic ability to extract it. What the hell, reverse sowing superpowers? I've always been the one sowing the seeds for others. That's called plundering. Sharing. Extraction. That's much easier to accept, but is there no other way? Yes, consume 1000 strategy points, and the next awakening ability can be locked in the spiritual range. Perfect, we need to work hard and take action against Qin Wanchuan once we have accumulated 1000 strategy points. Looking at Lin Feng's disgusting and uncomfortable expression, Tang Tang, who was already physically and mentally devastated, collapsed even more. What's that expression on your face? Am I a terrible person? Why would you hurt me if I were such a terrible person? You hungry bastard. That's not the case. You're fine. Just remember to eat more. I don't like a asshole. You're the a. Okay, give me the key, I'm going to pick someone up. Asshole, don't go too far. After frying. Give it to me, asshole. Chapter 10, Occupy the Nest. It took more than an hour on the top floor. Lin Feng took the key and ran downstairs quickly. Tang Tang was so young and pretty that she forgot the time. If something happens to Wan, Lin Feng will regret it. When we reached the 5th floor, there were a few people standing at the corner of the stairwell, with bags of different sizes. The faces looked familiar, all of them were neighbors from the 4th floor, as well as Qin Wanchuang's family from 502. Wan didn't come out. A curly-haired old lady recognized Lin Feng. Hey, young man, I know you. You're the guy who works at the convenience store upstairs from me. I heard you stockpiled a lot of supplies. Let me take care of their distribution. Lin Feng pulled out a piece of unopened ham from his trouser pocket. Want to eat? The eyes of several people in the corridor lit up instantly, and the 3 people in 502 couldn't help swallowing their saliva, as they had been hungry for 4 meals. Oh young man, I knew you were capable since you were young. You respect the old and love the young. The curly-haired old lady smiled like a chrysanthemum on her old face. Lin Feng unpacked the ham, took a bite, and threw it out the window. It tastes really average. Oh. You. Young man, supplies are so scarce now. Why did you throw it away? The curly-haired old lady leaned against the window and stamped her feet anxiously. How can you live like this? Hurry up and open the door. I'll keep it for you. With these supplies, we can negotiate with the higher-ups. None of those inhumane people are willing to take in people like us from the lower floors. That's unfortunate. I've already taken over the entire top floor. Top floor? Now not only the curly-haired old lady, but several other people were also excited. Qin Wanchuang, if they can take you in, they can take us in too. After all, it's a whole floor. Chen Hang, is that the legendary top floor brothel? I didn't expect that the third party was so kind-hearted. I begged for help in the group for a long time, but there was no response. If I had known, I would have gone straight up. The curly-haired old lady said, "What are you waiting for? Pack your bags and check in." The curly-haired old lady's grandson, moving to a new house. Lin Feng was speechless. What are you doing here? Did I say I would take you in? Qin Wanchuan looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Who asked you to take me in? Aren't you living under someone else's roof yourself? We've been here for a while. You've been up there for so long, haven't you done some shady sex trade that's why they took you in? Chen Hang glanced at Qin Wanchuan viciously. Qin Wanchuan knew that she had said the wrong thing and her face turned slightly pale. Qin Chaolu suddenly realized, if that's the case, let's let my brother-in-law sacrifice himself. How can he be worse than this pretty boy? Chen Hang's face grew increasingly gloomy. Qin Wanchuan tugged at Qin Zhelu's arm, and Qin Zhelu muttered in dissatisfaction, "We're all grown men, and we're not at a disadvantage. What are we afraid of?" Lin Feng took in everyone's wonderful expressions, took out the key to the top floor and waved it in front of them. Ha ha! What do you care what tricks I use to get into the top floor? Being good at my job is a skill. I have the key. If you have the guts, come and get it. If you're a wimp, get out of my way. Qin Chalu grabbed Chen Hang's arm and shook it. Brother-in-law, look at how arrogant he is. Lin Feng looked at Chen Hang leisurely. Qin Chalu thought they were still in school, and that with a little beauty and some tricks, she could attract a large group of boys. I'm almost asleep. Is anyone coming to rob me? If not, I'll go home, pack up my things, and move into the penthouse. Encouraged by Qin Chalu, Chen Hang took 2 steps forward and opened his mouth to say something. Bang! There was a loud gunshot, and the bullet hit Chen Hang's feet. Lin Feng did not install a silencer this time. Chen Hang took 3 steps back, a warm and fishy smell running down his trouser legs, his face looking extremely ugly. Qin Wanchuang saw that something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to hold Lin Feng's hand. We're all neighbors, it shouldn't be like this. Let's just not go to the top floor. It's not that you can't go. There are only 2 spots available. You 2 sisters can go anytime you want. Lin Feng looked at Qin Wanchuang, who was so close to him, with amusement, pinched Qin Wanchuang's fair chin with one hand and said lightly. Qin Wanchuang took a step back like a frightened rabbit to get rid of Lin Feng's clutches. Forget it, our family must be together. It's up to you. You can regret it at any time. My door is always open to you. Oh, by the way, for Night Frost's sake, I'll give you a piece of information for free. No one lives on the 26th floor, so you can try to break the door. Also, this bread is for Night Frost. As he spoke, a piece of meat floss bread appeared in his hand and stuffed it into Qin Wanchuang's arms, and rubbed delay with it. Chen Hang lowered his head, his expression so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it, and his anger almost devoured his sanity. Lin Feng didn't care about that and went straight back to 501 past the crowd. He couldn't accept the Qin Wanchuang sisters for the time being, so he tried to sow discord between them first and make them give up on Chen Hang. Lin Feng had a premonition that the incompetent and furious Chen Hang would have a conflict with the Qin sisters today. As for whether letting them squeeze into the 26th floor would cause the Qin Wanchuang sisters to encounter an accident, Lin Feng was not worried. With the presence of the tall eunuch Chen Hang, the Qin Wanchuang sisters would not be taken advantage of by others. Back at 501, Wen Wan, who had been waiting behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief. What took you so long? As soon as you left the building, there was a loud noise that nearly shattered the glass. The green mist was about to engulf the 4th floor. Looking at Wen Wan's worried and angry eyes, Lin Feng gently scratched Wen Wan's nose. Don't worry, Aunt Wan, I'll take it down myself and easily take it down. Just move into the luxurious house on the top floor. What did you tell them? Press the granate on the door. If it doesn't open, break it down and fry it, then kill it. Then it will open. Have you packed your things? I've packed it up. I've packed yours too. But the supplies in your room need to be moved. We have to hurry. Those people lingering at the door are also a nuisance. Also, the tap water is green and can't be drunk. We have limited storage capacity, so we have to conserve it. As expected, this green mist seems to be soluble in water. Lin Feng Wan came to the 2nd bedroom. The system space had been upgraded to 30 cubic meters, so it was no problem to accommodate these supplies. With a wave of his hand, the supplies disappeared out of thin air. Xiaofeng, how did you do that? Wen Wan opened her mouth in surprise. Superpowers, otherwise you really think the M16A4 was taken out from the crotch? This is really unbelievable. Don't show this ability casually in the future. It's a crime to possess a treasure. Wen Wan's face flushed. Don't worry, you're the only one who knows about this for now. Collect your luggage and let's go. In the master bedroom, Wen Wan had packed her clothes into packages of different sizes, leaving a few small ones for Lin Feng and Wen Wan to carry 2 each, and putting the rest into the space. When I opened the door, the people outside were gone. They must be preparing tools to open the door to the 26th floor. After locking the door, I went to the stairwell. The green mist had already risen to the 2 steps below the corner of the 5th floor. It was indescribably weird. The line of sight is only 2 or 3 meters through the fog, and visibility is not high. Wen Wan grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, "Let's go, Xiaofeng. It's creepy here." Chapter 11. Is it really a brothel? Arriving at the 27th floor, Lin Feng took out his key and opened the door. Wen Wan was also surprised by the luxurious decoration of the living room. She didn't expect that the small Meijiewan community was full of hidden talents. Tang Tang is not in the living room. Lin Feng took Wan on a tour like a country bumpkin. There was a sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Tang Tang had already changed out of the blood-stained hot pants and put on a pair of long pants. She was looking at the light green tap water spraying from the shower head in annoyance. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't dare to use this thing to wash her body. The tap water is no longer usable, use this. A large bucket of water appeared at the bathroom door. Lin Feng understood the principle that whoever pollutes should clean up. Tang Tang glared at Lin Feng resentfully. Forget it, I'll just use a wet wipe to wipe it. Let's use less water now and save it. It's up to you. I have endless food and drink. In 2 days, you will know how lucky you are to be taken by me. By the way, I checked Tang Tang's loyalty 20. Fortunately, the hostility is not particularly strong. If it weren't for being too hasty, the value might even be positive. Unfortunately, Lin Feng is not in the mood for love. When it comes to love between men and women, gentleness is enough. Lin Feng would not have much patience for other women. If her loyalty did not improve, it meant that the woman was short-sighted and could not see the situation clearly. She would be dead if she died. Is this the person you want to pick up? Is this aunt your mother? Tang Tang looked at Wan provocatively. Although Wan was 32 years old, she was in excellent condition. She couldn't be the mother of 21-year-old Lin Feng at all. She was obviously being sarcastic. What a strange girl, she has some quirks. She was obviously raped, but she is still jealous. When Wan was not annoyed, it's a bit of a bother to stay at your house, but Xiaofeng will also provide you with the necessary survival supplies and protect your safety. Ha, you blew up the door with a grenade to protect me? You attacked me as soon as you walked in for my own good? So I should say thank you? Is this how you discipline your son, auntie? Tang Tang laughed out of anger. They were indeed a perverted duo, both equally hypocritical. When Wan glared at Lin Feng, who was grinning. In fact, she had guessed what was going on as soon as she came in and saw the blood-stained hot pants in the sink, but she didn't care about it. You will understand how lucky you are to have met Xiaofeng in the future. Oh, and by the way, Xiaofeng is not my son, but my man. After saying that, he turned around and went to put his luggage away. So you like mature ones? Tang Tang looked at Lin Feng strangely. Thinking of the way Lin Feng pulled out Wuching, Tang Tang felt so angry that her teeth itched. Why hurt him if he didn't love him? I like variety. Lin Feng shrugged and turned back to the living room. He had been busy early in the morning and quickly lay down on the high-end sofa to take a rest. Bastard! Tang Tang picked up the blood-stained shorts and took a look at them, gnawing on them with her silver teeth. After a while, she folded the shorts dejectedly and put them away. When I open my phone, I see over 99 WeChat messages. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng's grenade woke everyone up. It also inadvertently saved all the residents on the 4th floor of the building. For hashtag 404, what the hell was that so early in the morning when a firecracker went off that the windows shattered? I was so scared I pooped on the bed. For hashtag 401 rabbit, it's foggy, green. My sky is so weird. I'm almost to the 4th floor. What should I do? I feel like there's something in the fog. 13 hashtag 901 Shiman de Guanren, I contacted several neighbors below the 4th floor, but no one answered the phone. For hashtag 401 rabbit, me too, this green fog is definitely a big problem. Everyone, pack up and go to the upper floors. Aunt Zhang, 502, 6th floor neighborhood committee, neighbors on the upper floors, the time has come to test our neighborly bonds. Let's open our doors and work together to overcome these difficult times. 6 hashtag 1501-1, Aunt Zhang, do you have any supplies? I have a spare room here if you can give me half. Aunt Zhang, 502, 6th floor neighborhood committee, you're so Philistine at such a young age, not at all masculine. I'm just staying here for a few days, so I'll give you 50 yuan at most. 6 hashtag 1501-1, save your 50 yuan for the coffin. 5 hashtag 502 Madam Chin, neighbors in building 5, could anyone stay with us for a few days? I'd be so grateful. I'll definitely reward you handsomely once the disaster is over. 5 hashtag 2001 fitness coach Wang, I have a spot here, but unfortunately I can only accommodate one person. Pretty girl, would you like to come? 5 hashtag 502 Madam Chin, there are 3 of us in my family. Can we just occupy one room? 5 hashtag 2001 fitness coach Wang, beauty, I don't have any spare rooms at home, so I can only take one in and squeeze in with me. 5 hashtag 502 Chen Hang, then I'll go squeeze in with you. 5 Hashtag 2001 Fitness Coach Wang, female only. Lin Feng sneered. It was only the second day and there was a problem with the water supply. The gas and electricity probably wouldn't last long. This order probably couldn't be maintained for too long. The only problem is communication. It's so uncomfortable when the internet is cut off. Fortunately, when Wan and Tang Tang are with me, so it's not too boring. I can even play landlord. Just stay alive for now, and wait until your psychic abilities are awakened before dealing with anything else. When Wan took her luggage to the second bedroom, opened the wardrobe to put the luggage in, but was shocked by the clothes in the wardrobe and her face blushed with embarrassment. T-string, C-string, high-slit cheongsams, JK, student uniforms, stewardess uniforms, one-piece skirts, unopened boxes of various colored stockings and suspenders, various styles of long and short tubes, mask pants with hollowed-out sides, yoga pants. There is a wide variety of things to look at. The owner of this house is indeed not serious, when one cursed inwardly, but Xiaofeng should like it, why not try it on and try it on? Thinking about it, her face started to get hot. What are you looking at, Antwan? Lin Feng appeared silently behind Wan Wan without anyone knowing when. Ah! When Wan was startled and closed the wardrobe door reflexively. She turned around and saw Lin Feng standing behind her, looking at her with a smile. My heart was pounding and my breathing was heavy. I'll put the clothes away. The clothes inside are nice. Antwan, pick one and let me see it. Lin Feng pushed Wan Wan to the corner and stared at her eyes condescendingly and playfully. Ah! No, no. Let's not touch other people's things. Tang Tang will be angry. When Wan waved her hands quickly. The serious feeling of stealing made her heart beat faster. These clothes are not hers. You misunderstood her. There was indeed a prostitute here, but Tang Tang was not one of them. She was still a virgin 2 hours ago. Bang! When Wan punched Lin Feng in the chest, why? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Ha ha! Not bad, Antwan, I'll be waiting for you outside. Remember to choose a set from the inside out. Oh, and choose one for Tang Tang as well. Lin Feng continued to check his phone, perhaps he could find some more useful information from the news. A bunch of idiots in the group are still looking forward to today's drone airdrop. What the hell is going on? The situation has deteriorated rapidly. It's hard to say whether the people who organized the airdrop are still alive. Ah! Why do I have to wear these? My dad bought these for the slutty fox. I'm not wearing them. Why should I please him? This is my home. Tang Tang's angry scream came from the bedroom, but Lin Feng just laughed it off, saying that time would teach her a lesson. Lin Feng had looked at the refrigerator just now. There was not much food. Lin Feng planned to let her eat it all in a while and let her skip a meal at night. She would be well behaved after 2 meals. When Wan was still persuading Tang Tang in a low voice. After a while, the two seemed to have reached some compromise. The sound of someone putting on clothes came from the bedroom. Chapter 12 When Wan vs Tang Tang, playing with contrast. 10 minutes later, when Wan and Tang Tang came out of the second bedroom shyly. When Wan was wearing a JK uniform, white stockings and a high ponytail. The uniform was so tight that only 2 buttons on her chest could be fastened. She looked pure, even purer than a real student. Tang Tang wore a belly-exposing t-shirt on the upper body and black thin transparent mask pants on the lower body. The pants were very thin but there was no trace of panties. The details were handled very well. She wore pointed high-heeled leather boots and had long hair. Although her face was very young, her outfit was very mature and coquettish. Lin Feng and Lin Xiaofeng looked up instantly and their eyes lit up. What a contrast! Uncle Tang has really good taste in clothes. Who chose these outfits for you two? Lin Feng's teasing made the 2 girls wish they could find a hole to crawl into, their faces flushed red. These are the 2 most conservative pieces. There's nothing in that closet that I can wear out. When Wan explained in vain. Don't be so conservative next time. I'll confiscate your own clothes. Well, we haven't had breakfast yet, Miss Tang, how are you going to treat us? What? Didn't you just say you had supplies and that I needed to rely on you in the future? And now you want to eat my food for the first meal? Tang Tang was dumbfounded. How could someone be so shameless? Yes, I do have endless supplies, but I'm going to eat up your stock first. If you don't obey me in the future, you will not only be fried, but also beaten and starved. In Tang Tang's eyes, Lin Feng's smile was pure devilishness. No, devil should not be as bad as Lin Feng. Lin Feng searched out all the stock in the refrigerator, including a large bottle of milk, a braised pork elbow, 3 pieces of ham, a sandwich, and a pack of instant noodles. Miss Tang, can you cook? Xiao Feng, I'll do it. When Wan looked at Tang Tang, whose lips were pouting up to the sky. Although she knew that Lin Feng was trying to tame her, he was not in the right after all. The psychological endurance of a girl who had just reached adulthood was limited. No, I only use the microwave. Let Aunt Wen teach you. In the future, you should take the initiative to share the housework with Aunt Wen. You should do at least 2/3 of it. Lin Feng lay on the sofa with his legs crossed, gesticulating. Tang Tang was speechless. Oh my god, please strike him to death with thunder. Come with me, Tang Tang. I'll teach you how to cook. Don't worry, Xiaofeng has a lot of supplies after you finish eating these, many times more than you have here. The second daughter started cooking in the kitchen. Actually, there was nothing much to do. They just had to heat up some cooked food. While the two were heating up the food, Lin Feng spent 30 strategy points in the system mall to exchange for a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall, a steamed wild yellow croaker, a stir-fried prawn, a stir-fried kidney, a seafood dumpling soup, and 4 exquisite cold dishes. When Tang Tang and Wan brought the braised pork elbow and ham instant noodles, which were regarded as treasures, to the table, they were completely stunned by the exquisite 8 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Wan was no exception. She knew that Lin Feng had robbed a convenience store, but there was no way a convenience store would have these things. This was like robbing a 5-star hotel. The key point is that several hot dishes are still steaming. Where did he heat them? Lin Feng sat at the head of the dining table and picked a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet in the living room and poured it into the decanter. This thing is also available in the system mall, but it costs 50 strategy points, which is enough to buy an RPG rocket launcher. At this stage, Lin Feng is reluctant to exchange it unless a vibranium nuclear-powered kidney is offered as a reward one day. Lin Feng poured a glass of Lafite and shook it in his hand, looking at Tang Tang with a smile. Sit down. When Wan pulled Tang Tang to sit on Lin Feng's left, and she sat obediently on Lin Feng's right. Tang Tang's face turned slightly red, half ashamed and half embarrassed. You're just giving me a hard time after eating your melons and dates. I contributed much more to this meal than you did. Lin Feng felt that he could open a paid PUA class, but unfortunately no one else could copy his method. We can't finish all this. This is enough to fill me up. Tang Tang tried to defend her trampled-on dignity. If you can't finish it, throw it away. But you're not taking advantage of me. Even though this bottle of red wine doesn't taste that good, it's still valuable. Tang Tang was speechless and choked up. Wow, this red wine was not brought by you. The wine cabinet seems to be locked? How did you open it? That kind of broken lock can only protect against gentlemen but not villains. It can be opened with an axe. Lin Feng took a sip of Lafite and gave up. He couldn't get used to it. That's very fitting, Mr. Little Man. I can say it myself, but you can't. This won't happen again, or I'll slap you. By the way, let me take a picture before we start eating. Take your broken elbow ham sausage aside. Tang Tang. The room is big, the bed is soft, and the food is delicious. Private message for full body, bare-faced photos of beautiful women who want to come. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Lin Feng confirmed it through private messaging. Since the group owner and administrator hadn't made any moves, it was probably over. So he didn't have to worry about getting kicked out for changing his username and arousing public outrage. 5 #2001 Fitness Coach Wang, fuck, fake, definitely a fake image from the internet. Aunt Chung, 502, 6th floor neighborhood committee, young man, don't be so selfish. Don't you know this is a critical period? Why are you still being so extravagant? Tell me your address. 6 #1501-Wang, only an idiot would believe this, it's obviously a sex scam. For #404 I don't believe in evil, I believe you're evil. Most people in the group were skeptical about the food photos posted by Lin Feng. It's too sumptuous and too wasteful. Even if there are so many ingredients, how dare we waste them like this? The problem is that the tap water is no longer usable. How much water would be needed to cook so many dishes? Lin Feng knew they didn't believe it. Use your phone to take a photo of the 3 of us and the food and send it to the group. Lin Feng said lightly to Tang Tang. Post the photo in the group? I won't. Tang Tang screamed angrily. Bang! Lin Feng slapped Tang Tang in the face, and a slap mark immediately appeared on her pink face. Tang Tang's grievance and fear had been suppressed to the extreme. She covered her face and cried, and her loyalty immediately dropped to -30. When Wan pulled Lin Feng's arm in a reproachful manner, at least give her some time to accept the reality. Then he came to Tang Tang and pulled her into his arms. You have to face the reality. If you want to survive in this apocalyptic world, you must rely on a man. Later you will find that Xiao Feng is the best choice. In fact, Lin Feng didn't hate Tang Tang. Instead, he liked her vitality and temperament. They had no past grudges, but he couldn't tolerate her temper. Come over and take pictures when you're done crying. Tang Tang wiped away her tears, returned to her seat, took out her cell phone and framed the three of them on the dining table. Who are you pouting for? Smile for me. Finally, Lin Feng held Delay in his right hand and Xiao Lei in his left hand, and a photo of the three of them on the dining table was sent to the group through Tang Tang's WeChat account. There was a red slap mark on Tang Tang's left cheek, but she was smiling. A pure college student was dressed like a mature woman. Wan's eyes are full of gentleness and tranquility, and she is full of charm, but she is wearing a pure JK schoolgirl outfit. Two stunning beauties with extreme contrast surrounded Lin Feng, and in front of them was a table of 8 expensive dishes and 1 soup. 5#2701 Tang Tang loves to eat candy picture. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the animals in the group went completely crazy. 5#1001 Lao Wang next door, brother. Open the door for me. I'll kneel down in front of you and listen to the holy sound. 5#2001 Fitness Coach Wang, stop talking, start the class, Jusho. Start the most expensive class. I'll pay and kneel down to listen. 6#502 Ant Zhang Neighborhood Committee, this is immoral. Can 3 people finish all this food? 6#1501 Dazhuang, please kick the ant out, brother, you can continue to post, my younger brother likes to read it, and my younger brother has to listen to the class even if he has no money. 9#1301 My wife is upset, my heart is broken, brother, I won't let you touch my 2 sisters-in-law. Chapter 13 Fishing in the Group. 8#802 Zhou Pai, Lin Feng, do you think I won't recognize you just because you changed your username? Damn, you're just a cashier? Are you a gigolo? For #40122, I know both of these people, Wan and Tang Tang, 2 stunning beauties from Building 5. Why are they like this? For #404, I give in. I'll change my name now. Forefather, I want to go and kneel down and worship you in person. 8#802 Your Pan Jinlian, little brother, can you finish it? Don't waste it. I'm no worse than the 2 little sisters around you. 9#1301 My wife is leaking, brother Pai, your wife is so slutty and you don't care. 13#901 Shiman de Guanren, at your Pan Jinlian, the Grandmaster has no time to deal with you, a slut, you should come find me. 1#1001 Ho de Zaiwu, the world is going downhill. Can someone tell me how to get to Building 5? Urgent. 2#1501 Yang Yang's grandma, can you please focus on the real business? Are the supplies that were promised to be airdropped today still coming? We're almost out of food. 13#901 Shiman de Guanren, is there anything more correct than the Grandmaster giving a lecture? Kneeling and waiting for the Grandmaster's reply. 9#1301 My wife is upset, what the hell is airdropping chickens? Can't you see what's going on outside? 2601 Xin Wanchuang and her family were sitting cross-legged in the unfinished master bedroom. The furniture was too heavy to move and there was no place to put it, so they only brought their valuables and bedding. Residents from several floors below moved into the first floor of the 26th floor for shelter, and even those on the 7th and 8th floors came in, fearing that they would wake up tonight and be engulfed by the green mist tomorrow. Now, every room in every household on the 26th floor is occupied by a family. The atmosphere in the room where Qin Wanchuang and the other 2 were was extremely depressing, and Chen Hang's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Not only was he humiliated, but even his wife was teased. Chen Hang looked at Qin Wanchuang with an increasingly strange look in his eyes. There was an obvious slap mark on Qin Wanchuang's face. She knelt down in the corner and sobbed softly. Qin Xiaolu whispered comfort to her beside her. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the reactions in the group. It seemed that many people still had some reserves at home. After all, it was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Throwing the phone aside, it's time to eat. Wenwan skillfully picked up a piece of kidney and placed it on the plate in front of Lin Feng. Can't you eat by yourself? You still need others to serve you. Tang Tang glared at Lin Feng and muttered softly. Auntie Wan, you eat first and let her serve me. Why? Do I need to be served when I eat? Even my father doesn't get this treatment. Your face doesn't hurt anymore? What else can you do besides showing off your power? Tang Tang was furious. This guy always resorted to violence. One trick is enough to conquer the world. If you talk back one more time, I'll make you cook the Chinese version of Nyote Mori. Do you believe it? Tang Tang shut up immediately. She would rather be slapped 10 times and fried once than do female body sushi, especially the Chinese version, which was perverted. This bastard is such a torturer. He picked up the plate and started feeding Lin Feng. You have no tact, pick up more offensive dishes. Lin Feng did not make things too difficult for Tang Tang. This girl was too stupid and it was obvious that she had never served anyone before. Apart from being tender, there's really not much else to pick out. Wenwan gave Tang Tang a look and said, eat quickly, I'll do it. The 3 people didn't eat too much, and the 2 girls didn't eat too full either. Both of them had the habit of losing weight, and in the face of doomsday, they were intentionally frugal. Wenwan stood up and was about to clear the table. Let her clean up today. We'll talk to her when she no longer has any ill will towards me. Lin Feng took Wenwan's hand and asked her to sit next to him. Tang Tang muttered as she worked, just brush it, the water is poisonous anyway, if you're not afraid I'll brush it. Lin Feng waved his hand casually, and 2 large buckets of water appeared on the table, use this to brush. Wenwan leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, Tang Tang is a very good girl. That's not as good as Aunt Wan. You are unique. Lin Feng started dribbling the ball after dinner. The ancients said that dribbling the ball after dinner helps digestion. No, Xiaofeng, Tang Tang is still over there and can hear you. What I want is to be able to hear. Tang Tang washed several plates for an hour and her legs were numb from standing. I only dared to come out of the kitchen after the living room was quiet. During this hour, Lin Feng's phone kept ringing with calls from friends, and Lin Feng accepted them one by one. 17 #1101 doesn't eat cilantro, could you give me a little bit to eat? Quality, 60 points, elegant. Women's virtue, 10 points, biochemical mother, consume with caution. Comprehensive score, 35 points, does not meet the system requirements. Blacklist. 18 #1501 unsafe insurance, please ask for food, don't treat me like a human being, picture. Quality, 20, initially humanoid. Woman's virtue, 100, perfect virginity. Comprehensive score, 60, does not meet system requirements. Lin Feng was relieved after being blocked. Fortunately, the upper limit of women's virtue was 100. 8 #802 Your Pan Jinlian, little brother, look at what I am like, picture. Quality, 70, elegant. Woman's virtue, 90, a married woman with a virginity, speaks freely but actually hates men. Comprehensive score, 80, meets system requirements. It's out of the ordinary. The unruly Pan Jinlian's wifely virtue rating is so high. The innocent-looking woman who doesn't eat coriander is actually a biochemical mother. However, the fog is so strange that I can't go to building number 8 for the time being. I will go there after I grow up a little. I must try the saltiness of Pan Jinlian. For #401 rabbit, voice, little brother, I want to eat too. Picture, 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 picture. Quality, 30, ugly. Women's virtue, 20, 5 ex-boyfriends, 5 abortions. Comprehensive score, 25, does not meet system requirements. Blacklisted, I was almost fooled by the sweet voice. My goodness, this woman's virtue is almost catching up with the biological mother. How did she manage to have 5 boyfriends with a quality score of 30? Among the more than 10 women who sent photos, only Zhou Beiopi's wife Pan Jinlian barely qualified. The others were either ugly or pretty, and what was even more terrifying was that there were some ugly ones. There were more polarized male compatriots, some begging for the class to start, and some adding him as a friend and angrily calling him a beast. 9 #1301 My wife is leaking gas, brother, please, I want to eat your leftovers. 13 #901 Shiman de Guanren, brother, I will wash the pots and lick the plates for you. 1 #1001 How does Iwo, this is a scum that violates moral standards. I have already reported it to the police. 5 #1001 Lao Wang next door, brother, we live in the same building, please don't throw away the leftovers. If you need anything, just let me know. Xiao Wang is always at your disposal. 5 Hashtag 2001 Fitness Coach Wang, brother, please, start the class. Transfer 8888. For Hashtag 404, brother. My faith. My God. Please don't touch my sister-in-law. Ha, a bunch of losers, just ignore it. Well, that's not right. I should be strong enough to eliminate the old, weak, sick and disabled, and keep some strong and powerful people to be my lackeys. Otherwise, it would be boring if there are fewer and fewer people in the world in the future. Mass message, don't say I don't give you a chance. Anyone who knows about a beautiful woman, a real beauty, the kind with chastity, please provide the exact address. I will inspect the woman and guarantee that she will have enough food and drink. As for inspecting the goods, let's see their respective abilities. Lin Feng doesn't keep useless people. There was silence for a while, and a few people provided information about beautiful women. Lin Feng collected them one by one and had the chance to inspect them. If they were real and these people could survive until he finished inspecting them, Lin Feng would not mind giving them some supplies and making them his lackeys. Maybe some people just want to have fun and treat Lin Feng as an idiot, but it doesn't matter, time will prove everything. If someone provided information that the ugly bastard was trying to trick him, Lin Feng would naturally make him regret why he didn't die on the first day of the apocalypse. Chapter 14 The Mutant Dog That Bit the Mistress to Death. Ah! Wait, don't bite mommy! A woman screamed at the top of her lungs. Lin Feng and the other two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a corgi as strong as a calf biting the hostess madly on the 18th floor of Building 6 opposite. Wait! I'm mom! Let go! The woman had been knocked to the ground by the corgi and was trying to block with her arms. The corgi bit the woman's left arm hard and shook its head wildly. The woman screamed in pain and kept hitting the corgi's head with her right hand. The corgi was completely unaffected. With a hard pull, a large piece of flesh was torn off. The woman let out an earth-shattering scream that echoed throughout the community. While the corgi was swallowing flesh and blood, the woman frantically retreated to the balcony and shouted for help. Help! My baby is going crazy. Someone please save me. Why don't you open the door and ask the neighbors in the building to help kill that mad dog? The neighbors in the surrounding buildings were very anxious, and some neighbors in Building 6 had already brought their weapons to the 18th floor. No, don't kill my weight. Well, maybe your baby is hungry, just let it eat you. The anxious neighbors were speechless. No, woo-woo, the weight is blocking the way and I can't open the door. Quick, pick the lock. The weight is coming again. Quick, pick the lock. Ah! The woman's screams stopped abruptly. Lin Feng saw clearly that the corgi had locked the woman's neck tightly. The woman held the corgi with both hands and tried to struggle, but the struggle was in vain. After just a moment, the woman's kicking legs gradually lost their strength. The corgi bit off a large piece of flesh from the woman's neck and began to feast on it. Ugh! Ugh! Wen Wan and Tang Tang covered their mouths and rushed to the bathroom at the same time. Why is there no movement? Neighbors who can see, please report what's happening. After a while, someone gasped and trembled, she's dead. The woman was bitten to death by a corgi. The neighborhood fell into silence. At this time, at the door of Building 6, 1801, 4 burly men were standing at the door, holding baseball bats, fire axes, and kitchen knives, looking at each other. Still, going in? Isn't this dog a mutant? Do you have enough food at home? This dog will eat for a long time. Mutations are also carbon-based. 4 guys with knives are afraid of a corgi? We'll know after we go in and take a look. The 4 of them quickly reached an agreement to break into the house and kill the dog, and at the same time see if the family had any useful supplies. By the time the 4 men finally opened the door with great effort, half of the woman's body had been eaten. The left half of the body was intact, while the right half was a skeleton that had been gnawed clean and covered in blood. This is a corgi who is very neat about chewing bones and has obsessive-compulsive disorder. The 4 men vomited on the spot. He crawled out of the door. Still killing? We've already smashed down the door to room 1801. No one will be able to leave the house unless we kill this beast. How can there be such a big corgi? It's as sleek and smooth as a calf, unlike those zombie-like monkeys, cats, and dogs. Stop talking nonsense. This beast has no intention of letting us go. Come over here. Fuck. For gentlemen armed with weapons can still be scared by a beast. Lin Feng saw clearly that after the corgi had bitten the woman, its body had obviously become bigger. It's not the zombie-like animal downstairs. It should have evolved like itself, and may have awakened some special abilities. It seems that animals, like humans, have two directions, infection and evolution. The battle in room 1801, building 6, was about to break out. 4 men swung fire axes and baseball bats at the corgi. The corgi roared wildly, charging forward fearlessly against 4 enemies alone. When Wan and Tang Tang had finished vomiting and returned to Lin Feng to watch the fight, the 2 women unconsciously grabbed Lin Feng's arms. Xiao Feng, can those 4 people beat that mad dog? When Wan grabbed Lin Feng's hand with a pale face. What if I can't beat it and it escapes? Tang Tang was already imagining what she would do if she were facing this mad dog. It's hard to say. Don't worry, I will take action if it doesn't work. Lin Feng was just about to test the power of the SSS level supernatural power. At this moment, the fierce battle in 1801 has become fierce, and Corgi is covered in blood. The 4 men all looked grim and were injured. One of the Mediterranean guys holding a kitchen knife had a small piece of flesh torn off his left arm, and he gasped in pain. If the bald brother hadn't used a fire axe to chop the corgi's anus when the corgi was biting him, it might not have been a matter of just losing a small piece of flesh. The 4 of them were already hesitant. The name weight was too appropriate, as it was as stable as iron. But the corgi didn't intend to let them go, and the 4 of them knew that they couldn't retreat at this time, otherwise at least one person would have to stay behind to feed the corgi so that the other 3 would have a chance to escape. No one wanted to face this beast alone, and what was the point of saving face if they ran away? The corgi's body was covered in hideous wounds, but if the 4 of them worked together, they still had a good chance of winning. There were only 4 of them in the building who dared to come and rescue people, so they were quite brave. As the battle continued, the corgi had more and more wounds on his body and his original fur color could no longer be seen, but his spirit was still as strong as ever. The 4 men were already exhausted and out of breath. If 3 of them hadn't been holding baseball bats and fire axes to block the attacks and bites, they would have been in a much worse situation. The Mediterranean brother holding the kitchen knife was complaining in his heart. He was the only one holding a broken kitchen knife and it was difficult for him to block, so he was injured the most seriously and was already showing signs of exhaustion. Woof woof! The corgi roared and gathered its strength to pounce on the Mediterranean brother holding a kitchen knife. The other 3 immediately came to his aid, but this time the corgi withstood the attack of 3 people, knocked the Mediterranean brother to the ground, and bit him tightly without letting go. After a while, Brother Mediterranean was breathing in less and breathing out more. The corgi went crazy and continued to bite the bald man holding the fire axe. The bald brother blocked with his axe as usual, but this time the corgi held on to the axe handle tightly and pulled it back violently. The fire axe in the bald brother's hand slipped out and was taken away by the corgi. The bald brother panicked immediately after losing his weapon, and the brother with glasses and the flat-headed brother were already sweating on their foreheads. How come this beast was getting more and more fierce as the fight went on? At this moment, the corgi was blocking the door and trapping the 4 men in the room. Seeing that things were not going well, the honey badger immediately ran into the nearest bedroom and locked the door. Grass! The ghosts of bald brother and glasses brother both appeared. The Mediterranean Sea can no longer stand up, and now another one is running away. The bald guy and the guy with glasses didn't hesitate any longer and rushed to the nearest bathroom and bedroom respectively. The guy with glasses was lucky and successfully hid in the bathroom because the corgi pounced on the bald guy. The corgi pounced on the bald guy from behind and bit his neck hard, and the 4-man team lost another member. The victorious corgi looked at the bathroom and bedroom doors with disdain, then walked to the balcony and looked down at the outside world with disdain. Why is there no movement? Was the mad dog killed? The neighbor with a poor view immediately asked loudly when he heard the silence. The neighbors on the 18th floor of Building 6 were so shocked that they were speechless for a long time. Woof woof! The corgi roared to the sky, as if responding to the question of the curious neighbor and declaring victory in the war. Chapter 15, All Offensive Ingredients. The neighborhood was dead silent. A dog defeated 4 strong men with weapons and had no chance of survival. Xiao Feng, how about trying it with your rifle? When Wan is now proficient in firearms and knows that this distance will not have much effect on her Glock G17. This beast could withstand so many hits from a baseball bat and a fire axe and still be alive and well. When Wan even doubted whether Lin Feng's M16A4 could shoot and kill this beast. After all, this corgi is not stupid. If it is not killed in one blow, it will definitely hide. Maybe he will run from building 6 to building 5. Lin Feng was very sure that if he didn't use a gun, even if he was given a knife, with his initially strengthened physique, he would probably not be a match for this weight. But I have an SSS-level superpower, the world-destroying demonic thunder, so I can try out its power. Lin Feng stood in front of the window with high spirits, grabbed Tang Tang's chin and pulled her in front of him. Girl, look carefully, it's just a beast, watch how I kill it. Die. The devil's thunder of destruction. The originally calm sky suddenly became windy and covered with dark clouds. Snap. A bolt of black lightning struck the corgi that was standing on the balcony of Building 6, Room 1801, looking down at the community. The corgi fell straight down with its body charred. Humph, I am the community god of war. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the pre-release special effects of the world-destroying demonic thunder. It's just that the consumption was a bit too great. I felt dizzy and weak in the legs due to overexertion. I overestimated that guy. It should be cooked by now. Gentle, loyalty 99 plus. Tang Tang, loyalty 10. Tang Tang, loyalty 10. Tang Tang, loyalty 20. Tang Tang, loyalty 30. Wan's eyes were full of little stars, and she was so happy that she almost fainted. Tang Tang opened her mouth so wide in surprise that the whole Lin Xiaofeng could fit in it. He's a little childish, but really strong. The evolved corgi that 4 men fought desperately to kill was killed by him with just a wave of his hand. Being his woman seems to be a good idea. It is not a shameful thing to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later in today's society, even though he forced himself on the bus. It turns out that these two girls both like young men with middle school syndrome. It seems that I have to pretend more in the future. Lin Feng secretly made up his mind. The power of the world-destroying demonic thunder was no less than expected, which made Lin Feng more eager for the next spiritual ability. Mutated animals seem to have a natural advantage over humans. This corgi has just mutated and its combat power is so strong. If Lin Feng faces 2 or even more at the same time, he will have no choice but to run away. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and decided to collect 1,000 strategy points within 2 days, even if it meant having a sore back. Wan and Tang Tang are both new cannons, and the rifling should be able to withstand it. Alas, it is really a hard life. You must conquer Qin Wanchuan within 3 days, and directly consume 1,000 strategy points to awaken your psychic abilities. The all-terrain RV exchange plan also needs to be put on the agenda. Lin Feng estimates that the electricity will not last for a few days. Once everyone's supplies are almost consumed, a large-scale migration is inevitable. You should prepare yourself early. Lin Feng felt a dull pain in his waist when he thought about the RV's price of 10,000 points, and it would need to be modified later. Ordinary RVs definitely cannot meet the protection needs, and the thought of this makes my waist ache even more. No, lunch must include at least 3 offensive ingredients, and you must nourish yourself well. As lunchtime approached, Lin Feng exchanged a bunch of fresh ingredients from the system store. He decided to let the woman cook for him when conditions allowed. It is more down to earth than the finished products that can be exchanged directly, and its main purpose is to give them something to do. Sheep gun, sheep cannon, and sheep kidneys. Oysters, wolfberries, and giant soft-shelled turtle. Eggs, chives, black sesame seeds. Xiaofeng, who are you trying to kill? Wan's legs suddenly went weak when she saw the table full of offensive ingredients. I don't want to eat any of these. I want to eat braised pork. Tang Tang protested. Who told you to eat it? I told you to enjoy it. Ah? What? Go and work on it, let Anwen teach you. Lin Feng waved his hand to signal them to work quickly, and started fiddling with his phone. Wan immediately picked up the sheep gun, sheep cannon, and sheep kidneys. Come on, Tang Tang, take the others, I will teach you how to cook and nourish Xiaofeng well. You're a man with weak kidneys. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Tang Tang complained in her heart. Then, resigned to his fate, he picked up the oysters, wolfberries, and giant turtle and followed Wan into the kitchen. The group was heatedly discussing the mutant corgi in Building 6 and the strange wind and lightning just now. 5 #1001 Lao Wang next door, it's getting more and more evil. I heard that the corgi not only bit the hostess to death, but also killed the 4 older brothers who came to help. 5 #901 Eating cilantro, the older sister is still half lying on the balcony railing, half of it has been eaten, picture. 5 #2001 Fitness Coach Wang, I saw it with my own eyes. I have an excellent view. It was so fucking bloody. That corgi was as strong as a calf. 6 Hashtag 502 Anjing Neighborhood Committee, don't believe in rumors, don't spread them. How could a furry child attack his own family? 6 Hashtag 1501 Dajwang, I can hear the thump. For Hashtag 404 don't believe in evil, evil, really evil. For Hashtag 401 Rabbit, those who keep pets should be careful. 8 Hashtag 802 Your Pan-Jinlian, it's not entirely like that. My Mau Mau has also changed, but he is still very obedient. 10-second video. A lamb like pure white fleece is cooking with fire. Lin Feng was stunned. This was a Bichon Frise? Lin Feng remembered this Bichon Frise named Mau Mau. A few days ago, Pan Jinlian carried the baby to the store. At that time, it looked like it weighed only 3 or 4 pounds at most, but now it is as big as a lamb. For Hashtag 401 Rabbit, oh my god, this is so awesome and adorable, and it can even breathe fire and cook. 6 Hashtag 1501 Dajwang, no wonder Jinlian dares to flirt openly in the group. With this pet protecting Dalong, she wouldn't dare to say a word. 5 Hashtag 901 Eating coriander, I'm really envious, but the question is how much does such a big dog have to eat? 8 Hashtag 802 Your Pan Jinlian, the food I bought for Mau Mau is enough for 2 months, and Mau Mau is not afraid that green mist will come downstairs to hunt on its own. 8 Hashtag 901 Xiao Shui, ah. Sister Jinlian won't need that Mau Mau ration anymore, right? Sell it to me. My family is out of food. 8 Hashtag 802 Your Pan Jinlian, no, little brother, Mau Mau doesn't want to eat it, but my Dalong wants to eat it. 5 Hashtag 2001 Fitness Coach Wang, Jinlian, how did your Mau Mau become mutated? I have a teddy at home too, and it can't do anything but sit on a cactus. Picture. 8 Hashtag 802 Your Pan Jinlian, I don't know, little brother, why don't you come and see for yourself? The news in the group made Lin Feng decide to save a group of people with a sense of humor if conditions permit. It can be used as a lackey and also bring fun. After all, humans are social animals. Moreover, there are tens of billions of people on Blue Star. Even if only 10% survive in the end, that is still an astronomical number. By then, he might need a group of capable subordinates to fight for him. Zhou Paopi no longer speaks in the group. I don't know whether he was killed by Pan Jinlian or he just gave up struggling. Moreover, Pan Jinlian actually took the initiative to invite neighbors to her home. The system prompts that Pan Jinlian is not an unfaithful woman. It seems that she is not the only one fishing. Chapter 16, Everyone shows their skills to survive. The beautiful anchor in a one-piece skirt and high heels is swaying hard to the dynamic BGM. Sports cars and rockets kept appearing in the live broadcast room. Shi Dianwei comes up again, I really don't have the energy to reward myself. If I can see the goddess of my dreams wearing a one-piece skirt to please me in my lifetime, it will be worth my life. Not a girly boy, I can still reward myself one last time. If I don't have the next meal, I won't be able to reward myself anymore. Schwer begged for protection, don't reward my brother, save your energy so that we can get through this difficult time together. Even bald people will eventually shine, stop dancing, Schwer, I still like your intellectual beauty. Schwer begged for protection, there's no way, bald brother, Schwer is almost out of food. If I don't jump, I'll starve to death. I beg brothers to airdrop some food. Address XXX. Harry Potter, I topped up the remaining 14 yuan and gave you 11 yuan. I won give you the remaining 3 yuan. Brother, you really don't need to brush it. Just keep it for yourself. Harry is particularly large, the remaining 3 large jades next door will be given to her when they are online. Schwer begged for protection, puff. Continue to decline. My friends. I'm Can and I play for real. Today we're starting the Fog City Survival Challenge. 3 people, 3 axes, collecting supplies in the thick fog. Let's go. I'm playing for the real thing. In the camera, 3 strong men are holding axes, each carrying a large backpack and exploring carefully in the fog. The background is in front of a large supermarket. These 3 grandsons were obviously so hungry that they came out to look for supplies and started a live broadcast to show off. Giving away heads at the start, just tell me if you steal something during live broadcast, and even challenge me outdoors, it's hilarious. Yaya, the guy above died early in the morning. It's already this late and you're still stealing. If you're hungry, you'll eat shit. My friends, the initial judgment is that the green mist is not poisonous, but I feel like there are shadowy things moving in the mist. The 3 of them huddled together, one picking the lock and the other keeping watch. In less than 3 minutes, the rolling door was opened with a loud noise. Hey guys, this is a large supermarket. Now we don't have to worry about food and drink. I feel the hairs on my body standing on end. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Next, let's try not to make any noise and fill the backpack as quickly as possible. Giving away heads at the start, I also feel bad. I hope I won T really give away heads at the start. Don't eat coriander, phh, shut up your crow mouth. The three of them turned on their flashlights and slowly walked into the supermarket. The visibility of 2 or 3 meters made them afraid to act separately, and once separated it would be difficult to get together again. The supermarket was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Relying on their memory, the three of them quickly moved towards the packaged food shelf. The three of them quickly stuffed instant noodles, sausages, and hot and sour rice noodles into their backpacks. Keep your voices down, or you'll attract monsters and die. Cannon, look, is there a person up ahead? Is he also out looking for something to eat? I saw a vague figure at the end of the shelf. Hey! Buddy, are you here looking for food too? DePeo lowered his voice and whispered to the figure. The figure slowly heard the voice and turned to look at the three people. The public screen is already boiling. Fiangyang, silly roe deer, why don't you run away? Where did this guy come from? He is probably a zombie. Giving away heads at the start, I feel like my prediction is coming true. Don't eat coriander, run, brother Cannon. Faced with danger on all sides, the three of them had no time to read the comments and stared at the figure cautiously. Fuck, that's not right, DePeo. We were the ones who pried the door open. There shouldn't be anyone else here. Not necessarily. It could be a trapped staff member. Be careful. A figure slowly approached the three people. The person was wearing a chef's hat and a white apron with the supermarket's logo printed on it. The flesh on his face had rotted away, revealing his dark brown gums, and in his hand he held a long-handled cooking spoon. Fuck. It's the chef who came to the prepared food area this morning to prepare the prepared food. He's turned into a zombie. DePeo walked forward with a ruthless look on his face and kicked the zombie down. The zombie knocked over the shelves, and the goods were scattered all over the floor. Family, look at the cannons and axes chopping zombies. This is real. Type 666 on the public screen. Immediately, an axe hit the head of the zombie who was struggling to get up. The zombie's brain suddenly burst and it became motionless. Suddenly the screen was filled with 666. Wangchuan pants, power, look at that zombie's brain, is there something in it? Giving away heads at the start, could it be a supernatural crystal that can awaken supernatural powers after eating it? I've seen it in other videos, where someone ate it and could spray water. Doesn't eat cilantro, spraying water is considered a superpower? Then I have superpowers too. Giving away heads at the start, not that kind of criticism. Wangchuan pants, don't eat coriander, add me as a friend. Lin Feng also discovered that it was a crystal of supernatural power. This cannon was quite lucky. DePeo squatted down and took out the crystal and took a closer look. The other two looked at each other, their eyes burning with greed. It seems that this supernatural crystal is no longer a secret. DePeo also sensed his companion's strange emotions, and swallowed the crystal in one gulp, regardless of the red and white objects still remaining on it. The comment section is full of spontaneous 666. Xiao Detsi, oh my god. Eating zombie brains raw? Shi Dianwage comes up again, are your eyesight bad? This zombie has exploded with superpower crystals, and its cannons are powerful. Wangchuan pants, eating it directly is the best option, otherwise there will definitely be internal strife. Sure enough, the other two saw that DePeo swallowed the crystals mixed with zombie brain marrow and brain fluid without hesitation. The two of them changed their expressions but didn't say anything in the end. Brother Pal, you don't need to rinse it with water before eating. What's our relationship? We are not competing with you. That's right, Cannon. If more supernatural crystals explode, we'll have to discuss how to distribute them. DePeo's whole body shook and golden light flashed. His body grew 30 centimeters taller. He looked bigger and his muscles seemed to be inflated. A devilish muscle man. Lin Feng was extremely envious. It was definitely a physical strengthening ability. If I awaken this ability and try to attack Wenwan and Tang Tang in this state, well, I might kill them both. Ha ha ha. Is this the feeling of awakening superpowers? I feel so powerful that it's terrifying. DePeo laughed wildly, shocking the two men so much that they frowned. Brother Pal, please be more cautious. Such a loud noise will attract zombies and monsters. The man with glasses on the left muttered dissatisfiedly. What are you afraid of when I'm here, you coward? Lin Feng covered his forehead with his hands. There was a high probability that these three people would die there. As Lin Feng expected, the sounds of fighting and DePeo's arrogant laughter attracted a large number of zombies and mutated monsters of stray cats and dogs. Cannon's two companions turned pale with fear and hid behind Cannon, gritting their teeth in hatred at what an idiot he was. You're just in time. This is a great opportunity to test the power of my special ability. You two just wait and see. After saying that, Cannon roared and punched left and right, smashing a zombie's head. He knocked down 5 zombies in a row, and his companions behind him applauded and cheered. Cannons are awesome. Brother Pow is awesome. The public screen in the live broadcast room also cheered continuously, and the screen was full of awesome. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the cannon. With one enhancement, he could smash the zombie's head with his bare hands. It was not just a simple physical enhancement, it should also have explosive power. Puff! After knocking down the 8th zombie, Cannon's body quickly returned to its original shape like a deflated ball, and his spirit was obviously much weaker. 4 head. Cannon's 2 teammates were like ducks with their necks strangled, their mouths open and their faces flushed red, and then they looked horrified. There are still more than half of the zombies. Cannon, you big idiot. You fucking killed me. Chapter 17. Qin Wanchuan was humiliated. The 2 men turned and ran, ignoring the big idiot surrounded by zombies. The cannon was instantly knocked to the ground by the zombies that surrounded it, causing it to howl miserably. The video ends with DePeo lying on the ground with a look of despair in his eyes. The public screen was filled with a message, the most authentic anchor, rest in peace. What a pity. Lin Feng sighed. It was a really good superpower, but it was destroyed along with the big idiot just after it awakened. And these 3 people provided a very important piece of information, that the green mist is not poisonous to humans. But the neighbors on the floor engulfed by the green mist were killed. This means that zombies and mutated animals may be able to move more freely in the fog, and of course, plants or other strange things cannot be ruled out. It's time for dinner, Xiao Feng. Wan Tang Tang came to the table with braised lamb spear, braised lamb cannon, braised lamb kidney and braised giant turtle. There is also a dish of scrambled eggs with leeks. All dishes were sprinkled with goji berries and black sesame seeds. Is it okay to do it like this? Wan blushed slightly as she looked at the table full of killer dishes, feeling nervous and expectant. Okay, I like everything Aunt Wan cooks. Let's eat. Then what should I eat? I really can't eat all this. Tang Tang said aggrievedly. Lin Feng originally wanted to say that he didn't want to eat hungry, but when he thought about the couple A, he felt that it was necessary to make up for it at this age. Exchanged a bunch of papaya and milk from the system space. Here. Eat these. You rascal, what do you mean? Who eats papaya as a meal? Tang Tang felt seriously offended. Do you believe that if you don't accept the punishment, you will kneel for a whole day? Lin Feng said with a cold face. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. Don't give me that morning scene. Go see who's knocking at the door. Tang Tang held back her tears and ran to watch the video intercom. The woman seems to be your neighbor Qin Wanchuan. How many people? Only herself. Lin Feng gave Wan a look, and Wan understood and took out the pistol and put it on her waist. Lin Feng also exchanged for a Magnum M500, which is said to be the most powerful pistol in the world, and put it on his waist. With his initially strengthened physique and LV3 gunmaster ability, he is able to control this king of revolvers with astonishing recoil. The experience of DePeo, the mutant Corgi, and the mutant Bichon Frise made Lin Feng dare not underestimate anyone. Although he has an SSS level high burst attack ability, his physical enhancement level is not high, so it is still very dangerous to be ambushed by others. Open the door and let her in. Tang Tang curled her lips, slutty bastard. But he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately opened the door to let Qin Wanchuan in. After Qin Wanchuan came in, Tang Tang immediately closed the door again, fearing that someone hiding in the corridor would follow her in. Qin Wanchuan looked at Tang Tang's actions and said calmly, "Don't worry, I came here alone." "Hey, isn't this the beautiful Qin, the workplace elite? Come to visit?" Lin Feng sneered in a sarcastic tone. "You can figure out what this woman is doing with your toes." Today, Lin Feng will let her know what it means that women in troubled times are as cheap as mud. I came out while my husband was asleep and can't stay long. I hope you can sell me some food. Qin Wanchuang ignored Lin Feng and spoke to Tang Tang. Ha, then you will have to stay longer, Lin Feng sneered secretly. Tang Tang looked embarrassed. Not to mention that she didn't want to sell the supplies now because they were precious. The problem was that what she said didn't count. My decision is not final. You have to ask him. Tang Tang nodded at Lin Feng. Qin Wanchuang paused. She really didn't want to ask Lin Feng for help. Qin Wanchuang knew that her previous attitude towards Lin Feng would definitely be resented. Wan, can you? I'm sorry, Wan Shuang, our Xiao Feng has the final say. As a woman, I just need to serve Xiao Feng well. Without waiting for Qin Wanchuang to finish speaking, Wan firmly rejected Qin Wanchuang. In fact, Qin Wanchuang had a bad feeling in her heart as soon as she entered the door. When Wan and Tang Tang's outfits were no longer normal, they were designed to please men, and there was only one man in the room. Qin Wanchuang really couldn't understand why Wan was so willing to become the exclusive lover of this loser. Lin Feng, what exactly do you want us to do to help our family? We don't have much hatred against each other, right? Qin Wanchuang looked at Lin Feng stubbornly with red eyes. Sister Wanchuang, I didn't say I wouldn't help you. Didn't I give you a piece of meat floss bread this morning? How could you forget so quickly? I gave a dog a bone and it wagged its tail at me. Oh, by the way, I forgot you don't like me calling you Sister Wanchuang. You don't mind, do you? Lin Feng sneered. This woman still wanted to maintain a superior attitude. Today Lin Feng must teach her the right attitude when asking for help. Hey! Look at my brain. In this world, people have to be searched before entering a house. If you don't believe me, ask Tang Tang. She's the head of the household, and I've searched her. After all, I have to ensure the safety of the two women. Let's search them first and then talk about aid. Tang Tang curled her lips, obviously recalling some unbearable experiences. Qin Wanchuang looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Body search? What can I hide in these yoga pants? Is it necessary? Aren't you just trying to take advantage of me? That's absolutely necessary. I spent half an hour fussing over Tang Tang's pair of shorts. There are so many places on a woman's body where she can hide things. Yeah, you have to rub her in too. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Lin Feng approached Qin Wanchuang with an evil smile on his face. Qin Wanchuang stepped back and was about to run away. I won't buy it. You can come and go as you please here? Lin Feng grabbed Qin Wanchuang's hair and dragged her to the dining table. Qin Wanchuang felt so much pain that she could only lie on the dining table under Lin Feng's force. You use your cell phone to record the body search process. Lin Feng picked up the cell phone and threw it to Tang Tang. Tang Tang secretly called it a pervert and picked up her phone to start recording. If your comrades die, you will not die in the same channel. If they don't cooperate, the roles will be swapped. As soon as the body search began, Qin Wanchuang felt something was wrong. Is this how you search people? Who could hide something in their anus? Ah! Lin Feng, you pervert, how can you hide things there? Qin Wanchuang struggled violently. Speak louder. Chen Hang and Qin Chaolu might be listening intently downstairs. Lin Feng laughed. In the end, Tang Tang copied the body search process exactly to Qin Wanchuang. Every hollow, gully, and channel was left untouched. Qin Wanchuang huddled under the dining table with her shoulders folded, as if she had been abused. Is it really that serious? Sister Wanchuang, aren't you going to buy supplies? What are you talking about buying from your neighbors? Sit down and eat as much as you want. Lin Feng waved his hand generously and said proudly. Qin Wanchuang sat down and started eating voraciously. For 2 days, the three of them only had a piece of meat floss bread given by Lin Feng in the morning. She had been having diarrhea from drinking too much water these 2 days. Not only did Chen Hang eat most of it, he also argued with her about how Lin Feng had teased her that morning, blaming her for being too unruly, and finally got so angry that he slapped her in the face. The bread sister ate a quarter of it, and Qin Wanchuang only ate a small piece. He was already dizzy and hungry, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Lin Feng with such a flattering face. He really couldn't bear it anymore. He even bought a bunch of poisonous dog food from other neighbors at a high price. Even though Qin Wanchuang's family was starving, they couldn't swallow it. And after eating a small bite, my stomach felt burning. As I ate, I thought of all the grievances I had suffered in the past 2 days, and tears of humiliation began to flow. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Feng's behavior towards her was more out of revenge. After all, he had helped her twice, including this time. If Qin Wanchuan were to put herself in Lin Feng's shoes and think about the same situation, she would not use the most precious food in the doomsday to help Lin Feng, even if it was for humiliation or revenge. On the contrary, Chen Hang had no ability at all. Not only did he eat the food she bought with her dignity, but he also beat her in his home. As he thought about it, Lin Feng's originally hateful face was not so hateful anymore. If Lin Feng knew what Qin Wanchuan was thinking now, he could only say, "There are great scholars out there who can argue for me." Chapter 18: Qin Wanchuan's family changes. If the current strategy points were not less than 1,000, Lin Feng would not mind forcibly taking Qin Wanchuan to awaken her psychic abilities right now. Lin Feng can now directly decide Chen Hang's life or death. But it is also interesting to take it step by step now. Lin Feng feels that if he adds fuel to the fire, the breakup between Chen Hang and Qin Wanchuan will not be far away. After a while, Qin Wanchuan's belly, which was tightly fitted by the yoga pants, bulged slightly. Lin Feng hurriedly pulled the big sheep spear out of Qin Wanchuan's mouth. Looking at Qin Wanchuan's confused, lost, and puzzled eyes, Lin Feng said lightly, "It's not that I'm reluctant to give it to you, but look at your stomach. Eating like this after being hungry for 2 days could be fatal. If you die, my goal of building an all-terrain RV will be even further away," Lin Feng complained in his heart. Qin Wanchuan picked up the wet wipes on the table and wiped her hands and mouth with reluctance. After eating and drinking enough, his energy and spirit finally recovered a little, but when he met Lin Feng's eyes, he instantly turned into a frost-bitten eggplant. The humiliation before the meal is still fresh in my mind. Well, my sister and Chen Hang haven't eaten much in 2 days. Can they? No, whoever wants to eat can do it themselves. Lin Feng refused without hesitation. He wanted to eat and take away at the same time? Ha ha. Lin Feng, what exactly do you want? You just want to take this opportunity to insult me. Now that you've got what you want, what else do you want? Qin Wanchuan questioned angrily, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to start making things difficult for her again. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed. "You bitch, if you could get food from others, why would you come to me for help? If my guess is correct, then the requests from others are all for you to sleep with them, right? Besides, sleeping with someone else can't buy you this killer meal. You're only worth a piece of bread." Lin Feng guessed correctly. She had found many people to exchange supplies. Either there is nothing, or if there is, they won't change it, or if you offer to sleep with me, you will only be given a small packet of biscuits or bread. In the end, all he got in exchange for was a gold watch and some toxic dog food. You. Qin Wanchuan's face turned red with embarrassment after being exposed. But if she went back like this, Qin Wanchuan would suffer great torment in her heart as she would eat her fill while watching her sister and husband starve. How can I get some food in exchange for sleeping with you? Come on. Qin Wanchuan closed her eyes and 2 lines of tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. She was so hungry and tired these 2 days. She asked people to exchange supplies many times but was rejected and insulted. Her husband was incompetent and beat her. Today, Lin Feng trampled on his remaining dignity. In this world, innocence will be lost sooner or later. I didn't eat this table of killers today just to waste my energy on you. Open your eyes and see which one of Aunt One and Miss Tang is not better than you. So what do you want? Qin Wanchuan smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had never taken her seriously from the beginning to the end. Yes, I have looked much more haggard these past 2 days, while Wan Wan and Miss Tang look obviously doing well, even better than before the disaster, and they both look radiant. Lin Feng took out 2 pieces of bread and threw them towards the door. Crawl over on your knees, pick them up and you can leave. When Wan couldn't bear it any longer and hugged Lin Feng's arms, Xiao Feng. Lin Feng put his finger on Wan Wan's mouth. I know. Qin Wanchuan's face turned pale and blue. This was even more difficult for her to accept than being fried. After all, she was mentally prepared for the former. She wore high heels and yoga pants today to enhance her beauty, although she was reluctant to admit it. Silence. 3 minutes later, Qin Wanchuan knelt on the ground in humiliation and crawled towards the door. Now she didn't hate Lin Feng so much. Lin Feng was right. Her body was indeed not worth such a big meal and 2 loaves of bread. No, including the one from the morning, it was 3. The distance from the dining table to the door seemed as far as the horizon. I finally crawled to the door and picked up the bread. I looked up and saw Lin Feng following me. Lin Feng bent down, lifted Qin Wanchuang's chin, and said softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I know you're still a virgin, and so is your sister. Don't even think about exchanging your innocence for food with others, or I'll stab you with a knife and spin you around twice. If someone forces you or you encounter a life or death crisis, you can shout for help. I can hear you upstairs. You can get out now. Qin Wanchuan looked at Lin Feng's back, her eyes full of confusion. How does he know that Chen Hang is not capable? He doesn't want anything I give him, but demands that I don't lose my innocence. They torture and insult themselves, yet provide themselves with food and protection. Should I stab the knife and turn it twice? Where should I stab? Qin Wanchuan's worldview was shattered. Perhaps her mind was on the verge of collapse? Was she the one who was abnormal? Grabbing 2 pieces of bread, Qin Wanchuan returned to her family's room 2601 in a daze. This time he was out for quite a while. The body search alone took 20 minutes, and the level of detail was shocking. Chen Hang and Qin Xiaolu had already woken up, but they couldn't sleep well because of the intense hunger. Seeing Qin Wanchuan coming back in yoga pants and holding 2 pieces of bread, Chen Hang's face became obviously gloomy. Where did you go? You even changed your clothes. Qin Wanchuan felt a pain in her heart when she met Chen Hang's eyes. Chen Hang's reaction was within her expectations. It was a good thing that he didn't hit her. Qin Wanchuan faced Chen Hang's murderous gaze calmly. Go buy some food. What did you buy it with? Qin Xiaolu saw Chen Hang's aggressiveness and stepped forward to protect Qin Wanchuan. What can I use? Money. You can't get food, but my sister got it, and you're not happy about it. Qin Wanchuan was so tired she couldn't express it. I was going to exchange it for gold jewelry, but they didn't want it, so I just gave it to them. Who's so nice to you? I'll go ask. Lin Feng. Do you dare? Qin Wanchuan looked at Chen Hang with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Chen Hang stared at Qin Wanchuan's belly with a dark expression. It's so bloated. Did you come back after eating a full meal? Which mouth did you use to eat? Qin Xiaolu also noticed Qin Wanchuan's bulging belly. The obvious smell of mutton on Qin Wanchuan was definitely not what Chen Hang thought. Chen Hang's words were too harsh and mean. During these 2 days of the apocalypse, Qin Xiaolu finally realized the true face of her brother-in-law: incompetent, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and domestic violence. Which mouth could it be? We'll eat with whatever mouth you used to eat. Are you done yet? Qin Xiaolu no longer tolerated Chen Hang and retorted with her hands on her hips and a red face. No matter what Qin Wanchuan exchanged for the food, Chen Hang had no right to be sarcastic. Chen Hang subconsciously raised his hand to hit her, and Qin Xiaolu screamed immediately. You dare to touch me? You can't get food for yourself, so you ask your wife to make it for you, and when you come back, you are not happy and beat your wife. You are so shameless. If you have the guts, don't eat it. You ate more than half of a piece of bread this morning, and you feel energetic after eating a full meal, right? A few onlookers had gathered at the door, and their inexplicable looks made Chen Hang's face burn. He snorted heavily, snatched the bread from Qin Wanchuan's arms, tore open a bag and gobbled it up. You. Xiaolu hasn't eaten yet, leave one for her. Forget it, sister. I ate half a piece this morning and I'm not that hungry. Don't bring food back from now on. It's not worth it. Qin Xiaolu's voice was not concealed at all, and she spoke specifically for Chen Hang to hear. Chen Hang's face twitched, and he broke off half angrily and handed it to Qin Xiaolu. Chapter 19, Dark Means. Lin Feng could hear Qin Xiaolu's high-pitched screams downstairs even on the 27th floor. It's almost time. Lin Feng sneered. If he worked overtime tonight, he could expand the fish pond tomorrow. Maybe the fish will come to you on its own initiative, and all your instigation will be worth it. Lin Feng had calculated that he only needed to capture the Qin Wanchuang sisters and Pan Jinlian, who were known to meet the system requirements. The strategy point bonus multiplier can reach 5 times. Your physical fitness will continue to improve, so the base number of strategy points will also increase. If he works hard for 10 days at most, he might be able to exchange it for an all-terrain Doomsday RV worth 10,000 points. Lin Feng is looking forward to it. If the RV is upgraded to the extreme, could it really fly and travel in outer space? In order to survive, to get the long-desired Fortress RV, and to have a comfortable living environment with water, electricity, and so on in the future, the two brothers have to work overtime. When Wan and Tang Tang were washing dishes in the kitchen, chattering among themselves. Are you done? Take a rest. Lin Feng put away his phone and decided to go to bed early today. After all, he got up at 5 o'clock and had a big move at noon. What's wrong? Is the offensive ingredient taking effect? Wan pulled Tang Tang and pushed her towards Lin Feng. Get out of the way, you bastard. Lin Feng turned around and dodged, then walked forward to hug Wan, and regardless of Wan's screams, he carried her horizontally and walked towards the bedroom. Tang Tang was left alone sitting in a mess on the sofa. Being disliked again? Pa, you say it like you want to be disliked. It's better and safer. Pork ribs? Are you really that thin? Compared to Aunt Wen, except for some parts of your body, you don't seem to be thin at all. Could he be talking about just some parts? This bastard. Eat more tomorrow. It's not your own supplies anyway. Tang Tang angrily took out the unfinished papaya milk from the refrigerator and bit it hard as if with a deep hatred. The night is long and I can't sleep. Boom boom boom. Is anyone home? Lin Feng, who was riding his horse with a gun in hand, heard someone knocking on the door. Fuck, who is it? Why aren't you exercising at home in the middle of the night? Why are you knocking on your mother's door? No matter what, exercising is important, so I just keep going. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng didn't open the door, so the visitor kept knocking. Grass. Lin Feng put on only his shorts and walked to the door with a gloomy face. Through the video intercom, he saw 5 strong men standing outside. They looked familiar, but he couldn't remember their names. 5 blind men actually came to knock on his door in the middle of the night. He would deal with them tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow if you have anything to say. You've ruined my workout. Brother, the green mist is rising again. We don't have enough rooms. I hope you can provide 2 rooms. Lin Feng just said get out. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng laughed out of anger. This guy was relying on his numbers to bully him. It's simply because being half naked is inconvenient for me, so I'm going to die to help you. The door was suddenly opened, and the man who was knocking on the door had his hands suspended in the air. He did not expect that Lin Feng could open the door so easily. They had originally planned to use courtesy first and then force to pry the door open. They all saw the photos Lin Feng posted in the group. They were a blessing to have 2 beautiful ladies together, and they also wanted to enjoy themselves. Borrowing a room was just an excuse. Hee hee, little brother, we are all neighbors. There are not enough rooms available right now. Don't be so selfish. Besides, this isn't your home in the first place. The man who knocked on the door looked at Lin Feng with a forced smile, while the others watched him covetously. I'm saying this one last time, get out. Or you'll die. They dared to come knocking on the door in the middle of the night in a group. Those men were not easy to deal with. Seeing that Lin Feng had a firm and bad attitude, they pushed and shoved and tried to force their way into the house. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he immediately raised his gun and shot the 2 men in front who had entered the house. The huge impact force caused the 2 men to slowly slide down the wall of the corridor. No one could see where Lin Feng, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, took out the gun or how he lifted it. The remaining 3 people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. We won't dare to do it again. We'll get out of here right now. He said that he would crawl away using his hands and feet. Did I let you go? The 3 of them stood there begging for mercy. There was a murderous look in Lin Feng's eyes. He was not bloodthirsty, and he did not have any deep hatred with the people in front of him. But the 3 of them will definitely bear a grudge about what happened today. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. It seemed that these 3 people were not useless and could be put to good use. I do have a small favor to ask of you 3. If you do it, not only will you not die, but you'll also get a good meal. Besides, it's a good job in itself. The 3 of them looked at each other and said, You're killing people with a gun like killing chickens, and you're asking us to do something for you? Stop joking, little brother. If you can't do it, there's nothing we can do. Oh, so you are useless. Then go to hell. Bang! Lin Feng shot and killed the man who tried to refuse without hesitation. The man's eyes were wide open and he died with his eyes open. The only 2 people left were so scared that their faces turned pale. Do it, do it, do it. If the young man doesn't do it, we will do it for you. Just tell us what to do. That's right, that's right. Very good, good job, just go and bully others like you bullied me today. Specifically. Understood. Aha. Ha ha. Don't worry, I never treat my own people unfairly. If this matter is done well, it will be your token of loyalty. Then he took out 2 pieces of bread and threw them on the ground. Eat well so you can work. Brothers Ma Ben and Ma Tang nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice, picked up the bread, dragged the 3 corpses and threw them out of the corridor window. Back in the bedroom, Lin Feng lay down and pulled Wen Wan over. Solved? Well, the green fog is rising again. Everyone is moving to higher floors. I don't know when it will dissipate. Lin was a little annoyed. What if the fog eventually submerged the top floor? Although it was initially determined that the fog was not poisonous, who would want to live in the fog? It would be very insecure. Wen Wan held Lin Feng's head in her arms and massaged him attentively. We have no worries about food and drink and occupy the highest position. We have Tang Tang and I to serve you, yet you are worried about whether others can survive. Hey, the only way to relieve worries is to do squats. And if you do a few more squats, I won't be worried anymore. Hate. In the end, it was Wen Wan who did 500 squats in a row before Lin Feng's heat was slightly relieved. I'm really out of energy. My legs are about to break. Xiao Feng, please go next door. She pleaded gently. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose, he didn't move at all just to save his energy to go to the next door. Tang Tang stared at the ceiling in a daze with dark circles under her eyes. If I am guilty, please punish me according to the law. The wall was banging loudly in the first half of the night, but it quieted down in the second half, leaving me with insomnia. However, Tang Tang heard clearly the guys knocking on the door tonight in the bedroom. If it weren't for Lin Feng, Tang Tang couldn't imagine the scene of a group of men breaking into the house in the middle of the night. Insomnia? I'll teach you how to do squats to help you sleep. Lin Feng came to Tang Tang's bedside quietly. This girl didn't even lock the door. The sudden sound from the bedside almost scared Tang Tang to death. Ah! Why are you walking so quietly, you bastard? What do you want to do in the middle of the night? Tang Tang jumped up from the bed. A white sexy pajamas is hazy in the night. Yes. An hour later, boo. Go to bed early, I'd better go find Aunt Wen to eat some rabbit. Asshole. Chapter 20. The show begins. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng and the other 2 were sitting at the dining table. Lin Feng had dark circles under his eyes and his steps were unsteady. Tang Tang didn't sleep all night and completely doubted her life. Her suitors could be lined up from the community gate to France, but Lin Feng got her easily but was too lazy to take a second bite. Wen Wan's face was flushed, and she looked at Lin Feng with tenderness, frequently using the 4-piece attack on Lin Feng. This is probably the only place that serves such a sumptuous meal early in the morning. Tang Tang attacked Papaya on the table crazily, calling him a bastard and ruthless. She stayed there for less than an hour and then left. But why am I so excited mentally and not physically tired even after not sleeping all night? Lin Feng also implanted the massage ability in Tang Tang, which will be standard for every woman in the future. At least it can enhance physical fitness and resistance, yes, resistance. As for the lethal superpowers, among the current targets, only Wen Wan is worthy of his trust, and the others, including Tang Tang, need to be trained and assessed. Looking at the moist and juicy Wen Wan and Tang Tang who was attacking Papaya with a bitter face. It is true that women are flowers, and the difference between those who are watered more and those who are watered less is obvious. The gardener is really exhausted from watering the flowers. Wen Wan strategy points 230 points, double 460 points. Tang Tang's strategy points are 100 points, double to 200 points. Strategy point balance, 1110 points. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tears. With 1,000 strategy points plus the ones he had left over, he had finally accumulated enough points. No one could stop the awakening of his psychic powers today. After dinner, Lin Feng and the other 2 looked at the green fog getting closer and closer downstairs, and the atmosphere was depressing. 1 day and 2 nights have passed since the fog appeared, and it has now reached the 9th floor. All the unoccupied houses on the upper floors were violently broken into. Those who live on the floors below frequently have conflicts with those who live on the floors below. Residents on the lower floors dare not sleep too deeply at night. When the green fog approaches, they flee their homes and move upwards. If there is no place to stay, they squeeze into the corridor. The corridors on the 25th and 26th floors have been occupied by several men. Most people living below the 15th floor have left their homes and moved upstairs, and there are not many people living on the 15th to 20th floors. The fog shows no signs of dissipating. At this rate, it will reach the 20th floor in 2 days at most. Available rooms are already stretched thin, and competition is fiercer on higher floors. Qin Wanchuan's family is in a precarious situation. The security door on the 26th floor had already been smashed. Chen Hang, along with 2 women, has been targeted by several people. Not only did they target their room located on the 2nd floor, but they also targeted 2 80-point beauties. Concepts such as order and law-abidingness were gradually collapsing. It's the 3rd day since the disaster, and there's been no sign of the promised rescue and airdrops. The concept of law-abiding can deter fewer and fewer people, and strong men are ready to take action. Fortunately, although Chen Hang was a eunuch, he was tall and strong. He had also anticipated this situation and brought a fruit knife from home with him, which temporarily stabilized the situation. But the thick fog continues to rise, continuing to squeeze people's living space, and the room is crowded and conflict is inevitable. Moreover, their family had already run out of food. In a day or two, it would be easy for those who were still able to come and deal with Chen Hang. But this is no longer possible. Lin Feng has decided to let Qin Wanchuan and her sister stay on the top floor today. Chen Hang, Chen Hang. I will break through the defense line that you cannot break. I will protect those you cannot protect. I will take care of your wife and sister-in-law for you, hee hee. Xiao Feng, your smile is so evil. What are you thinking about? Reviewing Aunt Wen's squats, her form isn't standard. She needs to keep practicing. Maybe her clothes aren't suitable. She should change next time. You bastard whose brain is full of milk. Tang Tang's little tiger teeth were grinding. All the milk in my brain was poured into your stomach last night. Speaking of this, Lin Feng had 2 boxes of Yuding and Yuzming in his hand and threw them to Wan and Tang Tang. Damn it! It's obviously safest and most harmless to intercept it at the source. Tang Tang secretly complained, took out the pill and swallowed it. Wan put the medicine box into her pocket and looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone, with such tender eyes that it seemed as if tears were about to drip out of her eyes. Lin Feng was considering whether to exchange the supernatural power enhancement fruit to upgrade the magic thunder. 1,000 points cannot be moved. After a good rest, we must take down the Qin sisters today. Even Jesus can't save them, I said. Then there are still 110 points left, and strength is the bottom line. But the 10,000 point all-terrain RV plan is back to square one. Give me all the destruction demonic thunder. After eating a black cherry, there was no change. The SSS level world destroying magic thunder was still level 1. I took another one. Still no change. Until the 4th one, the destroying demon thunder is upgraded to LV2. Keep eating. After eating all 11 black cherries, the destroyer thunder finally reaches LV3. What's going on, Tonzi? I only leveled up twice after using 11 superpower enhancing fruits? The higher the level of the ability or the greater the potential, the more energy it will consume to upgrade, and the greater the increase in physical fitness will also be. For those with multiple abilities who don't have a specific method for channeling their energy, the enhancements to their abilities using ability-enhancing crystals are evenly distributed. Who is like you? You want to strengthen whatever you want. Be content, host. A method of channeling energy? What about a cultivation technique? Similar meaning? That means that if someone without any skills awakens multiple abilities, their evolution will actually be slowed down. Yes. It's better not to plant it randomly on women until you find the right method. Click on the Properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 30 cubic meters. Superpowers, SSS level world destroying demonic thunder LV3, F level massage LV4, F level gunmaster LV3. Physique, 26, 5 for average adults, 10 for elite athletes. Strategy point balance, 1000. Strategy point multiplier, 2. As expected, the physical improvement brought by the magic thunder upgrade is greater than that of the gunmaster and massage. Tonzi, can I use strategy points to specify a specific ability type every time I awaken an ability? Host, please tell us what superpower you want, and the system will give you reasonable suggestions. Ahem. Organ enhancements and stuff like that, like a nuclear-powered vibranium kidney that never goes out. Yes, 1 million strategy points in one go. I'm afraid my kidneys will be ejected before the exchange. Eat your food one bite at a time, and strengthen your skills step by step. If you take too big a step, you will easily fail. Okay. Stop fighting. Let's move. You can leave if you want. It's not that easy. Keep fighting. There was a chaotic noise coming from downstairs, crying, shaking, begging for mercy and perverted roaring. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The show begins. 2601, in the room originally occupied by Qin Wanchuang's family, 4 men were beating up Chen Hang. The 4 men came prepared and with a strong purpose, all carrying short sticks. Just as Chen Hang took out his fruit knife and tried to reason, the knife was knocked down by a short stick. Get out of here. The 4 of us are taking this house. Just go away by yourself, your 2 sisters can stay. The people who spoke were Ma Ben and Ma Tang, the 2 men who were let go by Lin Feng. They recruited 2 more men to join their gang. Otherwise, Chen Hang is tall and strong, and with the help of 2 women, the 2 of them might not be able to handle it. Obviously, the 2 of them overestimated Chen Hang's fighting ability. The foreign aide didn't even take action, and the 2 of them almost beat Chen Hang to death. At this moment, Chen Hang was curled up on the ground protecting his vital parts and had completely lost the ability to fight back. Stop hitting me. Ouch. It hurts so much. I'm going to get out of here right now. I don't want these 2 anymore, big brother, you can do whatever you want with them. Chen Hang finally couldn't stand the short sticks raining down on him anymore and begged for mercy. Chapter 21, Self-Directed and Self-Acted, A Hero Saves a Beauty. The Qin sisters, who were still begging the abuser, suddenly stood there in a daze. The people eating melons at the door also showed contempt. There are 4 wolf-like and ferocious men opposite him. Doesn't Chen Hang know the consequences of leaving the 2 women to them? Ha, I just don't like men like you. Even if I beat you to death, they will still belong to us brothers. Ma Ben and Ma Tang fought more and more vigorously, and all the humiliation they faced from Lin Feng last night turned into motivation and inflicted it on Chen Hang. Wife, please beg the brothers to take the initiative. Brother, stop hitting me. My wife is very attractive. Come on, try it. Let me go. Chen Hang's cries for help became weaker and weaker, and his desire to survive made him completely give up his last bit of dignity. Qin Xiaolu hid behind her sister and trembled. Qin Wanchuang felt disheartened, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. I can accompany you, but I have only one request: you must kill him. Qin Wanchuang didn't know whether Lin Feng could hear what was happening here. He was even more unsure whether Lin Feng would come to save him even if he heard it. He humiliated me like that yesterday. I was so cheap and offered it to him, but he refused to eat it. Why should he save me when I treated him like that before? Of course Lin Feng heard it, and he was just outside the door. After breakfast, he had been paying attention to the movements downstairs. But Lin Feng will not take action as long as Chen Hang is not dead. Ma Ben and Ma Tang also felt that the time was right. This coward had said everything he needed to say, and the 2 of them didn't even have to use the torture methods they had used all night long. The attacks became more and more brutal, and the short sticks were aimed at the head. Until Chen Hang was completely motionless, the back of his head was dented and he was deader than dead. Qin Wanchuang and Qin Xiaolu snuggled up to each other in the corner, without a trace of sadness for Chen Hang. Can you please let my sister go? I'll let you do anything, or you can just play with her corpse. Qin Wanchuang pulled out the hairpin and pressed it against her throat. The hairpin pierced her skin and penetrated 1 centimeter. Blood flowed down her slender white neck. Sister. No, woo-woo. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, who can come and save us? Qin Xiaolu hugged Qin Wanchuang and burst into tears. The people outside the door looked at each other, but no one dared to step forward to intervene. Ma Ben and Ma Tang looked at each other and secretly groaned in their hearts. How could we dare to do that to that man's chosen woman? Hey, grandpas, grandmas, brothers and sisters outside, stop watching. If you can persuade us 2 brothers, we'll stop. Unfortunately, none of the onlookers at the door dared to speak out. Brother, if you don't come, the show can't go on. Ma Ben and Ma Tang looked at each other, awkwardly tapping their toes. Touching 2 women? Even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare. The 2 people they asked to help were already extremely excited. Ha, you 2 brothers, Ma Ben and Ma Tang, are really considerate. You didn't forget us brothers when you had good things to do. Let me taste the saltiness for you first. As they spoke, they untied their belts. Ma Ben and Ma Tang were so frightened that they almost died. No, both of you get out of here. Fuck, what do you mean? Eating alone? Ma Ben and Ma Tang were so anxious that sweat broke out on their foreheads. Brother, if you don't come to the scene soon, things will get out of control. If you offend my two sisters-in-law, you will die. Who's causing trouble? A lazy voice came from outside the door. Lin Feng, who was watching the show, finally showed up. Lin Feng's voice sounded like heavenly music to the ears of Ma Ben and Ma Tang. Qin Wanchuang and her sister also showed an expectant look. It was Lin Feng. The protagonist of this play has finally arrived. Lin Feng appeared at the door of the room where Qin Wanchuang's family lived. Chen Hang's body was lying in the corner. The two men, their pants half pulled down, turned to look at the nosy young man in astonishment. Who the hell are you? If you want to play, hand over a piece of bread first, then get out and line up. Lin Feng kicked out with lightning speed, one on each of the two men whose pants were half removed, and they smashed the window and flew out from the 26th floor screaming. You can still faintly hear the crisp sound of the lumbar vertebrae breaking. Ma Ben and Ma Tang's anus tightened and they almost couldn't hold it in and pull it out. Ah. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We didn't do anything. The two men immediately admitted their mistake and begged for mercy as planned, and the eldest brother would give them a few slaps and spare their lives as planned. Qin Wanchuang didn't expect that Lin Feng would really come, and without saying a word, he killed the two hooligans who were about to violate her. I don't blame them for killing Chen Hang. Then the subject changed. But I still hope they die, Lin Feng. Kill them both and you can do anything to me. Ma Ben and Ma Tang's hearts were pounding, and they had a bad feeling. Okay. Lin Feng smiled evilly. Ma Ben and Ma Tang's hair stood on end, and a chill rushed to their heads. What a powerful pillow talk. Brother, it was you who made. Bang. The two gunshots were almost continuous. Ma Ben and Ma Tang's heads were blown into rotten watermelons by the Magnum 500. Red and white splashed all over the wall. Qin Wanchuang didn't need to say anything. Lin Feng had no intention of letting them go since last night. They had too many reasons to die. Now I am doing Qin Wanchuang an extra favor, a favor for two lives. Sister Wanchuang, are you and Xiaolu moving into my house together? Lin Feng gave Qin Wanchuang a bright smile, revealing his big white teeth, just like a big bad wolf before dinner. Qin Wanchuang was in a trance, as if she was dreaming. This big boy, who was once looked down upon by me and always found fault with me, helped me twice and this time saved me and my sister again. He has a pretty face and a clean smile, but he is cruel and murderous. Qin Wanchuang and Qin Zhelu picked up their suitcases and followed Lin Feng back to 2701. She didn't know why Lin Feng saved her, but it didn't matter. Both he and his sister survived, and at the same time, he completely saw through and got rid of Chen Hang. No matter what Lin Feng's purpose was, the final result was that Lin Feng saved the sisters and provided protection. Even if Lin Feng changed his mind and wanted her in Xiaolu's bodies, Qin Wanchuang no longer had any intention of resisting. In today's world, rather than letting others take advantage of it in the future, it is better to hand over their innocence to Lin Feng, who has repeatedly extended a helping hand to them. Looking at the sisters who looked similar and were brought back by Lin Feng, they were actually carrying luggage. The purpose is self-evident. Tang Tang's mouth was already raised to the sky. One is a mature lady, the other is about the same age as me, but they are sisters, and neither of them is worse than me. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. With the speed of this hunting girl, will there be enough room for her to live in the house in the future? No, there is no room left now, for women in 3 bedrooms. Does this bastard still want to sleep in a bunk bed? Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than surrender. When Wan didn't say much. Lin Feng had been fantasizing about Qin Wanchuang for a while, and Wen Wan could see it a little bit. Besides, Tang Tang is also a beauty of the same level, and Lin Feng didn't put too much energy into her. Xiaofeng's attitude towards beautiful women is more like a collecting hobby, and he makes a clear distinction between his treatment of himself and other women. Wen Wan was very thoughtful, but she could never have guessed that collecting women would be the basis for Lin Feng to become stronger. The most important thing is that Wen Wan understands that it is uncertain whether her persuasion will work, and it may also make Lin Feng annoyed. Brother, we only have 3 bedrooms, not enough to share. Tang Tang stared at Lin Feng with resentment, but dared not say a word. It's okay, they are sisters and can share a room. Lin Feng said indifferently. Disgusting. Tang Tang thought to herself, it's indeed true. How about you sleep in the living room and free up one of the rooms? Why? As the landlord, I don't even have a bed. Tang Tang was furious. This bastard was bullying her as the landlord. Because then we can use it in the living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, air conditioner. Lin Feng laughed strangely. Tang Tang covered her face. What the hell is this, an air conditioner outdoor unit? How embarrassing. I'll make room for them. Chapter 22 Perception. Of course Lin Feng wouldn't let Tang Tang really sleep in the living room. She wishful thinking. Wan also tactfully expressed that she could sleep in the living room to make room. The main reason was that the sisters were so destructive together that Wan felt a little insecure. It was definitely not because of the air conditioner. In the end, Qin Wanchuan and Qin Chaolu put their luggage into the last empty room. Lin Feng knew that Qin Wanchuan couldn't cook. But it's impossible to spoil her, at least not now. All the strategy points have been completely cleared out, and I can only eat the food in the convenience store for this meal. For the next meal, I'll prepare some stuffed pig intestines for Qin Wanchuan to prepare. Cooking is a skill that every woman must practice. I selected some grilled sausages, oden, pasta, eggs, crab sticks and other ingredients and asked the 4 girls to process them. Finally, it's not the charge package anymore. Big Brother is finally willing to be a human being. Looking at the ingredients Lin Feng took out, Tang Tang, who was originally planning to continue eating papaya, burst into tears. The Qin sisters were not overly surprised by Lin Feng's amazing ability to take something out of thin air. Is this the supernatural power that's been going viral online these past few days? No wonder you have so many supplies. It seems you really emptied out Joe Paopi's shop. I guess so. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain. It was fine if the system was regarded as a superpower. What's the charge set? Why don't I remember your store having any charge set? It's the goji berry lamb whip and lamb cannon you ate yesterday. Qin Wanchuan was extremely embarrassed. She was so humiliated and hungry yesterday that she didn't even care what she was eating. She thought it was grilled sausage meatballs. Qin Chaolu gave her sister a strange look, as she was eating such a delicious meal alone without telling her. There are so many beauties hidden in this golden house. You need to nourish yourself. Otherwise, how can you protect us if your legs are as weak as a shrimp? Qin Chaolu actually still had the mind to make fun of Lin Feng. Didn't she know she was about to be driven away? Being young is a good thing, you accept things quickly. Lin Feng is not someone who can't take a joke. It feels good to be teased by a beautiful woman. Qin Chaolu was not as stubborn as Tang Tang at the beginning, so she didn't have to suffer from Lin Feng's actions. After all, Lin Feng is not a sadist, and all necessary means are used to tame them. As long as they are obedient, Lin Feng doesn't mind using the massage ability with buff aura to make them feel great. Now, Tang Tang has completely restrained her stubborn temper under the dual training of Lin Feng's big slaps and top-level massages. The ancients were right about using carrot and stick. Night. The third bedroom has a wardrobe. Tang Tang's father did not disappoint Lin Feng. There is another closet full of all kinds of cool clothes, none of which can be worn outside. A one-piece skirt, one-piece pants, and stockings are standard, and there are actually several revealing wedding dresses in different colors. Among them, the bright red one is the perfect match for Qin Wanchuan, and it is the perfect dream-fulfilling prop. This can be considered as one of my dreams before the end of the world coming true, but unfortunately there is a lack of a groom who is drunk on the sofa. But it's not bad to have the quirky Qin Chaolu. The 2 wedding dresses, one red and one black, are stunning and contrasting, giving full visual stimulation. Here, go wash up and change. There's a big bucket of water in the bathroom. You wear the red one and Chaolu wear the black one. Qin Chaolu hid behind Qin Wanchuan, but what was coming finally came. In real combat, her words were powerless to defend against. Qin Wanchuan smiled bitterly. I really don't understand you. I gave it to you for free yesterday, but you didn't want it. Are you waiting for us to be together? Can you let Chaolu go? I can't accept being alone. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and smiled evilly. Let her change her clothes and sleep on the sofa. If you can make me exhausted, then don't move her for the time being. Qin Wanchuan didn't expect Qin Chaolu to be able to escape the clutches of the devil, but she just couldn't accept a peace. He picked up his clothes and pulled Qin Chaolu to the bathroom. You can't do it either, Sister Wanchuan. Antwin squats all start at 300, so this is just the beginning. Lin Feng looked at Qin Wanchuan with a teasing look on her face, as she was sweating profusely and her legs were trembling. Don't force yourself, Sister Wanchuan. Otherwise, let Chaolu come. No, I can still hold on. Qin Wanchuan was in pain and happy at the same time. Lin Feng's massage technique was simply heavenly. So this is the happiness a married woman should have, damn Chen Hang. Then do your best. Boo. Looking at Qin Wanchuan's beautiful face as she fell into a deep sleep, I thought, little guy, as long as I don't move, there will be no exhaustion. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Qin Wanchuan. Reward, S-level psychic auxiliary power, perception, 450 strategy points tripled, space increased to 40 cubic meters. Strategy point balance, 450. Strategy multiplier, 3. New attribute bar, mental power, 25. Looking at Qin Wanchuan's attribute panel, her loyalty is actually 60, slightly higher than Tang Tang's. Lin Feng pondered, Qin Wanchuan still had so many loyal people after being humiliated like that yesterday, she must have some special attributes. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. The object of his fantasies countless times before the end of the world, his proud and arrogant wife Lin Wanchuan, was finally conquered. Even though he had already conquered 2 women of the same quality, he couldn't hide his excitement. After all, it was a dream come true. As soon as his S-level perception ability awakened, Lin Feng felt that the whole world was cooler and his vision became much clearer. The head that had felt heavy due to too many awakened superpowers now felt much lighter. There was a faint light on Qin Wanchuan's lower abdomen, which was the massage ability she had just cultivated. Feeling the strength of its supernatural power, it was more than 10 times weaker than his own. Perception is a very practical auxiliary and life-saving ability. It can effectively prevent you from encountering the evil Voldemort who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in the future. Through the wall, you can see faint lights from the other 2 bedrooms, which are Wenwan and Tang Tang. It can pass through walls, but the wall-penetrating perception seems a bit sluggish, and the range is not large, only a few meters in radius. Continuing to expand the scope, although I couldn't see the light ball, I could vaguely feel that the darkness was hiding unknown dangers. This is a feeling I have never had before. It should be the enhanced sixth sense brought about by the ability to perceive supernatural powers. The unknown danger made Lin Feng unable to sleep. Gently stroked Qin Wanchuan's beautiful cheek. Since you didn't make me exhausted, I'm sorry. He got up and went to the living room, poured himself a large glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. Qin Chaolu, who had been tossing and turning and unable to sleep, had curled up in the corner of the sofa the moment Lin Feng came out. Lin Feng wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Chaolu playfully in the dim light of the night light. Paired with a revealing black wedding dress, she looks a bit like a dark elf in a movie. What's wrong? Can't sleep at night? Can't sleep? Do you need a handsome guy to accompany you? Qin Chaolu was so nervous about the actual battle that she almost cried. Didn't you say you would let me go today? Big brother, you won't sleep? Overindulgence is harmful to your health. You must take care of yourself. There are a room full of beautiful women counting on you for protection. The little mouth is more talkative than Tang Tang, so it should be sweeter. Brother, please take a break. It's all ground to pieces. You've already met your end. Scream until your throat is broken and see if anyone comes to save you. Brother, you have some special quirks. Chapter 23: The Evil Sticks Flower. Boo! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Qin Chaolu. Reward, S-level psychic auxiliary power, perception repeatedly acquired, combined and enhanced, 600 strategy points 4 times, space increased to 50 cubic meters. Trigger the special attributes of the sisters and reward the extraordinary weapon, Flower of the Sticks. Not caring about any special rewards, Lin Feng felt that the 1000 strategy points were wasted. He couldn't help but feel a pain in his waist. This was all caused by what he had done bit by bit. Go ahead. What can I do? Keep going. To survive. Lin Feng exchanged 1050 strategy points for 100 big black cherries, leaving only 50 strategy points for emergency use. Lin Feng ate cherries like crazy and almost vomited after eating 100 black cherries. The 4 levels of superpowers progressed in parallel, his physical fitness improved visibly, and his 8 abdominal muscles became well defined. The field of vision is clearer and the perception distance is longer. This is a leap in strength. Click on the Properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 50 cubic meters. Superpowers, SSS level World Destroying Demonic Thunder LV5, S level Perception LV5, F level Massage LV5, F level Gunmaster LV5. Physique, 130, 5 for average adult, 10 for elite athlete. Spirit, 220. Strategy point balance, 50. Strategy point multiplier, 4. Extraordinary item, flower of the sticks. 100 big cherries upgraded all 4 superpowers to LV5. Lin Feng was determined to be a well-rounded man. The mental strength directly surpassed the physical strength of ordinary people and broke through the 200 mark. And there is an additional extraordinary item in the attribute panel. Lin Feng remembered that there was an extraordinary category in the system mall, but it only had one product, big cherries. With a thought, a pistol with a simple and exquisite shape appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Tongzi, is this the flower of the sticks? A transcendental item? It looks nice, but why does it feel less majestic than my magnum? Host, do not underestimate any extraordinary item. This stick's flower specifically attacks the soul. If someone with weak mental strength is hit by the stick's flower, they will either become a living dead or a mentally retarded person. Lin Feng played with the exquisite and strange flower of the sticks. Where do you load this thing? Why is there no magazine? The flower of the sticks comes with a non-detachable magazine. Souls are the bullets of the flower of the sticks. It will automatically collect the souls of the dead within 5 meters. One soul is one bullet. There is a soul inside the stick's flower now. Use your heart to sense it and select the soul you need to automatically load it. Note, the flower of the sticks does not accept the souls of ordinary people, only the souls of those with special abilities. Lin Feng released his senses and carefully sensed the stick's flower. Sure enough, there was a ball of black, wriggling mist inside the gun handle, which was cold and slippery. Lin Feng shuddered as he withdrew his perception. Is this the soul? Qin Chaolu had fallen asleep curled up on the sofa, her brows furrowed and her eyelashes occasionally trembling in her sleep, as if she was having a nightmare. Lin Feng put on his clothes and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the park with his full senses. The 5-level perception system is fully open, basically covering the nearby buildings 6, 7, 8, and 9. There were flashing balls of light on every building, including the grounds of the park. Most of the lights are not bright and should be zombies and mutant animals. There is a large ball of light in the landscape belt under Building 7, which is several times brighter than his own. Could it be that some mutant beast is hiding in the green belt to rest? There were also 2 bright lights on the top floor of Building 8 where Zhou Paopi and Pan Jinlian lived, only 3 points less bright than his own. The top floors of the other buildings were all flashing with lights of varying intensities, but they were somewhat different from the 2 lights on Building 8. The biggest threat was in the green belt of Building 7. Lin Feng was a little annoyed because his next candidate, Pan Jinlian, was still in Building 8. We must hurry up, as each building is gradually building up a mountain, and the number of beauties who survive being destroyed will decrease. Aren't you going to kill yourself? You're cutting off my escape route. Lin Feng, feeling inexplicably irritated, exchanged a blue pill from the system mall, swallowed it in one gulp, and fought hard. Second bedroom. Ah. Xiaofeng, when did you come in? Just. Don't you need to accompany one Shuang and the others? They are not as fragrant as Ant 1. Hate it, go to bed early and take care of yourself. It's a long night, and I can't sleep. The next morning. The 4 girls prepared breakfast and woke up Lin Feng, who was still sleeping soundly. Xiaofeng. Hurry up and take a look. The fog has already reached the 20th floor overnight. At this rate, we might be shrouded in this strange fog tonight. Someone went downstairs to investigate and sent photos. The floors covered by fog were covered with vines and weeds. There are fewer and fewer active people in the group, and many people have run out of food. Now 100 grams of gold can't even buy half a loaf of bread. People aren't stockpiling much food, but a lot of people with pets have stockpiled a lot of cat and dog food, which is now a hot commodity. When talking about eating dog food, the Qin Wanchuang sisters looked obviously unnatural. They once bought a small handful of poisonous dog food at a high price. The taste was unforgettable. Lin Feng sat up and rubbed his sore waist. Stop arguing. There will always be a way out when you reach the mountain. We've confirmed that the fog is not poisonous, but zombies and monsters are active in it. Starting tonight, everyone stay in one room and keep the doors and windows closed. I'm here to make sure nothing happens to you. Lin Feng was mentally prepared for the fog. The 4 girls are the foundation of Lin Feng's team, and Lin Feng will definitely not let them get into trouble easily. Moreover, with the continued chaos of the doomsday, it will be very difficult to gather 4 more 80-point beauties. Lin Feng stretched, and the 4 women hurriedly helped him put on his clothes. The several relatively bright light balls detected last night are still in place and have hardly moved. Only one of the people on the top floor of Building 8 went downstairs in the morning, but he came back soon. Lin Feng plans to find an opportunity to contact them. He relies on the system, but these people can become the kings of the apocalypse purely by themselves. Lin Feng admires them from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng didn't want to conflict with them unless necessary. It's not that he is afraid. It's not easy to survive in the doomsday. As long as they don't hinder him, Lin Feng is willing to have more allies. If they don't know what's good for them, the magnum in Lin Feng's hand will not be a pushover either. While eating breakfast, I watched the increasingly deserted group chat. Lin Feng took a few pictures of the sumptuous breakfast and sent them to the group. There was also a table of 4 girls who were photographed together. The room is big, the bed is soft, and the food is delicious. I only want beautiful women, and I will send you full body, barefaced photos in exchange for food, pics. 5 hashtag, is this the boss on the top floor? Please give me some food. The cat food is too disgusting. 5 hashtag immortal 10,000 years, boss, are you still hiring servants? I'm starving to death. 5 hashtag Chibi Maruko, I haven't showered for 3 days, is there any beautiful lady who can take my breath away? 5 hashtag Wulian Tianzuan, Big Brother has a strong taste, maybe his mouth has no taste recently. Apart from the flattery from the neighbors in Building 5, there was almost no reaction from the neighbors in other buildings in the community. Lin Feng also discovered it and had a vague guess. Chapter 24 Sending Warmth to Pan Jinlian. Some people among the neighbors have awakened special powers. Since Pan Jinlian's pet can awaken special powers, naturally others can too. I just don't know what kind of superpowers these people have awakened, and whether they have great destructive power. Unfortunately, Lin Feng has no friends, so it's hard to find out. If there is, then this kind of person must not be willing to be lonely. He will either form a force and become a local tyrant, or become a perverted murderer, or become a saint to protect everyone. We can only rely on 4 women. Do you have any friends in other buildings? Ask around and see if anyone has awakened any particularly powerful superpowers. Wen Wan and Tang Tang immediately shook their heads. Wen Wan rarely socialized, and Tang Tang rarely lived here. This room used to be her father's love room. Qin Shaolu was only here to visit Qin Wanchuan temporarily. Qin Wanchuan nodded, many people in our community have deposits in our bank and are my clients. I will send a group message to ask. After a while, only a few people responded to the message. You're not very good at maintaining this customer. Lin Feng teased. Brother, what time is it? Those who are not dead are probably too hungry to get up. Those who have replied to these are already my sister. I am extremely charming, okay? Do you think others are as unromantic as you? Qin Wanchuan rolled her eyes beautifully. After losing her virginity to Lin Feng yesterday, the girl's attitude has changed a lot. He slapped Qin Wanchuan's buttocks hard. Don't talk nonsense, what did they say? Qin Wanchuan looked at Lin Feng with a strange look in her eyes. Look for yourself, your flirtatious boss lady is now a proper feudal queen. Lin Feng took the phone and scrolled through it. Good fellow, when one person succeeds, the whole family will be blessed, but when her family succeeds, she will be blessed too. I have to say that Pan Jinlian really raised a good dog. The little dog, who could be crushed with 1 foot, actually ate the supernatural fruit by mistake. The problem is that even though they have mutated, they don't bite their owner like the mutant corgi on the 18th floor of Building 6. Instead, he took the initiative to go out and find food for Pan Jinlian, and brought back some supernatural fruits, supernatural strengthening fruits and strengthening crystals to share with Pan Jinlian. This bastard has really become a spirit. Pan Jinlian and Mao Mao have both awakened their special powers. The powerful combination has successfully dominated Building 8 and closed the door to become the Empress. I don't know what specific superpowers it has awakened, I only know that the Bichon can breathe fire and is very good at finding food. Lin Feng was actually looking forward to what special abilities the slutty woman would awaken. After all, Tonzi could help him acquire abilities from women during the conquest. The situation is similar in other buildings. There are more or less some people with special abilities, but very few of them can upgrade as quickly as Pan Jinlian. This slut really gave me a surprise. Lin Feng picked up his phone and found Pan Jinlian. Dear sister Jinlian, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so long. Are you hungry? I have something delicious here. On the top floor of Building 8, there is a hammock in front of the spacious floor-to-ceiling window. A pretty woman in tight leather jacket, leather pants, and short hair is lying on a hammock, lazily browsing her cell phone. A huge white dog is dozing on her legs. The originally coquettish and charming proprietress became heroic, and there was a bit of majesty between her eyebrows. Bite. Pan Jinlian picked up her phone and saw that it was a message from the handsome guy who worked at her convenience store. Looking at the teasing words in the message box, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sister is so hungry, almost starving to death. Xiaofeng, do you want to bring her some food? Lin Feng looked at the message and fell into deep thought. No wonder the male neighbors who had teased Pan Jinlian in the group before never appeared again. 80% of them were deceived by Pan Jinlian and eaten alive. Which man can resist the temptation of this top slut? This woman has some tricks up her sleeve. I want to see if you can swallow me alive. If you can't swallow Lin Feng, then just swallow Lin Xiaofeng. Sure, I'll send it to you wherever you want and whatever you want to eat. Pan Jinlian, sister likes everything Xiaofeng gave her. Don't you remember where sister's home is? Lin Feng, isn't your house covered in fog? Besides, brother Dalong won't be angry if I go to deliver food to him. Pan Jinlian, he can't control my sister. She moved to the top floor of Building 8. Thanks to a kind older brother, she swapped rooms with me. This bitch is even more cruel than me. At least I took Tang Tang in and gave her a superpower. Brother Dalong is home, is it convenient for me to go and offer some warmth? How about meeting in the garage? I'm bringing a bag of large sausages for Sister Jinlian. The leather-clad beauty on the hammock sneered repeatedly, and another horny guy fell into the trap. It's time to get back to work, Mao Mao. Food is delivered to your door again. Woof woof. Pan Jinlian, the garage is great. I haven't experienced being in a garage before. As long as you dare to come out in the strange fog, I will risk my life to accompany you. Lin Feng took inventory of his equipment, an axe, a pistol, a rifle, and the flower of the sticks. When dealing with women, especially those who meet the system requirements, Lin Feng decided not to use the flower of the sticks easily. After all, he didn't like to fry dead fish. Fortunately, Anwen was considerate enough to work an extra hour in the second half of the night, so I was able to exchange the strategy points for some conventional weapons and equipment without any pressure. Bulletproof vest, explosion-proof helmet, shield, grenade, flash bomb, stun bomb, and 3 2-million-volt electric batons. In case the power is not enough, it is better to prepare 2 more. After all, it is an awakened superpower. Judging from the brightness, Pan Jinlian and the dog are much darker than herself. In addition to the perception ability, the master ability of guns, the SSS-level world-destroying magic thunder, and a large number of hot weapons and equipment, if he is still killed by Pan Jinlian, he will be finished. Instruct the 4 women to lock the door and not open it for anyone who comes. If anyone tries to pry the door open, just shoot without hesitation. As long as the psychic is not too powerful, he will be afraid of guns. If a psychic approaches Lin Feng, he can detect him through perception and quickly return home. When Wan said she understood and would look favorably upon the 3 women. Did you loot the armory? There were even grenades? Xin Wanchuang said in surprise as she looked at the equipment filling the dining table. Guess how he forced me to open the door? Tang Tang said resentfully. So we're going to rob again? Xin Chaolu's face flushed with excitement. When Wan looked at Lin Feng worriedly. She was the first one to follow Lin Feng and could clearly feel the changes in Lin Feng's physical fitness. Lin Feng is getting stronger very quickly, but he is so cautious this time. Who are you trying to rob? Why are you so cautious? We don't need anything. If the risk is too great, why not just not go? Robbing a slut is a bit of a trick. Lin Feng chuckled. You damn scoundrel. 4 won't satisfy you. Die outside and don't come back. When Wan was helpless, my spear skills are also very good, so I'd better accompany you so that I can take care of you. No, you stay home and look after the 3 of them. If someone tries to pry the door open, I'll have to rely on you if I can't get back in time. As he said that, he took out an M16 and handed it to Wan. The pistol is fine for dealing with ordinary people, but it needs more firepower to deal with people with special abilities. What about us? Is there one for us? Tang Tang and Xin Chaolu said they wanted one too. I don't trust you guys. If you want me to behave well in the future. Cut. Lin Feng refused without thinking. Although the loyalty of the 3 women was positive, it was not high and stable, and he did not give them the ability of Gunmaster. It is hard to say whether giving them guns would help or hinder them if they were really in danger. Everything is ready. Lin Feng, the big sausage is ready to go. Sister Jinlian is sending you warmth in the garage, see you there. Pan Jinlian, hee little brother Lin Feng, big sister is here. Chapter 25 Garage 6. Two men and women with ill intentions slowly walked down the stairs from the top floor. Lin Feng came with empty hands but carried a bulging backpack on his back. Various equipment were neatly stacked in the system space, and he could access them at any time with just a thought. Before leaving, Pan Jinlian called three strong men standing at the door who were holding fire axes. The three of them entered and knelt on one knee. Master. Works in progress. Go wait in the garage. Pan Jinlian looked at the three strong men with disgust and said indifferently. Yes. Master. The three strong men stood up and went downstairs first. Only after the three strong men left did Pan Jinlian stretch her amazingly curvy waist. Two gleaming daggers were tied to both sides of his thighs, and two fire axes were crossed at his waist. Paired with a tight leather jacket that shows off her proud figure, she looks both sexy and cool, giving people an inexplicable desire to conquer. Let's walk slowly, Mao Mao. It's okay to leave the impatient man alone for a while. Woof woof. Lin Feng was not in a hurry either. There were some zombies and mutant animals on some floors of Building 5. It should be the original residents and pets of the floor who were infected and turned into zombies. Anyway, Pan Jinlian wanted to go fishing, so it didn't matter if she went a little late. Fishermen have plenty of patience. An hour later, the phone started ringing non-stop. Pan Jinlian, we're here, little brother Xiaofeng. Pan Jinlian, where have you been, little brother? I'm so scared being alone. Pan Jinlian, little brother, are you afraid to come down? Pan Jinlian, to Tutu. Pan Jinlian, little brother, if you don't come, I'll leave. Pan Jinlian, how long do we have to wait, Xiaofeng brother? Pan Jinlian, to Tutu. He glanced at it, replied wait, and ignored it. I have to say, the few photos this bitch posted before the end of the world are really awesome. The high-slit cheongsam can be paired with gray silk, yoga pants, wedding dress, JK, lowly, mature woman, and various styles can be easily controlled. Just because of Sister Jinlian's sincerity in setting the nest, I can't break my promise today no matter what. Let us first eliminate the potential threats in the 5 buildings one by one. It took Lin Feng 2 full hours to clean up the mutated neighbors and pets in the building. Harvested 5 pieces of supernatural enhancement crystals, but no supernatural crystals. This drop rate is indeed not as fast as earning strategy points by lying at home and watching beautiful women do squats, but unfortunately my physical condition still can't bear it. Lin Feng pulled a crystal out of the zombie's skull and put it in his pocket with disgust, while complaining in his heart. Downstairs, Pan Jinlian folded her arms across her chest, her pretty face gloomy as water. A mouthful of silver teeth made a creaking sound as they bit. You little bastard, I've always been the one waiting for you, my prey. You actually made me wait for you. You'd better bring enough supplies, so I can make your death quick. Or if you're strong enough, you can replace one of the 3 losers. Listening to Pan Jinlian's mumbling, the 3 men behind her changed their expressions again and again. This woman was cruel and ruthless. If she was unhappy, she would take her anger out on the 3 brothers. Especially the last sentence, which actually wanted this prey to replace one of them. They knew very well what being replaced meant. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and a fierce look flashed in their eyes. 2 hours have passed since the agreed time. Even if Pan Jinlian deliberately delayed, she would only come down half an hour late. Lin Feng made Pan Jinlian stand in the garage and wait for an hour and a half. The bloodstains on the ground showed that the 1.5 hour wait was not peaceful. Pan Jinlian's towering breasts rose and fell, and the already majestic curve combined with her deep breathing made people feel like they would explode at any time. Lin Feng slowly came to the underground garage, and through the thick fog he saw a beautiful woman in leather pants with a big snow-white dog. Both the woman and the dog were emitting bright light. Woof woof. Quiet Fluffy. Mao Mao started barking wildly before Lin Feng appeared, but was stopped by Pan Jinlian. Although the style had changed drastically, Raymond Lam still recognized at a glance that it was his former boss lady, the slutty bitch Pan Jinlian. Now it was finally confirmed that the 2 balls of light on the roof of Building 8 were her and her Mao Mao. Not far behind Pan Jinlian stood 3 strong men, each emitting a dim light. Name, Pan Yuer, nickname, Pan Jinlian. Age, 26. Superpower, SS level superpower contract LV4, a level superpower healing LV4. Quality, 70, beautiful and charming young woman. Woman's virtue, 90, virgin married woman, speaks freely but hates men. Comprehensive score, 80, meets system requirements. Loyalty, to be conquered. Oh wow. 2 level 4 abilities, 1 SS and 1 A, what luck. Although she does not have the ability to specifically enhance her physical fitness, with the small-scale physical enhancement from 8 times of supernatural power increase, plus the healing ability, it is estimated that Pan Jinlian will have no problem knocking down 2 strong men with her bare hands. You can tell what the SS level contract ability is just by looking at the name. No wonder her dog is so obedient. His eyes swept over them one by one, and everyone's attributes were exposed to Lin Feng's eyes without reservation. Name, Mao Mao. Superpowers, B-level superpower, sense of smell LV3, a level superpower, physical enhancement LV3, a level superpower, rage LV3. Name, Zhou Shan. Superpower, B-level superpower beast transformation LV2. Name, Wang Defa. Superpower, a level superpower physical enhancement level 2. Name, Sun Jinshin. Superpower, C-level superpower dual arm enhancement level 2. Lin Feng thought to himself, what a guy, no wonder he dared to fish so blatantly. If I don't accept the invitation, I'm afraid they will come to my door one by one soon. This lineup is definitely enough to establish a small force. Mao Mao was still sniffing towards Lin Feng's direction, looking excited and nervous, and making low growls as if he was a little afraid of the enemy hiding in the fog. Pan Jinlian waved her white and tender little hand, and the 3 strong men slowly spread out in a fan shape to both sides and soon disappeared from Pan Jinlian's sight. Lin Feng grinned, seeing that the enemy was coming to surround him. Lin Feng slowly took out his rifle and installed a silencer, grinning and revealing his big white teeth. Fortunately, you have ill intentions towards me, otherwise I would feel a little guilty if I did something bad to me. Puff. 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 3 bullets hit the 3 strong men right between their eyebrows. The 3 of them didn't have time to use their special abilities and fell to the ground instantly without any resistance. Woof woof woof. Mao Mao tucked his tail between his legs, raised his body hair and barked wildly towards the sky, his eyes quickly becoming bloodshot. Pan Jinlian's face changed drastically, and she instantly pulled out 2 fire axes from behind and stood ready. Careless. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Pan Jinlian's smooth forehead. These past few days, everything has been going smoothly thanks to my collaboration with Mao Mao, but today I've probably hit a wall. Lin Feng blew away the hot air from the muzzle of the gun. The dog's reaction was not surprising. This guy had a keen sense and the ability to smell. Why did Pan Jinlian react so strongly? Was it telepathy with the dog? Or did he sense the deaths of the 3 strong men? SS level supernatural contract, quite interesting. The crosshairs were placed on Mao Mao's forehead, and Lin Feng pressed and lifted his fingers several times. Mao Mao's special ability is very practical, it would be a pity to kill him. Chapter 26 Crazy Little Electric Baton. Doesn't Pan Jinlian have healing powers? Whether the dog can survive depends on you. As for Pan Jinlian herself, Lin Feng decided to make her bow down to his masculinity head-on. Puff. 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 Lin Feng no longer hesitated and raised his gun to fire continuously. The moment Lin Feng fired the gun, Mao Mao's tense body bounced up instantly. The bullet grazed Mao Mao's belly and hit the ground. Woof! Mao Mao roared and ran towards Lin Feng. Pan Jinlian gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed over. Taking advantage of the cars in the garage, Mao Mao approached Lin Feng at a very fast speed. Lin Feng put away his rifle, held a shield in his left hand, and a 2 million volt electric baton in his right hand. In just a few seconds, Mao Mao with red eyes rushed in front of Lin Feng. Woof! He roared and pounced forward. Lin Feng got into position and raised his left arm to block the attack. The huge impact force knocked Lin Feng back several steps and he sat down on the ground. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The little guy who weighed only 3 pounds a few days ago was so strong now. After Mao Mao landed, he continued to fly towards Lin Feng without stopping for a moment. Without a running start to accumulate strength, Mao Mao's attack strength and speed were much smaller this time. While Lin Feng raised his shield to block, the 2 million volt electric baton hit Mao Mao's soft belly without any hesitation. Mao Mao twitched and fell to the ground. Lin Feng took out his gun and fired 4 shots at Mao Mao's limbs. Then the butt of the gun hit his nose hard. Even though Mao Mao had awakened his physical strengthening ability, he could not withstand the double blow of the gun and the electric baton. When Pan Jinlian followed the sound and found Lin Feng, Mao Mao was already lying at Lin Feng's feet, covered in blood, twitching and whimpering softly. Pan Jinlian's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Lin Feng, the culprit, and she wished she could eat him alive. At this time, Lin Feng had put away all the props to deal with women, especially those he wanted to conquer. It is somewhat inappropriate to use a gun, otherwise it would be too heavy when playing the strategy. At this time, Pan Jinlian's reason had been devoured by anger. Without stopping, he picked up a fire axe and threw it towards Lin Feng. The fire axe whistled towards Lin Feng with the sound of wind. With his supernatural perception, Lin Feng could clearly see every detail of the axe's movement. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This was so practical. It could not only be used for reconnaissance, but was also very powerful in assisting combat. Lin Feng didn't move. The axe flew out, grazed his scalp, and hit the wall in the distance with a thud. Sister Jinlian, what are you doing? First you let the dog bite me, then you hit me with an axe. I came here to bring you warmth. As he said that, he opened his backpack, took out a large sausage and threw it to the dying Mao Mao. Don't touch my hair. Pan Jinlian was very anxious. Lin Feng was obviously not a good person and came prepared. When did I ever touch your hair? I'm suing you for defamation. Pan Jinlian screamed and kicked Lin Feng with a flying kick. The explosion-proof shield flashed by, and Lin Feng took a step back to steady himself. Pan Jinlian rubbed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What was that just now? Guess. Lin Feng spread his hands. Seeing that Mao Mao had lost too much blood and was no longer struggling, Pan Jinlian became extremely anxious. Lin Feng. Mao Mao is dying. Let me save him first. We can talk about any conditions. My request is excessive. Let's knock Sister Jinlian down first and then discuss it slowly. Lin Feng didn't believe that Pan Jinlian would cooperate with him obediently. The information clearly stated that this woman hated men, and it was hard to say whether Zhou Paopi was still alive. Tell me about it, maybe my sister can't wait to satisfy your request? Pan Jinlian lifted her hair and licked her red lips. Of course, Lin Feng would not be fooled by appearances. He would not feel at ease to conquer a misogynist whose dual superpowers had been strengthened many times until he completely subdued her. Okay then, I want to you. Lin Feng looked at Pan Jinlian seriously. Pan Jinlian was stunned for a moment, but quickly put away her expression. Ha, I thought it was something else. Sister agreed to the appointment because she also has a good impression of Xiaofeng. It seems that we are still going to go together. Pan Jinlian sneered secretly, after all, it's still about the crotch, just wait and see how I cut it off for you. Good impression? Oh, that's unfortunate. I just want to you. Sister Jinlian, if you're willing, just handcuff yourself to the handlebars. I'll believe in your sincerity. Lin Feng chattered, showing off a pair of silver bracelets, his eyes fixed on Pan Jinlian's expression. Pan Jinlian's eyes twitched and she tried hard to control her emotions. Fuck. You little bastard, you only know that I'll cut you off and feed it to the dogs. He raised his long legs and chopped vertically. Lin Feng was already prepared to raise his hand to block. Pan Jinlian's kick was so powerful that Lin Feng couldn't block it with his arms alone, so he took advantage of the momentum and carried it on his shoulders. Pan Jinlian tried to pull her legs back but couldn't move them at all, so she could only stand on one leg and confront Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly took out a 2 million volt electric baton. Zila, the powerful electric current illuminated Lin Feng's big white teeth in the dim underground garage. I think Sister Jinlian is a little emotionally unstable. Would you like to try the Lin family's exclusive secret electric shock therapy? Pan Jinlian's face turned pale and she was about to cry. How come this guy had everything? Brother Xiaofeng, let's talk it over nicely. Lin Feng showed an innocent expression. It was you who let the dog bite people, it was you who hit me with an axe when we had a disagreement, and it is you who should talk to me nicely now. How about Sister Jinlian handcuffing herself and then we can talk it over? Zheng. A flash of cold light passed by, and Pan Jinlian quickly pulled out the dagger from her leg, suddenly pressed forward and raised her arm to slash towards Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng pulled Pan Jinlian back with his long legs, pulling her into a split position, while blocking with the electric baton. Sizzle! Pan Jinlian froze for a moment, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Ah! You bastard! Sizzle! Ah! I'll kill you! Sizzle! Ah! Kill me if you dare. Sizzle! 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 Ah! Is it good? Stop being so stubborn, Sister Jeanlian. I can smell something burning. Ha ha hee hee, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. If you have the guts, just kill me. Pan Jeanlian was breathing heavily, with beads of sweat on her forehead, but the leg that was being carried by Lin Feng was still strong. It is indeed an A-level healing ability. Heal? So injuries can be healed? Doesn't that mean every shot can draw blood? It is simply a perfect holy body, which is really exciting. The problem is that this woman is really stubborn. If I hit her too hard, I'm afraid I'll kill her. If I hit her too lightly, it won't work. She recovered immediately. Let me discuss something with you, Sister Jeanlian. Throw away your weapons and let me handcuff you. I want you to save Mao Mao. Upon hearing this, Pan Jeanlian looked at Mao Mao lying in a pool of blood. He was breathing out more than breathing in, and if he was not treated, he would die. She knew all too well what it meant to give up resistance. His eyes flashed wildly, and his silver teeth gritted, okay? After saying that, he pulled out the axe and another dagger from his waist and threw them on the ground. Sizzle! Ah! You bastard! Lin Feng took advantage of the few seconds when Pan Jeanlian's body was stiff, handcuffed her hands and handcuffed the other ends to the roof rack of the car next to him. Pan Jeanlian could only lie on the car with her hands raised high and curse Lin Feng. What do you want, you bastard? Didn't you ask me to save Mao Mao first? Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. Lin Feng picked up the dying Mao Mao and placed him on the roof where Pan Jeanlian could reach him. Chapter 27 SS Level Contract. Pan Jeanlian didn't care about the shameful posture and held Mao Mao's head with both hands. A faint light poured from Pan Jeanlian's hands to Mao Mao's head. Mao Mao, who had been motionless, whimpered and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was his owner treating him, he nudged his big head in Pan Jeanlian's palm. Ah! Don't worry, Mao Mao, I will definitely cure you. Ah! What are you doing, you bastard? The treatment isn't finished yet. Give Mao Mao back to me. Seeing that Mao Mao had woken up and regained a little energy, and since his life was no longer in danger, Lin Feng pulled Mao Mao down from the roof of the car and threw him aside. Cure it? Will it bite me again after it's cured? As long as it doesn't kill me, that's fine. Now shouldn't we do something serious? Lin Feng didn't want to stay in this place for long, nor did he want to take Pan Jeanlian back. This woman's loyalty was 100% negative and she was a time bomb. Get down, it's time to fulfill your promise, hee hee hee. Don't even think about it, you bastard. I'd rather die. Pan Jeanlian turned her head with great effort and glared at Lin Feng. If looks could kill, she would see that Lin Feng was already riddled with wounds. Ha, I'm giving you face. You think I cherish you so much, but if it weren't for, forget it. I'm too lazy to explain to you. Lin Feng stretched out his legs and swept across Pan Jeanlian's ankles. Pan Jeanlian was forced to do a split in pain. But his hands were handcuffed to the roof rack, so he could only raise his arms high and lower them halfway, forming a big human shape. Ah! My hand! Bastard, if you want to use force, then whip the corpse. I won't let you succeed. Pan Jeanlian felt pain in her wrists and hips, her face turned red and white, and she gasped. Committing suicide? How could you commit suicide with your hands and feet tied? Biting your tongue? Well, you asked for it. Lin Feng grabbed Pan Jeanlian's panties and pulled them up hard. Sizzle! He pulled it out directly, quite clean, and rolled it into a ball to stuff Pan Jeanlian's mouth. Woo 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 bastard. Pan Jeanlian gritted her teeth and continued to curse incoherently, but the cloth ball refused to go in. At the same time, Lin Feng felt dizzy, but it disappeared in a flash. Pan Jeanlian felt bitter inside, as the contract could only be completed quickly if the other party was obedient or unable to resist. I hadn't planned on the contract being successful easily, but I hadn't expected it to fail so easily. I'm afraid Lin Feng's mental strength is even greater than mine. I'm sorry, Sister Jeanlian. If you don't accept my toast, I'll have to drink the wine. Here comes the electric baton. Zila. The 2 million-volt electric baton gently struck Pan Jeanlian's slender waist. Ah, bastard. While Pan Jeanlian was cursing, Lin Feng immediately stuffed the ball of cloth made of panties into Pan Jeanlian's mouth. Woo woo woo. Pan Jeanlian twisted and struggled in vain. Lin Feng sensed his surroundings, and in just a few minutes, several zombies were attracted by the movement here. Take out the M16 and shoot them one by one to ensure that they will not be disturbed for a short time. Hee hee hee, scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Woo woo woo. 10 minutes later. A large pool of bright blood dripped onto the ground. Lin Feng exclaimed that healing was amazing. Fortunately, he had Mao Mao as a hostage, otherwise Pan Jinlian would definitely not cooperate so well to keep the healing ability activated. However, this is not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng plans to raise his gun and shoot the approaching zombies. Only Lin Feng could sense the supernatural power in the truth, otherwise ordinary people with supernatural powers might not be able to stay in the underground garage where the fog was the thickest for a long time. Boo! Put the gun back into the sheath. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Panuer. Obtain one of 3 superpowers as a reward: SS level psychic power, contract, a level power, healing, a level power, physical enhancement. Reward: 600 strategy points 5 times, space increased to 60 cubic meters. Strategy point balance, 1200. Strategy multiplier, 5. Loyalty, 100. Skinning and cramping. Damn it, Tongzi, Pan Jinlian has 2 superpowers. Successfully conquering the strategy rewards 1. Shouldn't you be able to extract the superpowers? Why do you have to choose 1 out of 3? Yes, host. No matter how you stack them, you can only collect 1 ability from each capture target. Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth were itching. This time, the 3 superpowers of the dog system were very practical, and Lin Feng wanted them all. It is recommended to choose the highest level contract, which can even exceed SSS level abilities if used properly. In addition, increasing the level of spiritual abilities will increase spiritual power, which will help the host to control more abilities in the future. Okay, then choose the contract. Drip, contract ability awakening, giving up healing ability and physical strengthening ability. The contract ability has been awakened successfully. The contract ability can help the host sign an unequal contract with people and animals with lower mental strength than themselves. Each level of the ability increases, you can sign an additional target. The current number of targets you can sign is 1. As expected, I didn't expect that even people could be contracted, but the number of contracts is a bit small. Fool, I'm here, so just plant. Does the contracted quantity still matter? If direct control isn't enough, can't indirect control make up for it? Fuck, there's a bug. Yeah. Doesn't that mean the dragon is in my crotch? I'm the strongest in the world. Every time I collect a woman, my combat power bonus increases. As long as I have enough women, I can create a loyal army of superpowers. First exchange for 50 black cherry stews, and the contract ability will be directly upgraded to LV5. Pan Jinlian's SS level contract is LV4, and I have a higher level, and I also have S level perception LV5, so I can easily control Pan Jinlian. The contract power was activated, and a mysterious sensation appeared in Lin Feng's mind. A vague and intermittent connection was established between Lin Feng and Pan Jinlian. Lin Feng wanted to deepen this connection but felt great resistance. And there is also a vague feeling of being bound in reverse. Reverse contract, I? Wouldn't it be a joke if you turned over? Pan Jinlian, who had been in a state of supernatural power stimulation and was a little exhausted, showed a look of horror on her face. He began to struggle frantically, not even noticing the blood on his wrists, and finally spat out the cloth in his mouth. Lin Feng. What are you doing? How do you know how to make a contract? Stop it. Hey. I know a lot. Why don't you just be my slave? Don't even think about it. I can also make a contract. You can't control me. Pan Jinlian's face was pale, her legs were trembling, and her heart was filled with turmoil. I've been using my powers so frequently that I've already consumed a lot of my physical strength. Once I'm weak enough, then. Pan Jinlian shuddered violently when she thought of the men she had enslaved. What if Lin Feng is as perverted as me, or even more perverted than me? That would really be worse than death. What's going on with the system? Why is it so difficult to contract with Pan Jinlian? Can't we contract with someone who has already awakened their contract abilities? Isn't this a bug? It would be difficult for her to form a contract if she resisted. Besides, she also has the ability to form a contract, and her mental strength is higher than that of ordinary people. Swoosh, it's good to lose resistance, right? A 2 million volt electric baton appears. Sizzle. When Pan Jinlian saw the electric baton appear, she was completely desperate. She had already been hit by the electric baton several times. Knowing the power of this thing, my mind went blank when I was shocked. Moreover, the healing ability under continuous electric shocks will also consume a lot of physical strength, and now she is exhausted. Chapter 28 The First Indentured Servant. Pan Jinlian was already exhausted from heavy blood loss after being repeatedly electrocuted, tortured, and stabbed with a gun by Lin Feng. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Lin Feng showed no mercy. She hated him so much that she wanted to skin him alive, so why should she be polite to him? A full 10 seconds. Pan Jinlian completely lost the strength to heal herself. He leaned against the car door, twitching, his entire body weight hanging on the handcuffs on his wrists. He rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth, and it was obvious that he was not fully conscious. Good opportunity. Lin Feng vigorously stimulated the contractability, and this time it went much more smoothly. The unequal contract was signed smoothly. Reopen Pan Jinlian's property panel. Name, Pan Yuer, nickname, Pan Jinlian. Age, 26. Superpower, SS level superpower contract LV4, a level superpower healing LV4. Quality, 70, pure and charming contrasting young woman. Women's virtue, 90. Comprehensive score, 80, meets system requirements. Loyalty, 100 plus devoted and willing to sacrifice their own life. Contract owner, Lin Feng. Contract slave, Mao Mao. Remaining contract quota, 3. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. His men finally had some decent fighting ability. Upgrade Mao Mao and Pan Jinlian, and now we have qualified nannies and warriors, right? The handcuffs that bound Pan Jinlian were undone, and she collapsed to the ground through the car door. Take out a bucket of water and pour it on your face and body to rinse. Take out a piece of chocolate and a big cherry and feed it to her. Pan Jinlian's eyes slowly regained focus. After a minute's rest, the wound on the wrist healed visibly. With complicated eyes, he looked at Lin Feng and slowly knelt down. Master. Lin Feng took out a bottle of purified water and handed it to Pan Jinlian. Don't be so reserved. Just call me like you used to. Don't worry, I'm not a pervert. Pan Jinlian felt bitter inside. Look at what you said. If this is not called a perversion, then who in this world dares to call himself a pervert? But he no longer had any hatred towards Lin Feng in his heart, only obedience. The contract only changes the indentured slave's perception of his master, and does not change his other independent thoughts. Lin Feng liked this very much, and he didn't want to end up collecting a batch of emotionless robots. Living people with flesh and blood, soul, rich emotions and yet loyal to himself are the perfect team that Lin Feng wants. As for strength, Lin Feng will naturally give them strength in return. He reached out to help Pan Jinlian, who was kneeling on the ground, and took the opportunity to grab her vitals. This time, Pan Jinlian did not resist at all and took the initiative to cooperate. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Pan Jinlian's change of attitude. Heal your dog once you recover. Will it bite me again? No, I will give it an order to always obey your orders. Very good. Looking at Pan Jinlian's leather pants that were almost torn into strips, Lin Feng took out a gentle short skirt from the system space and threw it to her. Put it on, Sister Jinlian. Come back with me after you've cured Mao Mao. Okay, can you please stop calling me Sister Jinlian? My real name is Pan Yuer. Yuer took the skirt and changed it while looking at Lin Feng cautiously. Didn't you change your name in the group chat to Pan Jinlian? Why do you mind others calling you that? This woman is quite strange. I pretend to be slutty to attract horny men to come over and fall into my trap. Actually, I hate being called that. Okay, Yuer, where's Joe Paopi? What did you do to him? A few days ago, Yuer had already publicly posted in the group without caring about Joe Baopi's life or death. Lin Feng guessed that the relationship between the two should not be very good. I sent him to another floor to fend for himself. Even though I didn't like him, he was very kind to me, which is why he was able to stay alive. Yuer said lightly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. If you hate men so much, why did you marry Joe Paopi? Lin Feng asked the biggest question that had always been on his mind. It doesn't matter who you marry, it's just a matter of marrying. He's rich, and he gave me 8.88 million yuan as a betrothal gift and promised not to touch me after we get married. He insisted on trying to influence me with his sincerity. We've been married for 3 years. I was even considering giving him a chance just to pity him, but then the end came and I accidentally ate the supernatural fruit. He considered it bad luck to meet me. Lin Feng was very excited. Although he could accept a young woman, a perfect young woman seemed even harder to refuse. There are 5 women, 3 of whom are married women. Who would believe it if I told them? Anyway, I believe it. After resting for a while, Yura picked up Mao Mao and used the dagger on the ground to pick out the bullet in Mao Mao's body. Holy white light emerged from her hands and fell on Mao Mao. Mao Mao's skin, which was burnt by electricity and had bullet holes, had visibly recovered to its original state. Woof! Woof! As soon as he regained his mobility, Mao Mao stood up with all his hair on end and protected Pan Yuer behind him. Mao Mao. That's my master. He's also your master. From now on you must obey his orders. Mao Mao whimpered, ran to Lin Feng's feet and licked his trouser legs in grievance. Lin Feng was very satisfied and didn't care about whose command level was higher. After all, even its master was my slave. This contract was indeed overbearing. He took out the 5 supernatural power enhancement crystals that were found during the building raid and threw them on the ground. Mao Mao's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth watered, and he rubbed his head against Lin Feng's trouser legs frantically. It was not until 30 seconds later that Lin Feng said, "Eat it," and then Mao Mao pounced on it like a vicious dog and swallowed 5 supernatural power enhancement crystals in a few gulps. Ha, let's see you perform the fire-breathing cooking show. Lin Feng thought it would be a good idea to contract a few more cute and adorable animals and train them. The harmless appearance is the best disguise, the chosen one. Mao Mao can't breathe fire. The video in the group was made by me to show off and hook up with the guy. Pan Yuer said embarrassedly. Alright, come back with me to Building 5 first so I can meet the other members of my team and exchange some information. In room 2701, Building 5, the 4 girls looked at Pan Yuer, who was soaking wet and only slightly less beautiful than them, with different expressions on their faces. Especially when Pan Yuer was wearing her skirt, the shortest one. He got it in the garage? He is so impatient, Wan complained in her heart. Pan Yuer's appearance is not as stunning as the other 4 girls, but she is also a great beauty in the eyes of the public, with a well-proportioned figure. After being strengthened many times by supernatural powers, the physique has become more stylish and embodies the beauty of strength. Moreover, charm and purity coexist, making her a typical pure, lustful and heroic woman, with the invincible buff of every shot drawing blood that the 4 girls don't know about. Let me introduce her to you all. She is Pan Jinlian in the group. Her real name is Pan Yuer. She is now a member of our team. Oh, and there's this dog, the one in the group that can breathe fire. He can be your bodyguard from now on. Lin Feng pointed at Pan Yuer, whose body was still wet with water, and Mao Mao, who was covered in blood. When you are hungry, you will eat anything you want, and you are not afraid of getting sick. Qin Chaolu muttered softly. Others have eaten it and don't mind it. It tastes really strong. Tang Tang pouted her lips to the sky again. I can't help it. Brother Xiaofeng just likes me. I can't stand it anymore and can't even walk. Pan Yuer was not willing to be outdone and immediately fought back. Chapter 29 Pan Yuer's strength is strong. Shameless. Pan Jinlian. Slut. Qin Zhalu and Tang Tang's faces turned red with anger. A newcomer is so arrogant right after arriving. Will there be a place for them in this family in the future? Lin Feng immediately took out the melon seeds and brought over a stool. There's no room left in the house for you, so why don't you and your dog live at the door? Tang Tang said coldly with a turn of her eyes. Okay, I have no objection. Brother Lin Feng is obsessed with me anyway. He would even stick to me if I lived outside the air conditioner, believe it or not? Besides, Building 8 is all mine now. If you guys really can't find a place to live here, you can come with me to Building 8. I'm not as stingy as you guys and let you live right outside the door. Pan Yuer said slowly, just these 2 greenhorns want to find trouble? As long as Lin Feng doesn't interfere, even with the 2 people watching the show, it won't be enough for her to tear it apart by herself. Shame on you. Why am I clinging to you? Because you're a slut. You have some shame. If you have some shame, why don't you serve Lin Feng like me? Pan Jinlian. How do you know my nickname? Are you my fan? Slut. Yes, you two are not wild, and you have learned to serve men without being curvy. I didn't have this ability when I was your age. You. Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu's faces turned red and their mouths were slightly open, unable to speak. Wen Wan and Qin Wanchuan were also a little stunned. What a fierce woman. Lin Feng ate melon seeds and watched with great interest. Isn't this much better than a porn movie? It would be more interesting if he ripped it a few times. What do you mean? Are you two scholars looking for trouble? Look at these two sisters, they are elegant and generous, intelligent and dignified, with curvy breasts. Look at you two again, are you here to make up the numbers? Could it be that brother Lin Feng has some special hobby that I don't know about? Although she was not afraid of 1v4, Pan Yuer still extended an olive branch to Wen Wan and Qin Wanchuan. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy if she was too aggressive. From now on, everyone will cook and eat from the same stick, and she doesn't want to be an enemy of everyone. You are shameless. You are shameless. Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu were at a loss for words and looked to Wen Wan and Qin Wanchuan for help. Wen Wan and Qin Wanchuan smiled bitterly, pulled the two over and whispered to comfort them, saying that they had brought the people back and it was not up to them to decide whether to drive them away or not. As for Lin Feng, he even took out the melon seeds, and the two of them were so angry that their teeth were itching. The system kept beeping, and except for Wen Wan and Pan Yuer, the loyalty of the three women slowly decreased. This was within Lin Feng's expectations. As long as there is a contract, Pan Yuer's loyalty will never decline. Lin Feng was very touched that Wen Wan could remain as loyal as Pan Yuer even though she had no contract with her. If faced with a choice in the future, Lin Feng can give up everything but will not lose Wen Wan. It's time to sign contracts with these women. It's only a matter of time before they leave the community. Use contracts to connect and have a few women control some survivors and animals as guards, and the future path will be much safer. It can be said that at present and for a long time in the future, the effect of the contract is no worse than his killing weapon, the SSS level world destroying magic thunder. At the current 5x rate, you can exchange 10,000 strategy points for a RV in a few days if you work hard. During this process, you need to prepare the escape team as soon as possible. One's own ability level must also continue to improve. The resources required to improve the ability level above level 5 are not a small number. You can't just improve yourself. There is a contract to guarantee loyalty. Women can also choose some practical abilities to improve first, at least to have the ability to protect themselves. Unless new abilities are particularly useful, there is no need to add too many for the time being. After all, a huge amount of resources will be needed to upgrade the level. If you take all of these into consideration, this amount of strategy seems not enough. My kidneys ache when I think about this. No, I don't keep idle people. The development of the team can't rely solely on my pair of kidneys to support it. Zombies and monsters have resources. Go and kill them, and let them be self-sufficient. My kidneys can only support myself and my woman. You two, clean up the melon seed shells. Go make room for you or to stay temporarily, Tang Tang and Antwan to stay in one, and you sisters to stay in one room and make do with each other. After finishing a bag of melon seeds, he clapped his hands and stretched. With such little fighting power, he dared to take the initiative to provoke trouble. It was over before he could even enjoy it. Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu's eyes immediately turned red with grievance. Why? That's right, it's obviously us who are at a disadvantage. Just because you two are so weak and playful, Yuer is not only my woman now, she is also the most powerful fighter besides me. If I didn't use enough ruthless tactics, I wouldn't be able to take her down with Mao Mao. And you two still want to pick a fight with her? Do you know that the entire Building 8 is now occupied by her people? If I weren't here, there would be nothing left of you two. Lin Feng said lightly that Pan Yuer's contract ability contributed greatly to the team, and she also had a healing ability that Lin Feng could not deprive her of. If Wen Wan is a partner and the other three women are tools for earning contribution points, then Pan Yuer is a serious team partner who joins based on her own strength. Lin Feng's words made the four girls feel a sense of crisis. A beautiful and capable woman whose means are no less than Lin Feng's? Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu looked at each other with guilt. Compared with Pan Yuer, they were indeed just pretty faces. When Lin Feng was not at home, if someone wanted to deal with them, it would be like a losing battle. The two of them were like defeated hens, running away dejectedly to clean up the room and make room. While the two of them were cleaning the room, Lin Feng exchanged for a set of 6 offensive ingredients and asked Wen Wan, Qin Wanchuan and Pan Yuer to prepare cooking. As he was speaking, the chandelier in the living room flickered and then never came back on. Lin Feng took out the gas stove and small gas tank from the convenience store from the system space. Let's use this first. It seems like we really can't live here for too long. The electricity and gas have been cut off, and the water supply on the upper floors has also been cut off. Currently, water can only be obtained on the first floor. Fortunately, the residents have recognized the reality and no longer need to take a shower or wash clothes. We were so thirsty that we naturally formed a team and went to the first floor to get some green water to boil and drink. Fortunately, although the water was green, it was not poisonous. The power outage was inevitable, and everyone expected it. It was still a bit uncomfortable when the day finally came. If there is electricity, you can use an induction cooker to heat the leather sofa, and use belts and some green plants to satisfy your hunger. At least you can check the information on your mobile phone. Now that all living facilities have been cut off, this high-rise building has truly become a concrete shell. The three women took the ingredients, buckets of water and gas tanks, and went to the kitchen to get busy. When Wan and Qin Wanchuan looked worried. The power outage meant that the infrastructure was collapsing step by step, and it was becoming less and less worthwhile to stay in the city. Pan Yuer was very calm. From the moment she awakened her superpowers, she quickly adjusted her mindset and accepted the fact that modern civilization would collapse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to integrate a building in such a short time and allow himself and Mao Mao to grow so quickly, with their ability levels almost not much behind Lin Feng. Dark and bloody means are definitely involved. Chapter 30, 7 Buildings Gang Rape Case. In the evening, the community was plunged into darkness due to the strange fog, and the solar street lights had long been ineffective due to the cover of the strange fog. The community has been engulfed in thick fog up to the level of the 25th floor. The survivors' living space was further compressed to the last 3 floors. To be precise, it's the last 2 floors, because the top floors of every building are almost always occupied by a few people. Bright bonfires shone from the top rooms of each building, and the aroma of meat filled the air. Building 5 is no exception. The dining table in room 2701, Building 5, is filled with delicious food. However, Lin Feng's delicacies come from convenience stores and shopping malls, but he has no idea about the other buildings. Lin Feng was quite pleased that each building could produce several building kings, building tyrants, and building phoenixes. After all, it was useless for little Karami to be contracted. Dozens of low-temperature candles of various shapes were lit in the large living room, filling the air with fragrance. There was a bottle of Romanée Conti in the decanter. The 5 girls sat around Lin Feng and chattered. It has to be our Uncle Tang. He has all kinds of props. I was wondering why he stockpiled so many candles. Lin Feng played with a cup of lotus-shaped low-temperature candle and tilted it slightly onto Tang Tang's arm. Drops of 42-degree wax on delicate skin will not cause burns. Tang Tang's face was a deep red, not sure if it was from the heat or what. Uncle Tang didn't expect that the toys he stockpiled would be given to Tang Tang to play with, right? Pan Yuer looked at Tang Tang's blushing cheeks teasingly. This place is truly a treasure trove. Uncle Tang's aesthetics are truly remarkable. I guess I need to plunder it thoroughly before I leave. Tang Tang, who was dripping with a cup of low-temperature wax, was in a state of disarray and gasping for breath. Only then did Lin Feng stop. Ah! Don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll jump. A shrill scream came from a distance, echoing in the quiet neighborhood. Several people looked at each other in surprise. The voice came from the top floor of Building 7. In the bright light of the bonfire, a young woman was forced onto the balcony. 3 young men with colorful hair approached step by step with strange smiles. Go ahead and jump. Go ahead and jump. We won't stop you. Ha ha. You're pretending to be a pure heroine with us guys. Jump, brothers, you are not a woman. Jump and you will be free. The 3 of them were talking to each other, wantonly and arrogantly insulting the woman who was forced into the corner. The woman straddled the balcony railing and cried. Come any closer and I'll really jump. Lin Feng and the other 6 stood on the balcony and watched indifferently. Order has been collapsing for a long time, but most people who did bad things a few days ago knew how to hide their tracks. I don't even pretend now. Pan Yuer's face turned ashen and she gritted her teeth. All men deserve to die. Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed that Pan Yuer's aversion to men was already a physical aversion. If it weren't for the contract, Pan Yuer would have destroyed the flower after using it. Except you, of course. Pan Yuer turned around and gave Lin Feng a sweet smile. I want to go over and kill those three beasts right now. Can you please let me go over there and take care of them? I'll be on top tonight. Pan Yuer hugged Lin Feng's arm and squeezed and shook it hard. When Wan and others secretly cursed the slutty fox, Lin Feng was speechless, his perception spreading to the top floor of Building 7. The brightness of the three men was not even half that of Pan Yuer. However, the power of superpowers cannot be judged solely by their level and strength. It also depends on whether the type is suitable for combat, and the most important thing is the user himself. The three men with colorful hair looked like they were not good people in the past. Pan Yuer's original three contracted slaves are now sleeping in the Styx flower, and only Mao Mao is left with decent fighting power. She is just an auxiliary nanny, and it is not certain that she can get anything good if she takes care of Mao Mao. Of course, Lin Feng would not let his woman take such a risk. Pa! A slap landed on Pan Yuer's buttocks. Even if I don't allow you to go, you still have to go up there. Are you still trying to bargain with me? Lin Feng returned to the table and began to eat slowly. Pan Yuer's eyes turned red with grievance, but she could only sit back at the dining table obediently. Those three are all superpowered. You, a weakling and a hairy guy, might not be able to defeat them. If you get captured, do you want to blame me? I can take down an entire building, Building 8. These three little guys can't be a problem for me. Pan Yuer refused to accept. Do you still have lackeys to command? Besides, there's a monster downstairs in Building 7 that even I'm afraid of. Pan Yuer lowered her head and stopped talking, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Feng secretly called her a vixen, saying that she was really good at pretending and she got into the role in a second. I'll take you there after dinner. Let's make it clear in advance. I'm not sure I can handle the monster below Building 7. If we startle it and something goes wrong, we'll retreat immediately. Lin Feng picked up a large piece of meat and threw it to Mao Mao. Eat well so you can work better. Woof woof. Are you just going to kill people? Do you want to save that woman? Tang Tang looked at Lin Feng carefully. We had to go down and up the stairs, climbing nearly 60 floors. When we got there, the three quick shooters did everything they needed to do. Do you think all men are as slow as me? Eat first and we'll talk later. Lin Feng said lightly, and just took care of a few scumbags. Anyway, I originally wanted to enslave some people with special abilities, but it's too late now. Of course, you can also use a rifle to shoot them from a distance, but it would be a pity to kill these three people because they all have special abilities. Now that we have a plan to leave, it's time to prepare the team for the Doomsday Escape Convoy. Come over after dinner. You can vent your anger on them, but you can't kill them. Do you understand? Pan Yuer's eyes lit up and her brows raised with joy. I know. Just like those three guys you took out in the garage. Listening to the screams from the top floor of Building 7, the five girls ate very quickly, feeling worried. Lin Feng was helpless. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but such things would happen again and again in the future and he wouldn't be able to handle it. If there weren't three people with superpowers on the opposite side who could be useful to him, Lin Feng really didn't plan to go over. Too many people had died, and one more of her wouldn't make a difference, and she might not even die. It would be justice for him to go there after they have done their bad deeds. If they were really innocent good young people, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. We're all done eating. After eating, the five girls looked at Lin Feng eagerly as he finished the last piece of meat and wiped his mouth carefully. The meal for 5 people took less than 20 minutes in total. The screams from the top floor of Building 7 ended 5 minutes ago. The woman didn't dare to jump down after all and was dragged into the house by 3 men. It took the 3 men a total of 15 minutes, which was really fast. Lin Feng's analysis was correct. It was indeed too late. If he didn't eat and went over directly, they would have finished by the time he finished climbing the stairs. Okay, let's go check it out. I hope these 3 guys don't let me down. Exchange it for a Glock G17 and throw it to Pan Yuer. Will it work? No, but this thing should be simple, right? Pan Yuer took the pistol and played with it for a while. Don't worry, you'll be a master of firearms tomorrow, and I'll give you another rifle to carry. Lin Feng licked his lips meaningfully. The 4 gentle girls looked at each other, feeling confused. Except for Wan, who has a pistol, the other 3 have no self-defense weapons. As soon as Pan Yuer arrived, she was immediately assigned long and short spears. And take her out to be a hero. Live in a separate room. Several people couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Lin Feng naturally noticed the changes in their moods and took out an M16A4. Pan Yuer was about to raise her hand to take the gun, but Lin Feng turned around and handed the gun to Wenwan. Auntie Wen gives this to you for self-defense. I'll discuss something with you when I get back tonight. Chapter 31, Perverted Willow. A trace of surprise flashed across Wenwan's brows, followed by an unconcealable joy. Regardless of the presence of everyone, he stood on tiptoe and took a bite of Lin Feng. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Wenwan doesn't like playing with guns, so the Glock G17 that Lin Feng gave her is enough for self-defense at home. But when Wenwan saw Lin Feng was going to give a gun to Pan Yuer who had just arrived, she still felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Of course, Aunt Wen will be given the good stuff first. They all have to step aside. You guys wait at home, I'll be back soon. Lin Feng put his arms around Wenwan's slender waist and breathed hot air into her ears. Well, I'll wait for you at home. Pan Yuer awkwardly withdrew her hand and lifted her hair to hide her embarrassment. Qin Wanchuan and the other two had red eyes from envy and jealousy. Tang Tang's mouth curled up again. Biased. Let's go quickly and come back soon. I've been wanting to check out what kind of monster is under Building 7 for a long time. Lin Feng took out 2 flashlights and took Pan Yuer and Mao Mao downstairs. The last time they came to the first floor was on the first day of the apocalypse. Lin Feng took Wenwan downstairs to fight zombies and look for supernatural crystals. At this time, the first floor was already stinking, and the road was full of garbage thrown from high places. There are also dead and rotten zombies, monsters, and various excrement. Ugh. The smell goes straight into my head, and wearing a mask is useless. On the contrary, Pan Yuer was much calmer, as if she was used to it. You can't even stand this little smell. I don't know where you got all those skills and equipment. Pan Yuer was very confused when she saw Lin Feng's uncomfortable expression. Mao Mao and I worked hard every day and suffered countless injuries before we accumulated dozens of supernatural power enhancement crystals. This guy is great. His abilities are no less than mine, and he has surprisingly more supplies. Of course, it was done bit by bit. Lin Feng curled his lips, thinking, who can understand my bitterness and pain? Although Pan Yuer was already a contract servant, Lin Feng didn't want to reveal too much. Pan Yuer was confused. Could the supplies still be made? How? But she was a woman who understood men, so she didn't ask if Lin Feng didn't want to elaborate. The two of them cautiously moved towards Building 7. Although they had the system in hand, from the outside, it was obvious that animals and plants had the advantage. Lin Feng had some guesses in his mind, so he exchanged a flamethrower, 10 grenades, and an RPG launcher in advance. It's better to be cautious. If something goes wrong, all the women in your house will have to be taken care of by others. As soon as he thought of this, he said, Mao Mao, explore the way ahead. Woof woof. Mao Mao growled, sniffed the ground hard, and rushed towards Building 7. Apart from a few ordinary zombies, we didn't encounter any obstacles on the way. Mao Mao smashed their heads to pieces, and a supernatural power-enhancing crystal exploded, making them a delicious meal. When he arrived at the door of Unit 7, Mao Mao bent his waist and let out a low growl towards the open space between Buildings 7 and 9. That was where the light Lin Feng saw was the brightest. This is not a mutated animal, it's a willow tree that has become a spirit. The thick branches required 5 people to hug, and the dense branches disappeared in the thick fog, reaching several floors. It was clearly a tree, but it gave Lin Feng a weird and ferocious feeling. And this thing also has a property panel. Name, Mutated Willow. Ability, Unknown. Constitution, 20,000. Spiritual power, 200. 20,000 points of physical fitness? Are you kidding? That's 2 orders of magnitude higher than mine. Besides, for a stupid crooked tree like you, having a mental strength of 200 is not normal at all. Could this thing really be a spirit? Lin Feng was really afraid that it would just run out of the soil. You come out often, haven't you seen this thing? Lin Feng asked Pan Yuer in a low voice without taking his eyes off the willow tree. Yes, this willow tree mutated from the beginning. Mao Mao and I never come to this area just to avoid it, but I didn't expect it to change so quickly. Pan Yuer gripped the pistol tightly, her muscles tense and her eyes never left the willow tree. In front of these 2 willow trees, the small pistol could not give her any sense of security. The willow tree was bigger and more perverted than the one seen 2 days ago, and it was filled with a sinister aura. Pan Yuer also felt that the willow tree was looking at her. At this moment, Pan Yuer was beginning to back down. If this thing could really move, if it went crazy, the 7th and 9th buildings nearby would be in trouble. Still going upstairs? Pan Yuer swallowed and asked in a low voice. Lin Feng also murmured a little, thinking that to deal with such a behemoth, only heavy firepower could be used. Heavy firepower is useless once you enter the building. Moreover, Lin Feng's perception is much sharper than Pan Yuer's. This thing was definitely observing him. Not only observing, Lin Feng felt full of malice and greed. That's exactly the feeling. The tree was observing him with the same eyes as it was observing food. Lin Feng's forehead was covered with sweat. Yuer, do you feel that this ghost thing is looking at us, like it's looking at food? Pan Yuer was already a little scared, and what Lin Feng said gave her goosebumps all over her body. It's a little spooky, but not as serious as you say, right? Looking at the dense beads of sweat on Lin Feng's forehead, Pan Yuer realized that Lin Feng was not exaggerating. This man dared to go to the garage alone to control himself. He is not a coward. Retreat first. Lin Feng made a prompt decision. He could feel that the malice was growing stronger. If you don't retreat, something bad will happen. Lin Feng, Pan Yuer and Ma Mao immediately retreated quickly towards the willow tree. Whoosh! 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 In the thick fog above where the three people had just stood, a large number of taut willow branches shot down like javelins. As Lin Feng stepped back, the green branches rubbed against the floor where he had just stood, and the hard marble floor was riddled with holes like tofu. Lin Feng and Pan Yuer were so frightened that they ran away. If this gets stuck in your body, you'll probably die before you can get treatment. Fortunately, the willow branch's javelin was not very accurate and its reaction was a bit slow. The two men and the dog retreated not far before the big willow tree gave up the attack. It seems that the entrance to Unit 7 is the current limit of its attack range. Forget it, we might have entered its territory just now. Pan Yuer patted her full chest with a lingering fear. I can't let it go. This guy almost got killed by the green belt in the community before he even left. How can he escape from now on? Besides, zombies and mutant animals can drop superpower crystals, so maybe this perverted willow tree can also drop some good stuff. Lin Feng was now stroking his chin in thought from a distance, while Mama was standing guard on the side. Give it some appetizer first. As he said this, he took out 10 grenades and threw them towards the willow tree as if they were free. Boom boom boom. The sparse candlelight and bonfires in each building were quickly extinguished. After the violent explosion, Lin Feng sensed that the light emitted by the willow tree had hardly faded. Is it effective? When Pan Yuer saw the explosion stop, she looked at Lin Feng anxiously. It's useless. Lin Feng scratched his head. With a physique of 20,000 and being a plant with no weak points, it might not be killed by a few grenades even if it hadn't evolved. It would probably not make much difference if it was replaced with an RPG rocket launcher. Then the only option is to use the ultimate killer move, the SSS-level supernatural power, the world-destroying magic thunder. Lin Feng used all his strength to activate the world-destroying demonic thunder. Muffled thunder rumbled in the sky and thunderclouds gathered quickly. The residents on the top floor were all trembling. It was so scary. The clouds were so low that they felt like they were right above their heads. Boom! Snap! Thunder exploded, and 5 lightning bolts as thick as arms struck the willow tree. The neighbor, whose faith was not strong, had already peed in his trouser pocket. Lin Feng's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. At level 5, he could only use all his strength to unleash 5 magic thunders. The bright light of the willow tree dimmed a little, about 1/10 or 2/10. Lin Feng was delighted. He had broken the defense of the willow tree with a physical strength of 20,000 points. That was awesome. As soon as he smiled, the willow tree's light returned to normal in just a minute. Fuck. Don't fight with a tree. That's too weird. Let's go. Pan Yuer didn't want to waste time here anymore. It would be interesting if she really hanged herself on this tree. Try again. Lin Feng exchanged 2 10-liter barrels of gasoline and tied white phosphorus grenades with tape. If critical hits don't work, he will try continuous damage. It's growing so dark and dense, let's get rid of the moisture. Chapter 32 Essence. Pulling the safety of the white phosphorus grenade, Lin Feng swung his arm and smashed the gasoline barrel at the mutant willow tree. The oil barrel was pierced and exploded by the willow branches on the outside before it got close to the tree trunk. The explosion of the white phosphorus bomb simultaneously detonated the gasoline barrel, and the intense flames penetrated the strange fog and illuminated the night sky. The white light falls, forming a beautiful scenery. Fish and dragons dance in the night sky, and fireworks bloom all night long. So beautiful. Pan Yuer stared at the explosive beauty with a face full of happiness. You're still wondering if it's the Milky Way falling from the sky. It's useless. I'm fine. Lin Feng curled his lips. Women are just pretentious. They get moved no matter what the situation is. The light of the mutant willow tree did not dim significantly, and the gasoline bomb was blocked by the branches and did not burn the main trunk at all. The white phosphorus and gasoline on the willow branches continued to burn. The mutated willow tree seemed to be angered by Lin Feng's repeated attacks, or perhaps the violently burning white phosphorus caused it great pain. The branches swung wildly, the floor exploded, and white phosphorus flew and burned. Even though they had escaped to a safe distance, the two men and the dog were still covered in several pieces of white phosphorus due to the rapid and all-round attacks. Fuck. Your dad is scalded to death. Ah. What the hell? Woof woof. Lin Feng, his companion, and the dog were caught off guard and burned by the splashing white phosphorus, causing them to howl and dance with joy. Lin Feng quickly pulled Pan Yuer back to a safe distance. Tear off the burning clothes and pants and throw them away. With a swish, Lin Feng grabbed Pan Yuer's clothes and tore them apart and threw them away. Woof woof woof. Mao Mao was so anxious that he was running around and howling. There was a little bit of it stuck on his butt and he couldn't get it off no matter how hard he tried. He could already smell the faint aroma of dog meat. Lin Feng took out a dagger and slashed with the knife, cutting off a thin layer of skin on Mao Mao's butt, causing Mao Mao to grimace in pain. Woof woof woof. Stop cursing, you idiot. I didn't mean to cut your butt. That thing can't be wiped off. It's your fault for not wearing any clothes. Lin Feng's chest, Pan Yuer's belly, arms, and fat rich areas were all scalded red. I told you not to mess with it. Why are you fighting with a tree? Pan Yuer glared at Lin Feng resentfully. What kind of thing was this? He was arguing with a crooked tree. This guy was definitely a donkey. The key point is that they hadn't fought or gotten close yet, but were hit by a tree and both of them ran naked. With a wave of his hand, a few white lights fell, and Mao Mao's but quickly stopped bleeding and healed. We'll have to face this monster sooner or later. It's only been a few days, and it's already become so abnormal that it's almost immune to conventional weapons. We should study it thoroughly now to avoid being scratched when we see it in the future. Lin Feng took out clothes from the space and handed them to Pan Yuer to put on. The heavier weapons are still a bit too much of a burden for Lin Feng now, and he still needs to save up strategy points to exchange for an RV. That leaves only one last option. The exquisite, ancient, and evil Styx flower appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Brother, what are you doing? Even white phosphorus bullets can't make your antique gun tickle it? Pan Yuer was already scared of Lin Feng. He was too unreliable. If they didn't have spare clothes, they would have to go back naked. Fortunately, there was fog, otherwise they would have been exposed long ago. This is the last time. If it doesn't work, we'll go back. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sensed that 4 twisted and hideous black mists condensed in the magazine. It is obvious that the concentration of the 3 black mists collected by Lin Feng himself is far lower than the bullet that comes with the Styx flower. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that there were folded space partitions between the bullets. There were 9 such partitions in total. He could remove the partitions and let the bullets devour each other. Bullet breeding. An idea appeared in Lin Feng's mind. If he gets rid of this idea, how many souls of the dead supernatural people would he have to collect? Fortunately, Lin Feng doesn't want to kill innocent people unless they offend him. The spiritual power of this big willow tree is 200, which is not much different from mine. It would be a bit of a waste to directly use the bullets that come with the Styx flower. It's not a life and death crisis, so I'll just try it with the souls of Pan Yuer's 3 previous contract slaves. There was almost no need to aim, the big willow tree was still shaking its branches wildly, and most of the fire had been extinguished. Just by listening to the noise and the bright light of the fire in the fog, you can locate the location of the big willow tree. There was a soft puff sound. A ball of darkness shot out. The initial velocity was not fast, and one could almost see the hideous human face on the bullet. Then it turned into a black line, swam across the night sky and shot towards the big willow tree, indescribably smooth. Pan Yuer suspected she was hallucinating. What the hell? Shooting out a person? Invisible waves emanate, like the howling of a soul. The big willow tree became even more crazy, its branches gathered together and pounded the ground fiercely like a piledriver. The flames on its body had been completely extinguished, but it still kept pounding. Lin Feng sighed and said, "It would be great if I could have this power one day." Suddenly, my head felt like it was pricked by a needle, and my face turned pale with pain. Pan Yuer squatted on the ground with her head in her hands in pain. Mao Mao rolled around on the ground and barked. Lin Feng no longer saved and fired 2 more shots. 2 balls of black mist swam rapidly towards the big willow tree. Time seemed to be frozen. The sound of pile driving under the big willow tree disappeared instantly, and the flames had completely disappeared. The headache and discomfort also receded like the tide. Lin Feng sensed and checked the attribute panel of the big willow tree. The spiritual power attribute of the big willow tree has been directly erased. If this happened to a human, he would become demented. Okay, it's solved. Lin Feng felt a little disappointed. Although there was a difference of 2 orders of magnitude, his expectations for SSS-level superpowers were still too high. It would be better to get more explosives than to waste his energy on it. When you have enough strategy points, just use a few small missiles or even nuclear bombs. Forget it, your kidneys can't take it. In the end, it was still the evil cultivators who solved the problem of the big willow tree, and it had to be the evil cultivators. It smells really good, and costs almost nothing, because the cost is someone else's. How did you solve it? Big brother, are you reliable? Sooner or later, I will be killed by you. Pan Yuer rubbed her head with red eyes, and Mao Mao lay on the ground, panting with his tongue hanging out. Just go and take a look and you'll know. Pan Yuer and Mao Mao returned to the door of Unit 7 with obvious reluctance. The floor had been completely smashed, and a half-meter hole had been rammed into the ground. The willow branches were twisted and motionless, pointing upwards, like a person who had been burned to death, raising his arms and roaring towards the sky. It was indescribably weird. The light emitted by the willow tree in my perception has completely disappeared, leaving only a spot of fluorescence in the center of the trunk. Really dead? How did he do that? Pan Yuer widened her eyes. The tree trunk was clearly not burned, but it was pitch black and obviously had no vitality at all. The 2 of them carefully came to the willow tree. Lin Feng gently stroked the tree trunk. With such amazing attributes, there must be something good about it. He took out a fire axe and chopped down at the fluorescent part. Sawdust flew everywhere. It was still very hard compared to ordinary willow trees, but it was far worse than this mutant willow tree when it was alive. After using 2 fire axes to chop things apart, they finally managed to cut out the fluorescent object. What is this? It doesn't look like a supernatural crystal. I just want to eat it just by looking at it. Pan Yuer wiped her saliva, her eyes full of stars. Lin Feng had a similar feeling and couldn't help but want to swallow it in one gulp, but he didn't drool to the point of drooling. It seems that this thing is very attractive to you. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the essence of wood. After use, it can enhance your affinity for wood-related abilities. Unlock the right to redeem extraordinary items in the mall, Wood Essence, 1000 strategy points. It's no use having affinity. I still need drugs to level up. No, the efficiency of taking drugs varies depending on your affinity, and the power of using superpowers also varies. For example, if the host can obtain a trace of lightning essence, the speed and power of the host's world-destroying demon thunder can be further improved. That's interesting. Let's leave it for later. Now let's deal with those rapists first. Chapter 33 Battle Princess. Collect the essence of wood into the system space. I was actually bullied by a tree. I must grind it to dust and scatter it into ashes. I can also take my anger out on the 3 rapists. A bucket of gasoline was poured on the trunk of the willow tree, and the gasoline was ignited and the flames exploded and rose up. The huge flames caused the strange fog to swirl, and the flames leaped into the night sky, burning it red. It's so spectacular, husband. You're so amazing. Pan Yuer held Lin Feng's arm and squeezed it hard with the fat layer. Flattery is useless, it depends on your performance. Although the mall has unlocked the exchange rights for the essence of wood, the price of 1000 strategy points is not cheap. 1 pill for each of the 5 women would cost half the price of an RV. So Lin can't give one to each of them for the time being. I will definitely behave well. You don't have to treat me like a human being. Even if I'm anemic, I'll make you bleed. Pan Yuer patted her chest and made the promise. Lin Feng was speechless, although he also had some idea in this regard. The main thing is that I want her to work hard and get through the difficult times with others in solidarity and friendship. That's right. After all, loyalty is to Lin Feng alone. Loyalty only means not betraying, it does not mean being motivated or friendly to others. Lin Feng didn't want to control her all the time, and wanted her to maintain more of her true nature. Let's go upstairs first. With a raging fire behind them, Lin Feng, Pan Yuer and Mao Mao began to climb the stairs. They climbed to the 25th floor and could still see the flames rising into the sky from the window. What do? You look unfamiliar, aren't you from our building? Several people were lying crookedly in the corridor on the 25th floor, staring vigilantly at the two people and a dog who appeared at the stairs. Well, those from other buildings, come and see who lives on your top floor? Lin Feng asked as he looked at the residents whose faces were swollen from hunger. This group of people is much more miserable than those in Building 5. No one paid any attention to Lin Feng. The people on the top floor? They didn't dare to say anything bad about those people. Lin Feng took out a loaf of bread and threw it into the corridor. The people leaning in the corner suddenly rioted and pounced on it like mad dogs to grab it. Lin Feng took a step forward and put his foot on the bread. Who lives on the top floor? One of the old ladies was scratching Lin Feng's shoe soles frantically and swallowing her saliva. There are 3 bullies living on the top floor. They stole all the food and supplies from the entire building. We haven't eaten in 2 days. Do they have any special abilities? Lin Feng stepped on the bread tightly. Several people knelt beside him and reached out to pick at the soles of their shoes. They stuffed the little they picked out into their mouths. There's a guy who can breathe fire. His name is Zhou Zhengyuan. He used to be our neighbor on the 4th floor and he was a cook. Not only does it breathe fire, it can also emit fire from its body. Those huge hands grabbing you are like being clamped by fire tongs. There's also a guy who can grow in size, like a devil's muscle man. He can punch a security door and make a huge hole. He's our neighbor on the 8th floor, called Wang Defa. I heard he used to be a fitness coach. Yes, that's right. The third one often holds a crossbow in his hand. I don't know what his abilities are, but the other 2 listen to him. He's called Gao Ming. Lin Feng raised his foot, and the bread was torn into pieces by several people. He lay on the ground and licked it without caring about his image. You 3 actually still have the energy to climb the stairs. Don't you have enough food? Give us some quickly. A piece of bread was snatched up in a few seconds. An old lady with curly hair licked her lips and stared at Lin Feng with hope on her face. I do have plenty of food, why should I share it with you? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and retorted directly. Young man, do you understand the importance of respecting the elderly and loving the young? If you don't help someone in need, are you still a human being? When the curly-haired old lady saw that Lin Feng admitted it openly but was unwilling to share a single hair with them, she got so angry that she started cursing. Old blind dang, do you think I dare to throw you down? Lin Feng clenched his fists, his knuckles crackling, and a wicked smile played on the corners of his mouth. Hubby, why bother talking to her? I'll take care of this ungrateful old bitch for you. Pan Yuer pulled out a Glock pistol from her waist, loaded it, and pointed it directly at the curly-haired old woman's forehead. Woof woof. The old lady was about to continue cursing, but she looked at the black hole of the gun stuck in her forehead. The cold texture made her feel like a duck with its neck strangled. No, don't be impulsive, young man. It's illegal to use a gun, and it's also illegal to kill people. It seems that you, old man, are not very likable. Why don't you jump down yourself, auntie? Lin Feng stared deeply at the curly-haired old lady. After hesitating for a moment, the curly-haired old lady turned stiffly and walked towards the corridor window. The curly-haired old lady's eyes were filled with horror. She couldn't utter a word and couldn't control her body. Soon she reached the windowsill, climbed up the windowsill nimbly, and jumped down. 2 seconds later, there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. The other people in the corridor watched the whole process indifferently and no one stood up to say a word. They didn't know how Lin Feng did it, hunger made them not want to think. I don't have the energy, don't want to meddle in other people's business, and don't dare to meddle in other people's business. The curly-haired old lady was simply tired of living because she hadn't been beaten enough. She still couldn't face reality at this time. Sensing that the connection he had just established was interrupted, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and returned to the stairwell to continue climbing. This was better than bluffing people with a gun. The figure disappeared at the stairs, where he paused, took out 3 pieces of bread and threw them back into the corridor. Listening to the fierce tearing and collision coming from behind, Lin Feng was a little dazed. If I didn't have the system and superpowers, let alone collecting women, I would have to kneel on the ground and pick at the soles of other people's shoes just like them for a piece of bread, right? There is no if in the world. A few loaves of bread are not a burden to you. You can just throw them to them and save a few lives. You can also wipe out the blind idiots and bring some peace to the world. There were also some half-dead residents lying in the corridor on the 26th floor, and they seemed to be in better mental condition than those on the 25th floor. The corridor was covered with mattresses and garbage, and the stench was overwhelming, as if dozens of rats had died. People are always divided into classes, even the difference between inside and outside the house, and the difference between upstairs and downstairs. There were actually 2 faint lights in the room on the 26th floor. It was much dimmer than the 3 above, more like the difference between a candle and a bonfire. After you deal with the 3 people upstairs, you can come back and take a look. If they are suitable, you can consider recruiting them. Anyway, there will be a lot of extra contract spots after tonight. The appearance of Lin Feng, his 2 companions and his dog did not cause any disturbance on the 26th floor. Everyone just took a look and continued to close their eyes to rest. At this time, people who still have the energy to climb the stairs will not steal the dog food, belts, leather sofas and other supplies that they depend on for survival. The residents of Building 7 were much worse off than Lin Feng had expected, although many people in Building 5 were already eating these things. But there are also some neighbors who have stored food. It seems that this tragic situation has a lot to do with the rapist upstairs. Continue to climb towards the 27th floor. The stun grenades and flash grenades have been exchanged. At the corner of the stairwell on the 27th floor, Lin Feng took out 2 bulletproof vests and an explosion-proof helmet. Although Pan Yuer has healing abilities, if she is attacked and her heart or brain explodes, her abilities will be useless. Put it on. It would be a real shame if the boat capsized in the gutter. Pan Yuer also knew that facing 3 people with special abilities was no joke, so she took the equipment and put it on. She has a slender waist, wears ultra-thin tight black leggings, wears a helmet and armor, holds a Glock in her hand, and has a fire axe on her waist. I am a battle girl, with battlefield style. It turns out that this combination can be used not only in battle but also in combat. I have something important to do right now, so I'll go back and study this set of combat equipment. Chapter 34, Capturing 3 Rapists. What are you looking at? Am I wearing something wrong? Seeing that Lin Feng was no match for her, Pan Yuer looked him up and down and felt that he was not a good fit. Yes, that's right, I'll wear it like this when I go back. Lin Feng chuckled and sorted out Pan Yuer's equipment. I don't have any equipment for my lower body, what am I supposed to do? There were 3 men living in the corridor on the 27th floor. They looked energetic and didn't look hungry. Each of them was equipped with a fire axe. He is most likely the lackey of those 3 people. Judging from the light, the 3 psychics all live in 2701. Stop. Who are you? What do you do? As soon as Lin Feng appeared at the staircase on the 27th floor, he was blocked outside the fire door of the stairwell by several men in the corridor. When they saw the attire of Lin Feng and the other 2, they all reached for the fire axes at their waists. Anyone with enough experience can see that the 2 men and the dog have no good intentions. But this woman, is she really here to fight? Not here to bring warmth to the brothers? The 3 of them looked at each other and licked their lips. The woman in the room just now made them feel very anxious. But the 3 bosses in the room clearly did not have the demeanor of a great general like Yuan Qingdu. Only those in the house are entitled to enjoy it. If I could capture the 2 people in front of me. The looks of these people annoyed Lin Feng, and the 3 of them were ready to die. Puff! 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 A series of dull gunshots rang out, and the 3 men fell heavily to the ground with their heads raised. Blood was spurting all over the ground. They were all shot in the chest and face, and each person was hit by at least 5 bullets. As soon as Lin Feng felt murderous intent, Pan Yuer had already emptied the magazine. Lin Feng was speechless. Bullets were free, but kidneys were what mattered. However, he still immediately gave Pan Yuer a new magazine. Yuer, is this how you use a gun? Besides, this is a silencer, not a mute. I was planning on launching a surprise attack. Pan Yuer had just changed the magazine when a deep voice came from inside door 2701. Dachian? What's going on? What are you doing? It's impossible to fool people. Fellow villagers open their doors and the community brings warmth. Lin Feng holds an M16A4 in his left hand and a stun grenade in his right hand. Who the hell are you? Where are the three people at the door? The voice of the person behind the door rose an octave, and Lin Feng saw three balls of light quickly gathering behind the door. RPG is a bit inappropriate here, and grenades may not explode, so get some detonators. He did it right away and exchanged a few detonators and stuck them on the cat's eye. They said the community is providing warmth, instant noodles, eggs, ham and sausages, but are they going to open the door? The installation was completed in a few seconds, and after lighting the fuse, Lin Feng pulled Yuer and Mao Mao and quickly hid back in the stairwell. Fuck you, are you looking for trouble? Do you know who the three of us are? Zhou Zhangyuan, who was standing behind the door, could only see the black thing blocking the cat's eye and nothing else. Dachian and his two companions were easily dealt with, and the cat's eye was blocked. They don't have good intentions. They're probably from other buildings, just like us. Zhou Zhangyuan, who had purple hair, felt his legs getting weak. He must be quite capable if he dares to come to your door. It's okay to let him bully honest people, but fighting tough battles is not his forte. They heard the explosion downstairs clearly just now. The flames shooting up into the sky downstairs should also be the work of this man. The man who came here has real stuff on him. Do you smell anything? And there's a sizzling sound. Is something on fire? The three of them looked at each other, thinking of the explosion downstairs and the flames shooting into the sky. A bad guess appeared in my mind. Grass. Bang! The violent explosion made the ears of the two people and the dog in the stairwell buzz. 3 spots of light bounced from the door to the balcony. To kill him while he's sick, Lin Feng didn't delay at all and rushed forward with stun grenades and flash bombs. When they got outside the door, they threw flash bombs and stun bombs. A strong light flashed, and screams like pigs being slaughtered came from the house. Whoosh! A crossbow arrow flew past the doorframe and hit the corridor wall. Yo-ho! The guy with the crossbow is quite a character. He can still make an effective counterattack by relying on his instinct even after 3 consecutive critical hits from detonator, stun grenade and flash grenade. An explosion-proof shield appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's hand. Following me, that guy is quite shady. Pan Yuer was speechless. Een? Who is as Een as you? Bang! Just as Lin Feng turned around and walked into the room, another arrow shot at the explosion-proof shield. The crossbow arrow passed through the shield and the arrowhead actually got stuck in the bulletproof vest. Lin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This power is greater than that of a rifle, right? There's a reason why the country banned this stuff. I thought the bulletproof vest and blast shield were a bit of an overreaction, but wouldn't this be painful? A shot in the head would be useless even if I had any special abilities. At this time, a young man with green hair was kneeling on the balcony with his eyes closed, tears streaming down his face. He was tilting his head to listen to the sound and determine the position, preparing to draw the crossbow and shoot again. The muscles of the other pink-haired young man swelled rapidly as if they were inflated, and he was about to recover. There was also a purple-haired young man lying on the ground and rolling around. Lin Feng held a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, and shot through the green-haired young man's shoulders with a burst of shots. The green-haired young man groaned as the compound crossbow fell from his hand, and he leaned against the balcony glass, trying to struggle to get up. Mao Mao jumped out, bit the green-haired young man's left ankle and shook his head hard, snapping. Along with a scream, the green-haired young man's ankle twisted into an unnatural angle. The pink-haired young man has already completed the transformation into the Devil Muscle Man, but he still can't open his eyes. Lin Feng put away his shield, raised his gun and shot. The bullet hit the swollen muscles and got stuck without much bleeding. Damn, is there a pervert who can withstand heat weapons so soon? Lin Feng was stunned. This was just a low-level supernatural power, although he was also slightly injured. Once his level is raised, won't he be able to withstand heavy artillery? Husband, try hitting his knee. Pan Yuer was also observing and found that the Devil Muscle Man was like a frog. His muscles had grown bigger, but his joints had not changed much. She herself was not a good shooter and was hiding behind Lin Feng, making it inconvenient for her to shoot. I know. Don't worry. If the rifle doesn't work, there's still the RPG. I believe in him. The Devil Muscle Man had initially regained his vision and rushed forward with a roar. He also heard the intruder's conversation. The living room is only about 30 square meters, and the pink-haired muscular man can knock Lin Feng down with one leap. Unfortunately, Lin Feng and Pan Yuer were both very agile and avoided the attacks of the pink-haired muscular man from the left and right. The moment the pink-haired muscular man landed on the ground, Lin Feng and Pan Yuer had already drawn their fire axes. He swung it hard and hit the pink-haired muscular man's ankle. Click, click. Two crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time. The pink-haired muscular man let out an earth-shattering scream, and his supernatural powers could no longer maintain his normal body shape. Hubby, we really have a tacit understanding. Pan Yuer waved the bloody axe and gave Lin Feng a sweet smile. It's a bit early to pop the champagne at halftime, and there's still a fire baby who has nothing to do. The purple-haired young man, who was huddled in the corner with his body red and a wisp of flame coming out from time to time, was scared to death. I've never been this cruel when I've bullied others. At most, I just threaten or intimidate others and take away all their food. This devilish couple really kills without blinking an eye. The dog was not a pushover either. It burned its tongue when it bit itself and was raising one of its feet towards itself to try to put out the fire and cool down. Zimao really started crying. Brother and sister, I surrender. I surrender. Chapter 35 I Want to Fry Eggs. Lin Feng confirmed that the pink-haired and green-haired youths had completely lost their ability to resist. As usual, he shot the purple-haired young man twice in the shoulders. The purple-haired young man rolled on the ground in pain, and the flames on his body disappeared. Lin Feng was speechless. This kind of loser could also awaken superpowers. The pink-haired and green-haired ones were quite tough. One was lying at the door and the other was lying on the balcony, hissing and breathing in the air conditioner without making any noise. Lin Feng looked around and saw that the bonfire on the ground was still burning faintly. The house was in a mess, with a lot of rice, flour, sausages, instant noodles, mineral water and other supplies piled up in the corners. It is basically the same as Lin Feng's guess. How could everyone in a building be so hungry? There are always people who like to cook at home and stock up on food. These three idiots are really ruthless. They looted everything. Looking at the attributes of the three people, they are not very old. Purple-haired youth Zhou Zhanyuan, S-level elemental fire ability LV3. Pink-haired youth Wang Defa, a level muscleman with supernatural power level 3. Green-haired youth Gao Ming, S-level psychic ability to bring disaster LV3. A level, S-level, SS level, what kind of luck do these three bastards have? SS rank psychic? Disaster-inducing? Lin Feng turned around in horror and saw a ball of black fog silently rolling and condensing at the door. Hee, you just realized it? It's too late. The green-haired young man on the balcony laughed miserably in despair, because he could only summon but not control. And with the injuries he suffered, he would be a severely disabled person if he survived. Damn it! Lin Feng rushed to the balcony and smashed the green-haired young man's forehead with the butt of his gun, and the green-haired young man fainted. But the black fog did not disappear with the green-haired young man's fainting. Instead, it surges and takes shape quickly. Pan Yuer was also a little panicked as she pulled at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Fortunately, I didn't T-attack other buildings without permission. What kind of monsters are they? The black fog gradually took shape and turned into a monster with two horns on its head, blood-red eyes, a huge axe in his hand, and armor on his body. It was exactly like the Bull Demon King. Bang bang bang. The M16A4 fired continuously, and the bullets passed through the monster's body and hit the wall, causing almost no damage to the monster. World-destroying demonic thunder. Lin Feng pointed at the monster. Boom! Thunderclouds condensed into a beam of black magic lightning that poured in from the balcony, turned a corner, and hit the black monster. The monster's figure dimmed a little and then slowly recovered. And his eyes gradually became smarter. Honey, this thing shouldn't distinguish between friend and foe. Let the three of them handle it first. Sure enough, the black monster looked at the pink-haired young man closest to it. Pan Yuer suggested that Lin Feng throw the purple-haired and green-haired young men over to feed the monster. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the green-haired young man. The other two could die, but Lin Feng felt it necessary to save the green-haired young man. Moreover, it is meaningless to have more sandbags if you don't think of a solution. I don't have much physical strength left to activate my supernatural powers. Those who are immune to some attacks of the world-destroying demonic thunder are energy bodies or soul bodies. He took out the flower of the sticks with a painful look on his face, and fired the last and strongest bullet. Lin Feng really didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. This thing is not easy to replenish. Without killing 8 or 10 psychics, Lin Feng would probably find it difficult to produce a bullet as powerful as the one he has now. As soon as the stick's flower appeared, the monster's smart eyes actually showed a hint of evasion and fear. The black energy all over his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible aura and flowed towards the stick's flower. Holy shit! Natural nemesis? Perhaps it was because of the green hair? Or perhaps it was because of its lack of intelligence, the monster didn't turn around and run away. Lin Feng bravely approached the black monster step by step with the flower of the sticks in his hand. The invisible aura became stronger, and finally the monster exploded into a ball of black mist and drilled into the magazine of the stick's flower. Through telepathy, it was discovered that the bullet waves created by this monster were not weaker than the bullets of the stick's flower. This is much better than Pan Yuer's 3 contract slaves combined. While he's unconscious, sign a contract with this green-haired brat first. It's a huge profit. Lin Feng signaled Pan Yuer to get to work quickly. He went to open the bedroom door. The woman was lying on the bed with lifeless eyes and scars all over her body. Judging from her figure, she should be the woman on the balcony just now. The muddy forest path was overgrown with weeds and covered with hoarfrost. It turns out that she is a beauty with a quality score of 80, what a pity. Lin Feng sighed. There was nothing he could do about this matter. Take out a bottle of water and a piece of bread and throw it over. If she could figure it out on her own, she might still be able to survive. If she couldn't figure it out, then let her die. Lin Feng didn't have time to persuade her. When I opened the doors of the other 2 bedrooms, I saw beautiful women inside. Unfortunately, every forest path is overgrown with weeds and covered with hoarfrost. Lin Feng couldn't walk on this road and couldn't put his feet down. A bottle of water and a piece of bread were thrown into each room. Respecting the fate of others, they can only enlighten themselves. Pan Yuer has completed the contract with the green-haired Gao Ming and is currently contracting with the pink-haired muscular man Wang Defa. The purple-haired young man was cornered by Mao Mao and stared at him hungrily. Brother and sister, what do you want to do to us? The purple-haired young man smelled fishy all over. He urinated and then dried himself. Slave contract, if you don't sign it, you will die. This guy is the most useless among the 3 people. Lin Feng doesn't want to waste a word with him. If he doesn't cooperate at all, he can go into the stick's flower and shine. Sign, sign, sign. I'll be a slave to my big brother and big sister. The purple-haired young man Zhou Zhangyuan kowtowed like pounding garlic. Pan Yuer had finally completed the contract with the pink-haired muscular man and was already feeling a little tired. I'm tired. If you show even the slightest resistance, I'll abandon the contract and give you a peanut. You're useless anyway. Obey. Absolutely obey. Master. Please try, Master. Pan Yuer curled her lips in disdain, and concentrated her mental power to spread it towards the purple-haired young man. Without any hindrance, it was completed in an instant. The hypnosis was quite thorough. The green-haired guy who fainted lasted for half a minute. That's right, that's right. The purple-haired young man smiled along. How's it going, husband? What's going on in the house? How's that girl? Pan Yuer turned and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng spread his hands, see for yourself. Pan Yuer checked the 3 bedrooms one by one and came back with a dark face and gnashing teeth. You bastards, you all deserve to die. Ahem. They can die later when we need them. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Well, purple hair, go wake up green hair. Use the method of kicking his balls to wake him up. The purple-haired and pink-haired girls were startled. No way? Zimao immediately knelt down and said, we won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us this time. We will make amends to those girls and take responsibility to the end. Lin Feng also felt a little disappointed. Thinking about what he had done to them, it seemed that only Wan did it voluntarily. Fortunately, there was no justice from heaven. This is an order. Pan Yuer sneered, this sentence seemed to have magic power. After hearing this, Zimao immediately stood up and walked towards Lumo, who was unconscious on the balcony. He trembled and made the green hair into a big character shape. I'm sorry, brother Gao Yang, this is not my intention. I cannot disobey the master's orders. Don't waste time, use your strengths. I want to fry an egg. After being toyed with by the purple-haired boy, the sharp pain in his ankle forced the green-haired boy to wake up. Omelette? Omelette what? I saw the purple-haired man standing between the green-haired man's legs, slowly raising his right leg to gather strength, and flames rising from his calves. Zhou Zhangyuan. What is your mother going to do? The green-haired young man felt his scalp explode, his scrotum twitched, and his eyelids twitched wildly. Fry my eggs? Bang! Ah! Chapter 36 Fried Egg Man. The green-haired young man clamped his legs tightly together. The purple-haired young man gritted his teeth and continued to use his supernatural powers. The green-haired young man's thighs sizzled and the aroma of meat wafted in the air. I smell the fragrance of fried eggs. The other three men couldn't help but squeeze their legs slightly. The green-haired young man fainted again. The purple-haired young man felt the broken flesh on his leg solidify into a small meat patty before he slowly pulled back his calf. Master, the eggs are ready. The purple-haired young man reported back with a sad face as if his parents had died. This woman is a devil. Looking at the smile on her face, this isn't over yet. It's definitely not over yet. Really? Great. Fry another pair. Pan Yuer gave Zimao a thumbs up and praised him generously. Fry another pair? There are 3 intact men in the room. Who is being fried? Your own? That's absolutely not possible. That man? Absolutely not. Brother Defa? Can you lend me some fried eggs? Fuck you, you stupid purple-haired bastard. Which dad has been with you these past few good days? Is this how you treat your dad? The pink-haired muscular man, with his hands on the ground, was about to crawl out. He would rather die. The purple-haired young man chased after him and gently touched the inside of the pink-haired muscular man's 2 severed ankles. The pink-haired muscular man opened his legs in pain. It happened in the blink of an eye. A huge foot burning with flames hooked fiercely between the pink-haired young man's buttocks. Ah! Joe, fuck your grandma! The pink-haired muscular man pounded the ground with his fists, raised his butt, arched his waist, tilted his upper body back and screamed to the sky. After a while, he fainted and fell to the ground. Snap! 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 Excellent! Excellent! Once you fry the 3rd pair of eggs, you'll have passed the test and can officially join us. Behave well, and I'll let you fry eggs for people from now on. Pan Yuer put on her signature devilish smile. How can I operate it myself? Just treat me like a fart. Zimao cried, really cried. He didn't mind frying eggs, he was afraid of the pain. I command you to fry an egg immediately. No? Pan Yuer was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. How could he not know? I know at least 3 ways. Zimao glanced at Lin Feng obscurely, and flames appeared on his feet. Lin Feng frowned. How could this idiot fry an egg for himself with his feet? Zimao's eyes were evasive and he slowly approached Lin Feng. What the hell? Are you coming for me? Who gave you the courage? Was it because of that line about frying the 3rd pair and then calling it a day? Not only Raymond Lam, but also Pan Yuer was shocked. How bold. Fuck you. Fry your own for 3 minutes. Pan Yuer didn't care about her ladylike image and started cursing. The purple-haired young man with a sad face found a wooden bench and covered it with unburned charcoal from the campfire. Jump hard with your legs bent, and land hard on the narrow bench between your legs. With a loud bang, he fell down and fainted without even having time to scream. Pan Yuer poured the charcoal on the wooden stool onto the crotch of the purple-haired young man and clapped her hands with satisfaction. Perfect. Lin Feng felt a chill in his bones. Compared to this female devil, he was as innocent as a primary school student. It's almost time. It's not too late. We should give them some simple treatment and then go back. There are 2 more psychics downstairs I want to check out. In fact, Lin Feng was not very interested in punishing them. Compared with them, he was not a very good person. They are all selfish. Compared to them, I just don't have the perverted hobby of torturing others for fun. Well, that's a good deal for them. I haven't had enough fun yet. Pan Yuer waved her hand lacking interest. Lin Feng couldn't imagine what would happen if Pan Yuer contracted him instead. I shuddered, I dared not imagine it, I couldn't describe it, I would rather die. He took out a dagger and quickly and fiercely picked out the bullets from the 3 people's bodies. The three of them woke up in pain, looking at the devilish face with their teeth chattering and unable to utter a word. Pan Yuer's hands shone with holy light. Under Pan Yuer's guidance, the light drifted towards the injured parts of the three people. At this moment, Pan Yuer was as holy as a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering, although she was a devil just now. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all the external injuries were basically healed, a small amount of white light floated towards the crotch of the three people. The three of them only felt a warm and itchy feeling under their crotch as if they were being bitten by insects, as if they were about to be revitalized. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. What a sudden turn of events! This could even be restored? As soon as the wound healed, Pan Yuer dissipated the white light in her hand, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked at Lin Feng with a cunning look. As if to say, "How is the temperature?" Seeing Pan Yuer stop, the three of them couldn't tell whether the treatment was over or she was just taking a break because she was exhausted. The green-haired young man knelt on the ground anxiously. "Master, it's not healed yet. It still has a long way to go before it grows back." The pink-haired girl also completely lowered her posture and grabbed the ground with her head. "You are as holy as a bodhisattva descending to earth. Please save us. Your injuries have fully recovered and treatment is over." Pan Yuer's cunning gaze changed from bodhisattva to devil. The purple-haired and pink-haired girls were stunned. This devil did it on purpose. "You two are so annoying. It's already very difficult for the master to heal the three of us, and you still dare to make demands. What good will it do for two burdens to recover with all their effort? Master, this is my application. There's no need to waste your energy on the three of us." The purple-haired young man spoke softly. Lin Feng shuddered violently. What the hell? Pan Yuer also felt a chill. "Husband, you are not allowed to go near him from now on. By the way, master, my nickname is Chengdu, you can call me Dida too." The purple-haired young man said shyly. "Okay, Omelette Man." Lin Feng had a blank expression on his face. "Hate." Zimao raised his index finger and gave Lin Feng a cold look. "I can't stand it anymore." Pan Yuer was about to pick up the fire axe. "This is fine. I feel more at ease with the three of you protecting me when I go out." Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. Now he had harem guards and a nanny. If you want combat power, you can stack medicine, absolutely obey, absolutely rest assured. Pan Yuer gave Lin Feng a fierce look. "Except for you, I hate men. Who do you take me for? It's important to be on guard against others. Trusting you doesn't mean trusting everyone. Trusting all women doesn't mean you have to be wary of men. I have misophobia. Confiscating the tools used in the crime is indeed a very good idea." Lin Feng said lightly, "It has been done, there is no need to go through the trouble of recovering them. These are three notorious gang rapists, so this is not an excessive treatment. Let's give the women in the room a little time to recover and then go to the 26th floor to take a look. You feel sorry for them but not for me. I'm really out of energy. My legs are weak." Pan Yuer leaned against Lin Feng and complained quietly. Two black cherries appeared in Lin Feng's hands. This thing can improve the level of supernatural powers and naturally replenish supernatural powers. A supernatural fruit? For me? Pan Yuer's first superpower is that she can recognize the superpower fruits she eats naturally. The strengthening fruit cannot awaken new abilities, but it can strengthen and supplement abilities. Thank you, husband. I'll get to work right away. Chapter 37, Find a Chinese medicine doctor to treat me. Pan Yuer resisted the urge to eat it right away and put away the black cherries. She has to wait until she recovers before eating. It would be a waste to just use it to replenish her health. Lin Feng was a little surprised by Pan Yuer's behavior, but then he felt relieved. The value of this thing is completely different in everyone's eyes. Here, I can earn hundreds of them in one night's work. Now that the team has taken shape, it will be quick for them to fight zombies and collect crystals. It would be a waste for Pan Yuer to eat it directly when there is no danger. After all, the drop rate of superpower enhancement crystals among ordinary zombies is not high, and she and Mao Mao have gone through life and death several times to get to where they are today. In the end, he fell into Lin Feng's hands. A moment later, Pan Yuer brought out three women from the room who looked much better. Each of them has a good appearance, with the lowest score being 70. Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth were itching. Damn it, if it hadn't been torn apart by those three bastards, the explosion rate would have tripled. Treatment? I'll wait for my next life. Tomorrow. Start sweeping the other buildings tomorrow. No more delay. Lin Feng glanced at the three of them with cold eyes. The three of them shuddered. What do you mean? That big brother wasn't that fierce just now. How did I offend him? The pink-haired young man had the best eyesight. Brother, we don't need these anymore, you can keep them. The best ones in the building are all here. Bang! Lin Feng kicked him in the face. Fuck you, do you think I'm a beast like you? If they hadn't been ruined by you, they could have lived a good life with me. Lin Feng considers himself not a gentleman. He will use any means to get a woman, but after getting her, he will give her corresponding treatment and minimum respect. Instead of being kept in captivity like animals to satisfy their animal desires. Although Lin Feng would not accept them, since he had already decided to form a force, he didn't mind giving them a hand. Return the food to everyone, starting tomorrow. Everyone, form teams and go downstairs to clear out the zombies, starting from inside the building. You are not allowed to keep the exploded supernatural crystals privately. Give them to me in exchange for food. Anyone who keeps the crystals will be killed. I'll reward you with supernatural crystals based on your performance. Do you understand? The three of them looked at each other and got up to show that they understood. As the three men stood up, 5 small round cakes rolled out of their trouser legs. No wonder they all lie on the ground and can't get up. 5. Everyone looked at Zemo. Did he show mercy to his men? No, Lin Fengdo watched the execution process and no one was spared. I only have one. It's just right that he's gone. Zemo twirled his fingers and rolled his eyes. Cold. Chills. Okay, shut up. Let's get down to business. I noticed there were 2 other people with special abilities downstairs. What's going on? Why didn't they join you? Lin Feng interrupted him hurriedly. If he didn't talk about the business to divert his attention, he would not be able to help but chop to death the purple-haired young man Chengdu with a round face and beard. Green Hair pondered for a moment. I don't know. We didn't encounter any decent resistance when we went downstairs to rob things before. Pink Hair also scratched his head. Maybe it's a useless ability? How do you know? Don't ask questions that a slave shouldn't ask. If you're sure there are no dangerous people, come with me. Leave enough supplies for yourselves for one day, and divide the rest among you. Lin Feng said coldly. The 2 of them still hadn't fully put themselves into the role of being someone else's subordinate. Zemo did manage to do it, but it was a bit disgusting. The 3 of them dejectedly left behind 2 handfuls of noodles and a bag of water, and gathered the other supplies. When we arrived at the 26th floor, we swept the flashlight across and saw the residents lying in the corridor covering their eyes in dissatisfaction. You guys really looted it all, there's nothing left. You can't take away the cat and dog food, the belts, and the leather jackets, too, right? Is there really no way out? I saw 8 people coming down from upstairs, among them were the 3 bullies with purple hair, pink hair, and green hair. Everyone complained. Lin Feng ignored everyone and walked straight towards 2602 with his senses scanned. Lin Feng ignored the 3 women and let them go find their families. The room was also filled with beds on the floor. The flashlights were waving around, and everyone was angry but dared not say anything. He could only stare at the 3 Kaimao and Lin Feng in Pan-Yuer with resentment. He is so energetic, he must be an accomplice of the 3 beasts. The flashlight beam shone on a thin figure in the corner. Look up. The figure slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, his bright eyes full of hatred. She was a pretty woman, but she smelled really bad, which was why few people were around her. Click on the attribute panel of the woman in front of you. Name, by Xin. Age, 18. Superpower, Sea-level plant accelerator level 1. Constitution, 6. Quality, 70. Woman's virtue, 100, perfect, extremely strong. Comprehensive score, 85, meets the system requirements, please complete the game as soon as possible. What's your name? Lin Feng looked into the girl's eyes. The girl looked at him fiercely without saying a word. We were attracted to her before, but this woman, she was very stubborn and disgusted us by pooping her pants. Pink Hair explained carefully. Bang! Lin Feng used 50% of his strength in this slap. If it were an ordinary person, his cervical vertebrae would probably be broken. The pink-haired muscular man banged his head against the wall, his head bleeding, and he dared not speak anymore. I'm not in the same group with them. I've already asked them to redistribute the supplies they stole from everyone, but this time they'll divide it equally per person. Lin Feng explained patiently and also tried to bind the contract. However, the girl's mental strength was not strong, but she was very resilient, making it difficult to bind her. There is no need to rush, and Lin Feng doesn't want to use force directly. He immediately took out a box of instant noodles, a box of water, and a box of bread. Would you like to join our team? The girl still looked at Lin Feng warily, her throat moved, she pursed her dry lips and said nothing. Don't worry, think about it first. First, divide these supplies equally among the three of you. Lin Feng turned around and gave instructions to Kai Mao and the other two. The three men still had their tyranny, so asking them to distribute supplies did not cause much unrest. The last light source is in the master bedroom. He was an old man wearing reading glasses. He looked gentle and refined, but was almost out of breath. Click on the attribute panel of the old man in front of you. Name, Shi Zhenzhong. Age, 68. Superpower, S-level purification level 1. Constitution, 3. Purification? Could such an ability be rated S-level? It looks like the old man is dying. Lin Feng took out a bottle of water and a meat floss bread. Hey old man, wake up. Eat something. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. I can't do it anymore. Thank you, young man. Keep it for yourself and don't waste it. Yo, you are a highly qualified old man, I can't let you die. Lin Feng smelled a strong scent of Chinese medicinal herbs on the old man. Try to heal him. The old man is not that old. Is he injured? Pan Yuer nodded and white light from her hands swept over the old man's body. The old man was obviously in much better mental state. Shi Zhenzhong was well aware of his situation. He had been starving, beaten, and robbed in the past few days, and he really couldn't bear it any longer. As a result, everything was healed after being photographed by this girl. Is this really for me? The old man looked at the bread and water that Lin Feng was still holding. Eat quickly, my arms are sore from lifting. Everyone has one. Well, who doesn't want to live if they can? The old man took it carefully, tore off a small piece, put it in his mouth and sipped it slowly to savor it. Chapter 38 prescribed the most powerful kidney tonifying medicine. Old man, what's wrong with your superpower? Shi Zhenzhong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't take off his bulletproof vest, he just put away his explosion-proof helmet. He has a rosy complexion and abundant energy, is followed by beautiful women, and can turn decay into something magical with just one move. I'm an old Chinese doctor. After the disaster, I ate the fruits from the herbs I grew on my balcony, and my supernatural powers awakened. This ability can help me purify the essence of herbs. The old man said slowly. That's all? Can it only purify herbs? Herbs are relatively easy to purify. Even an old man like me can't purify much, let alone other things. The old man had experienced a lot, so of course he understood that the young man in front of him was not saving him simply out of kindness. However, he is old and weak. Although he has awakened a very practical superpower, he is still old and weak. I can only tell you the truth. But the old man hesitated to speak. But what? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The old man liked to beat around the bush when he spoke. Although you have a strong physique and abundant qi and blood, but... The old man glanced at Pan Yuer. But what? You tell me. Lin Feng was getting a little impatient with the old man's slow pace. Young man. You've been overindulging yourself and your kidneys are weak. You bullshit, old bitch. Give me back the bread. Lin Feng snatched the bread and stood up quickly, his face flushed as he was about to leave. Pan Yuer also disagreed. He was so weak? If he wasn't weak, wouldn't he stab me to death? It can be cured. The old man slowly said two words that were like a spell to freeze the body. There's still bread, take your time eating it. Lin Feng squatted in front of the old man again and said with a smile. He didn't know whether he was weak or not, but he was really exhausted from chiseling day and night for a while. Although the duration and intensity can be maintained, the adverse reaction of lower back pain has appeared. I lied about having a back injury and asked Pan Yuer to treat it, but it was no use. There are several simple prescriptions, but there's nowhere to get the medicine. The old man said in distress. Just prescribe the medicine. I'll get the herbs myself and prescribe the strongest ones. Good. The old man took out a pen and paper from his pocket, quickly wrote a long piece of paper and handed it to Lin Feng. 10-in-1 tonic soup diet therapy. Follow this recipe and take it for a full course of treatment, and I guarantee your illness will be cured. Take 2 courses of treatment and you won't have back pain even after a hard night of fighting. Take this treatment for 3 courses and you'll never go down. Take this treatment for 4 courses, and the sun will not set even after it sets. The old man smiled slightly and continued to eat his bread slowly. What about 5 courses? I suggest you learn a stick technique. It might be useful. My old man is quite humorous. Lin Feng took a quick look and saw that they were all food and medicinal materials for replenishing qi, which could be exchanged in the system mall. Fold it carefully and put it into storage, then try it when you get back. Tell the 3 Kaimao brothers that the old man doesn't need to go out hunting. Protect him well and provide him with good food and drink. Lin Feng turned around and gave instructions that Pan Yuer's cure was not comprehensive, and she might need to ask the old man for further treatment someday. Oh. Pan Yuer's eyes were strange. Had the old man really been right? Kidney deficiency? Tell Green Hair to go out. I need to ask him something alone. Oh. Pan Yuer nodded obediently in response. Lin Feng remembered the monster that looked like the Bull Demon King. My ability is neither stable nor controllable. What I summon is different every time. One time, a huge sword almost stabbed me to death right after it was summoned. Greenhair, standing by the window in the corridor, was obviously still frightened when he talked about this. Lin Feng nodded in disappointment. If the SS level LV3 ability did not have so many restrictions and could easily summon the Bull Demon King today, it would not be SS level. It's a pity, otherwise the practicality of raising insects with infinite single-player bullets would be no less than that of contracts. Okay, do a good job. A simple encouragement. Is the girl asleep? Lin Feng smiled evilly and asked, can you just eat my food? Whether she likes it or not, Lin Feng will take her today. After eating the bread I went to sleep. Green-haired man looked at the young, handsome, and decent-looking man with strange eyes. What did you say to us upstairs just now? Beast? Different from us? Does that seem different? You're more tactful and hypocritical. Lin Feng came to the girl's position and activated the contract power. The girl frowned and seemed to be suffering from something in her dream. After a stalemate of 10 minutes, the contract was finally signed. It was incredible that a girl who was drugged and unconscious, and whose mental strength was far inferior to his own, actually managed to hold on for 10 minutes. With such resilience, he will surely become a great person if he is well cultivated. Lin Feng didn't dare to let such a person grow wildly without a contract. Tell 2 obedient female comrades to take her upstairs and clean her up. Change the sheets. I'll give you 10 minutes. If even the slightest bit of smell remains, I'll skin you alive. Lin Feng waved his hand, and 3 large buckets of water appeared on the ground. Green Hair shuddered violently. This living devil definitely did what he said. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Green Hair took the order and left in a hurry. In order to resist the force of the 3 Kaimao brothers, Ixin directly pulled up her pants. Now she is unconscious again, and I don't want to carry her back like this. It can only be cleaned on site. 10 minutes later. Brother, everything is prepared for you, you can go up and enjoy it directly. Greenhair returned to the corridor window at the extreme point and reported with his head down. 10 minutes was really difficult for her. Lin Feng walked to the 27th floor. The room had been cleaned and there was no visible trash. Everything on the bed was thrown out. There were really no clean bedding, so I laid down 3 layers of clean spare curtains. A petite woman in loose pajamas was lying on the white curtains, with a set of neat and clean spare clothes folded beside her. Ixin curled up in the middle of the curtains, her cheeks pale and her brows furrowed as if she was having a nightmare. He looked stubborn yet pitiful. I really don't know what kind of experience it took to develop such a strong will. Although meeting me is not what you want, it is much better than struggling alone. Boo! The blood stained the white curtains red. Half an hour later, Lin Feng tidied his clothes and left a note covered with a Glock. The girl's frown never relaxed from beginning to end. This time, Lin Feng still did not choose to awaken a random superpower, but directly drew on by Xian's plant-induced superpower. In exchange, Lin Feng gave her the contract ability and the gunmaster. Bai Xin got 2 super practical life-saving abilities in exchange for 1 blood. In Lin Feng's opinion, she made a big profit. And as long as Bai Xin does not leave the team on her own initiative, Lin Feng will protect every woman to the best of his ability. Contract and plant induction, these 2 supernatural powers will become standard features for all of Lin Feng's women. To build a power, these 2 abilities will be important tools to consolidate the power. It was you. You drugged me? The girl's weak voice sounded from behind. Lin Feng was about to turn around and leave when he was stunned. So soon? Normally, that amount of medicine would be enough for her to sleep through the night. That's right, you are my slave now. Don't worry, even if you are a slave, I will not treat you badly. Can you sense whether you have 2 more superpowers? Lin Feng said lightly. If it weren't for the system's strange mechanism, Lin Feng wouldn't have used such radical means. But what has been done, Lin Feng will admit it openly and give compensation that is worth more than the money. Why do I not hate you so much after waking up from a sleep? Bai Xin looked at the bloodstains on the curtains that had not yet dried, thinking intently without showing much emotional fluctuation. It seemed as if nothing in this world was worth her anger. Just not that annoying? Really, tough. Don't worry, you'll like me more and more. Chapter 39XX, do you have to spoil yourself? Now that you're awake, come with me today. Lin Feng said lightly that he had originally planned to let her go to Building 5 after she woke up tomorrow. Bai Xin picked up the pistol beside her, checked the chamber skillfully, and aimed at Lin Feng. Is this the firearms ability? It's really practical. There's also mind control. Are you using this ability to control me? Bai Xin closed her eyes and sensed it for a while, and she was already completely familiar with the 2 new superpowers. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What an abnormal adaptability. Without any explanation or experiment, he figured out the functions of the 2 superpowers in such a short time. That's right. You have the ability now to take in a contract servant. I won't interfere with the number of people you choose. You can choose it yourself. Can I choose you? Bai Xin looked at Lin Feng playfully, her indifferent eyes showing no emotion. Ha! On the contrary, Tian Gang, if you have this ability, I have no objection. Just talking. I can sense that even though you haven't given me an order yet, it would be difficult for me to resist. Although I don't know how you shared your supernatural powers with me, I still want to remind you that your will may seem powerful but it's actually fragile. When I reach the same level as you one day, I might be able to easily counter you. Bai Xin sneered and observed Lin Feng's reaction. After hearing what this woman said, Lin Feng's heart did skip a beat. This woman's state after being contracted is different from others, and she can still maintain a certain rationality towards the contract owner. But Lin Feng soon felt relieved. Do you think the Styx flower is just for show? Come if you're not afraid of becoming an idiot. No matter how bad I am, I still have the system at my disposal and abundant resources. Can it really help you turn things around? What's the point of using the attribute panel? If your level is about to catch up with me, I'll suck it back to you. I have multiple insurances, so what am I afraid of? Just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Then I'm looking forward to it. If you can really catch up with me, I have nothing to say. Lin Feng spread his hands and hoped that you wouldn't really do that to your own death. I don't think she would do that. She could have just kept it to herself. It's getting late, change your clothes and follow me. Bai Xin changed into spare clothes in front of Lin Feng. Light blue jeans, a white shirt, sneakers, and a simple ponytail, which suits her youthful and pure appearance, but she is as cold as ice. Does it look good? Improvise. Oh. Bai Xin picked up the blood-stained curtains and threw them onto the bonfire that was still burning in the living room. Let's go. In the corridor on the 26th floor, Pan Yuer was training the 3 colorful brothers squatting in the corner like dogs. The belt randomly fell on the backs of the 3 people from time to time. Lin Feng grabbed Pan Yuer's wrist as she was about to fall. Those who should be punished have already been punished. Don't treat your subordinates like this in the future. It has a bad influence. Only 30 minutes? There's not enough time to go around with so many women. The old man was right. Pan Yuer sneered. Lin Feng frowned in annoyance. Pan Yuer was so jealous that she had no sense of propriety. She didn't know what she could and couldn't say in public. Being too naughty will make people annoying. He's very strong, But I couldn't hold on any longer and begged him to let me go. Bai Xian's cold voice was like 10,000-year-old black ice. She spoke about such a shameful thing as if she was talking about eating and drinking water without any emotion. Of course, it could also be that I'm too abstinent to arouse his interest. Lin Feng was surprised. What could this icy beauty say? Is his EQ so high? He got into it too quickly. Of course, Lin Feng is not incompetent, but he is really not very interested in the dead fish on the iceberg, and he can't spend the night here. Half an hour is the ceiling for ordinary people, but for Lin Feng, it is just a warm-up. Bitch. Pan Yuer muttered to herself, and it was obvious that Lin Feng was unhappy. He didn't dare to say anything more and turned his attention to Bai Xian. Bai Xian's expression didn't change at all. She pointed the gun at Pan Yuer and said calmly, "Do you think I dare to beat you to death?" Pan Yuer raised her gun and pointed it at him without showing any weakness. "What I'm least afraid of is exchanging injuries for injuries. You'll definitely be the one to die." Bang! Bang! Two crisp slaps landed on Bai Xian and Pan Yuer's faces. The red and swollen palm prints covered the two people's fair cheeks. Is it fun? Lin Feng's face was as gloomy as water. Bai Xian put away the gun and smiled faintly, not caring at all. It's fun. Pan Yuer put away the gun in grievance and hugged Lin Feng's arm and squeezed hard. I'm just a little jealous, that's all. I don't know how to be gentle with women at all. If it were a man whose mind was full of love, he would really fall for Pan Yuer's tricks. Unfortunately, although Lin Feng also likes this, he only regards it as a little leisure time. Lin Feng enjoyed her willingness to provide emotional value, thinking that this would allow him to gain a status different from other women. That was wishful thinking. Whether they like it or not, they either have to please Lin Feng or contribute to the team. And they can only ever compete for second place. Calm down and come back with me. Lin Feng threw a satellite phone and 2 batteries to Green Hair. Wait for my notification. We will integrate all the superpowered people in the community and prepare for relocation. The exchange prices for these common supplies are not high. The exchange prices for common firearms and electronic products are between 10-50 strategy points. There is almost no pressure to exchange a small amount. The 3 colorful brothers nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice, their eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Okay, big brother. They were not quiet people to begin with. When Lin Feng distributed supplies just now, the 3 of them were still grumbling in their hearts, wondering if they had taken refuge in a saintly brother. It turns out that she is not a saint, she has huge ambitions. Although they had previously robbed a building of its food stores, they would eventually run out. With strong backing, you will have greater security for survival in the wilderness in the future. The 3 of them were among the first group of lackeys to come over. If they became bigger and stronger in the future, they might even be able to become leaders. Seeing Lin Feng leading 2 beauties, Pan Yuer and Bai Xian away. Only then did the 3 colorful brothers dare to crawl up from the corner. Zimao's sinister voice rang out in the darkness. Who laughed just now? I'm really good at bullying you little karamis. The few people who laughed just now were completely embarrassed. No, they are leaving now? Ah! Screams echoed throughout the corridor. Lin Feng heard it, but didn't care. Just now, Kaimao and the other 2 were scolded by Pan Yuer in public. They must have wanted to save face. After all, the survivors of this building still rely on the 3 of them to lead and protect them. The 3 of them were not stupid and could accurately judge that they would not care about such trivial matters. Hubby, they started bullying people again when you left, and you didn't do anything about it. Pan Yuer pulled Lin Feng and acted coquettishly to complain. Those who were bullied were all because of you. If you hadn't humiliated the 3 of them in public, they wouldn't have been able to regain their prestige through such means. Besides, haven't you bullied the people in Building 8? You're pretending to be a good person. If you want to deal with these 3, just say so. Pan Yuer was not angry even though she was exposed by Lin Feng, and she continued to stick to Lin Feng. Bai Xian followed behind with an expressionless face, while Mao Mao led the way happily. This trip was quite rewarding. Chapter 40 Zombie Brain Platter. Husband, I've been treating people all night and I'm almost exhausted, and you're carrying me on your back. Lin Feng remained unmoved. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't seem angry, Pan Yuer simply jumped onto Lin Feng's back. She wrapped herself around Lin Feng like an octopus and glanced proudly at Bai Xian behind her. Unfortunately, Xin didn't even blink. Although Pan Yuer has all the necessary curves, she is not heavy at all, weighing only about 100 pounds. With Lin Feng's current physical condition, carrying her on his back is no different from carrying a big fat rabbit. Moreover, Pan Yuer on his back can be described as warm, fragrant and soft jade, watery, moist, warm and soft. Isn't this just a back massager? On the way, Lin Feng opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 70 cubic meters. Superpowers, SSS level world destroying demonic thunder LV5, S level perception LV5, F level massage LV5, F level gun master LV5, SS level contract LV5, C level plant growth LV1. Physique, 225 for average adults, 10 for elite athletes. Spirit, 320. Strategy point balance, 2000. Strategy point multiplier, 6. Extraordinary item, Flower of the Sticks. Contract slaves, by Xin, Pan Yuer. Remaining contractable places, 3. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. Massage, Gunmaster, and plant growth will not be upgraded for the time being. There are too many superpowers, so I will give up some of them for now. It will be difficult to upgrade to the next level. Focus on improving perception and magic thunder. The contract is enough for the time being. If there are not enough places, develop women to connect in series. The system plus the contract is a BUG. The consumption of upgrading to level 4 is not that great, so let us upgrade the abilities of the 6 women to level 4 first. When I go back, I have to plant contracts and plants to induce childbirth for other women. Although the price of exchanging ordinary supplies in the mall is not high, the large number of people cannot withstand it. Using superpowers to generate energy anytime and anywhere can save strategy points and reduce pressure. Such magical skills are also an excellent way to win people's hearts. If you keep giving out supplies, others will treat you as a warehouse. If you produce materials continuously, others will regard you as the creator. The willow tree downstairs was still burning fiercely. Based on its volume and density, Lin Feng estimated that it might not be burned out in one night. The crackling noise attracted a lot of zombies and mutant animals. Honey, I'll do it. Pan Yuer jumped off Lin Feng's back and raised her gun to shoot. Bang bang bang. Pan Yuer gritted her teeth and attacked, not knowing who she mistook the zombie for. Well, the hit rate was pretty good. At a distance of 20 meters, 16 out of 17 bullets missed. Damn it, Lin Feng didn't plan to restock her bullets before implanting the gun master ability in her. With this kind of shooting method of faith, how can it not be in vain? The gunshot rang out, Mao Mao roared, his eyes bloodshot, and he began to charge. He jumped up and bit the back of the zombie's neck. Click, click, 3 zombies were killed in 1 minute. However, he soon ran out of energy. After hunting 4 zombies in a row, he hunched over and confronted a rotten orange cat. Hubby, please help Mao Mao. The orange cat was about the same size as Mao Mao, and was probably no longer in its initial state of mutation. Lin Feng planned to talk about it later so that she would remember it. Bang bang bang. Xin took action. At a distance of 20 meters, a first-level gunmaster is basically enough. The first shot accurately hit the orange cat zombie's chest. After being shot, the orange cat immediately pounced and started fighting with Mao Mao. Bang bang bang. 10 consecutive shots hit the target. Well, the orange cat was hit by 5 bullets and Mao Mao was hit by 5 bullets. Mao Mao. Bitch, stop it. Are you blind? Pan Yuer's eyes instantly turned red, and she picked up the fire axe and was about to chop Xin. After being shot consecutively, Mao Mao and the orange cat were separated and lying on the ground, dying. Lin Feng grabbed the running Pan Yuer and shot the orange cat's head with a long burst of fire from his M16A4. Let's go save Mao Mao first. Pan Yuer ran over with red eyes and kicked the orange cat away, then picked up Mao Mao and started to treat it. Intentional? Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Xin, who was playing with a pistol behind him. They're locked in a melee, and we can't intervene. My gun master ability isn't enough for me to distinguish between a cat and a dog moving at high speed. Instead of wasting time waiting for them to fight each other to a draw, why don't I just let them both be damaged and then finish them off? Xin said as a matter of course. Are you not afraid of accidentally killing Mao Mao? Lin Feng had a deeper understanding of Xin's coldness. She probably didn't know that Pan Yuer had healing abilities, right? As long as they are not killed on the spot, you can save them. The 3 eunuchs who were castrated on the spot are still alive and kicking, right? Bai Xian's expression was as if it was natural. Lin Feng forgot about the sound insulation problem between floors. Bai Xian was able to infer this information from the vague words coming down from upstairs and immediately opened fire. I really don't know whether she is too cold or too rational. Aren't you afraid that a single shot could kill Mao Mao? Lin Feng felt it necessary to ask clearly, as her answer would determine how he would deal with her. I've actually seen this woman in the neighborhood before. This Mao Mao is the small bichon frise she used to hold, right? To have grown to this size, it must have evolved more than once. With this pistol, even a shot to the head wouldn't kill it. I really don't want to kill it. Bai Xian spread her hands as if to say, believe it or not. Lin Feng believed it. The girl was observant of things in detail and had a cool head, and she was sure that she would not be punished for this. Bang! The slap was so powerful that Bai Xian fell to the ground and couldn't recover for a long time. This time, Bai Xian's entire right face was swollen and congested. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Mao Mao is also our teammate. This slap is for Mao Mao and Yuer. After saying that, Lin Feng raised his gun and fired 5 shots into the fog. From the strange fog beyond the site, there were several dull sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Lin Feng took out a fire axe and handed it to Bai Xian. Go pry open their brains and look for crystals. Bai Xian shook her head, feeling that the world was still spinning. He took the fire axe and slowly walked into the fog. He found a zombie that had been hit in the forehead and fell to the ground 30 meters away, and began to slowly cut open its scalp to find the bone gap. 5 minutes later, Mao Mao had recovered. Pan Yuer looked a little pale and was complaining to Lin Feng. Bai Xian also returned from the fog, with almost no blood on her body, holding 2 blood-stained supernatural enhancement crystals in her hands. Give it all to Mao Mao as compensation. Lin Feng said lightly. Bai Xian squatted down and opened her hands to reveal 2 blood-stained crystals. Mao Mao hid behind Pan Yuer with his tail between his legs, humming and whining, not daring to come forward. Go get it from Mao Mao. This damn thing is really embarrassing for me. Pan Yuer kicked Mao Mao angrily, then quickly stepped forward and snatched the 2 supernatural power enhancement crystals from Bai Xian's hand. Eat it. Damn it, you coward. What's there to be afraid of that dead fish face? Mao Mao rubbed Pan Yuer's calf and hummed while enjoying the meal. On the way back to Building 5, the zombie killed by Lin Feng fell asleep peacefully on the side of the road. The scalp was cut in half and the face skin was peeled off together with it. The 2 parietal bones and 1 frontal bone on the top of the head were pried open along the bone joints and placed neatly on the roadside. The whole brain is dug out and cut into evenly thick slices and placed on the parietal and frontal bones. If it weren't for the damage to the bullet and some flaws in the position of the crystals, it would be a truly perfect specimen slice. Finally, I thoughtfully plucked a few blades of grass and sprinkled them on top for a little decoration. Anyone who comes here will have to praise the exquisite presentation. Ugh. Chapter 41 Human Brain Science Research Center? Are you disgusting? Are you a pervert? Pan Yuer, who was already overdrawn, looked even paler. Look at the brain that was cut into slices. It was watery, smelly, soft and sticky, and there were a few maggots swimming around on it. Even though he had experience in violently unlocking blind boxes, Lin Feng still felt a little churning in his stomach. Damn! It seems one of the ingredients in the 10-ingredient tonic soup is pig brain? What the hell is this fetish of yours? Lin Feng felt a little regretful. It didn't seem like a wise decision to bring this woman home. Shouldn't we dissect a few zombies to understand their structure? Bai Xian looked at Lin Feng and Pan Yuer as if they were idiots. Just do the dissection, but why put it on a plate? And even sprinkle some chopped green onions on it? That's a bit perverted. Pan Yuer's facial features were all pressed together in a look of discomfort. I'm used to it from doing dissections in school. The lab rules are quite strict and everything must be kept neatly organized. As for chopped green onions? They're weeds. When I was working part-time at a restaurant, I got used to sprinkling some greens on the food to garnish it. Medical school? Are all medical students so perverted? The Human Brain Research Center at Kyoto University has cut up many brains, so I have a lot of experience in arranging brains. Is there such a major? Lin Pan Yuer expressed doubts, saying it was nonsense. So what did you gain? Lin Feng stopped the topic of plating. He felt that it was not necessary to drink the 10-ingredient tonic soup, so he decided to wait and ask Xi Laoding to prescribe a new recipe tomorrow. The superpower-enhancing crystal is actually a crystallized pituitary gland, located in the center of the brain. It originally secreted hormones, but now it secretes mysterious energy, which is the source of the zombie's power. The longer you become a zombie, the greater the chance of transformation. So this raises a new question. Xin squatted down and pulled apart the sliced brain tissue, revealing the original location of the pituitary gland. Now there is only a small cavity left, and the tissue around the cavity tends to harden. What's the problem? Lin Fang's mind moved. Just a few ordinary zombies, and she really managed to figure out so many things? The pituitary glands of these 5 zombies have different hardness and size, which can be understood as 5 different stages of evolution. Xin pulled off the clothes of the young zombie on the ground, revealing his dark blue skin. The muscles of the 2 zombies that produced the superpower-enhancing crystals are tougher, their skulls are harder, and even their brain tissue is more elastic when sliced. The muscle strength of the 3 zombies that haven't produced any superpower-enhancing crystals is closer to that of ordinary humans. So I infer that the zombies will gradually become stronger over time, and the crystals will continue to mutate. The principle of this change still needs more data to support it. To summarize, zombies will become increasingly difficult to deal with, and even various variants will appear. However, the corresponding crystal explosion rate and crystal effectiveness will also generally increase. Lin Feng and Pan Yuer opened their mouths slightly, not knowing what to say. The more words you say, the more reasonable you are. You have to use your brain to come up with so many inferences and conclusions. If I really gave you a lab, wouldn't you? A lab. That's not impossible. He is also a top student. If used properly, her role is far greater than being a contribution point machine. We can all continue to evolve and become stronger, and so can zombies. Give me a laboratory and enough living zombies, and maybe I can unlock more secrets. When it comes to dissecting zombies, Xin, who is always as cold as an iceberg, rarely reveals a hint of enthusiasm in her eyes. It doesn't matter if you don't brush this strategy point, Lin Feng secretly complained, it's too damn abstinent. We'll talk about this later. I'll try my best to satisfy you. Let's go back and discuss it. Lin Feng kicked over the trash can, and the garbage instantly covered Xin's masterpiece. What a fucking brain dish. Seeing the work being destroyed, Xin touched her swollen cheek and said nothing more. Let us go. After climbing up to the 25th floor of Building 5 in one breath, the number of people who originally crowded the corridor was obviously much smaller. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, the remaining people had different thoughts, some with surprise, some with gloating, some with panic, and some with fierceness. Lin Feng sensed the unfolding of his supernatural powers and then sneered, what a bold guy. Why are there so few people? Pan Yuer muttered that there were more than just these people in the corridor when she left. Haha, I didn't take the initiative to bully them, so they bullied me instead. Lin Feng smiled sinisterly. It seemed that the number of people killed tonight was not enough. Xin looked at Lin Feng deeply, and used the strange fog to accurately kill the zombies from 30 meters away. Now it seems that he can know what is happening on the top floor even from 2 floors away. I really want to put a picture on it to see how capable he is. You'd better pray that no one of your family members is at the door of the 27th floor. Otherwise, you can choose a good feng shui spot in the green belt. After all, it's hot out, and things will rot quickly. Lin Feng smiled brightly, revealing his big white teeth. He pulled out the fire axe, waited, and quickly went upstairs. I'm very angry right now and don't want to use a gun. Several women and elderly people in the corridor were obviously frightened, but they gritted their teeth and said nothing in the end. Bang! 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 There was a loud crash upstairs. Lin Feng quickened his pace for a few seconds and reached the 27th floor. The huge sound of smashing doors echoed throughout the entire building, and the group of people didn't even notice that the fire door was open. People really laugh when they are speechless. There were at least a dozen people crowded in the corridor on the 27th floor, with a few homemade torches lit, so there was not much space for Lin Feng to step. In the hot weather, a group of people were wearing thick coats, which were obviously stuffed with things, including wet books, newspapers, and iron sheets. Some people also tied the cushions of a single sofa in front of them. Most of them wear motorcycle and electric bike helmets on their heads. One guy had a welding mask strapped to his face. Everyone has a fire axe, hammer, wrench, crowbar, and other weapons. They basically didn't hide the fact that they had a gun. These bastards are really brave. Two guys at the door were breaking it down with a fire axe and a hammer. After just a few strikes, the two men were exhausted, panting, and sweating profusely. Change, it's too hot, and I haven't eaten enough to do this kind of hard work. The two men who were breaking down the door dropped their fire axe and hammer to the ground and collapsed on the ground. The man behind continued to smash it. Lin Feng felt that he might be a little out of place, so he took out 3 bulletproof vests and explosion-proof helmets and had the 3 of them wear them. "Ha! Where did you buy that cool motorcycle helmet, bro? And that vest looks sturdy." The man at the end of the line finally discovered that there was a new teammate behind him. "We have everything from dried fish to second-hand boutiques." "Oh. I wish I had known this earlier." The man beat his chest and stamped his feet, wishing he could go back to before the end of the world and go to Ganbei to stock up on some equipment. Even if you have good equipment, you have to queue up at the back. But don't worry, there are at least 4 people in there, so it might be tight when it's your turn. The corridor was crowded, and Lin Feng was wondering whether to fight or throw a grenade. "What the hell is this door? I smashed it for so long and only got a small dent." "Is that right?" The second group of men who were breaking down the door cursed breathlessly while leaning on their sledgehammers. "Who is our Uncle Tang? Can you guys just smash open the security door he built? Brothers, please make way." "Let me try." Lin Feng volunteered. "You can open the lock? You've already done it?" The man who was smashing the door shouted angrily. "This smashing consumes at least half a steamed bun." Everyone turned around to look at it. "What a beautiful helmet. Didn't I just come up?" "Excuse me, please." Lin Feng squeezed to the door and knocked 3 times. "I'm starting to open the door." "Don't be afraid. You're so damn polite, just drive the fuck away." The people behind were so angry that they laughed at Lin Feng. "Should they ask for permission before entering? Madam, shall I start? I don't really want to do that. The noise you make scare the woman inside into locking the door?" Lin Feng took out a bright silver key from his pocket. "Is this the legendary master key? Look at them, this is professionalism." Click, and the door lock opened smoothly. Chapter 42, Stealing the House? Reward, Omelette. The door opened, and Wenwan stood 3 meters away from the door with a gun, ready to support Lin Feng at any time. Qin Wanchuang and the other 2 hid behind Wenwan, holding Molotov cocktails they had made using the 96-proof vodka from Uncle Tang's wine cabinet. "Madam, I'm back." Before Lin Feng finished speaking, several people outside the door couldn't wait to squeeze in. Lin Feng turned around and kicked the leading person in the stomach. With the sound of his lumbar vertebrae breaking, the 1.9-meter-tall man flew backwards and vomited violently. The yellow juice mixed with vegetable particles quickly filled the motorcycle helmet and flowed down the collar. The crowd that was rushing forward was knocked back 2 meters. "What the hell do you mean? 4 women. Can you handle eating alone? Her house has enough supplies for all of us to share. You can't even swallow it all by yourself. Get out of here and we'll pretend nothing happened." Lin Feng's actions completely angered the crowd, and they all raised their weapons and pointed them at Lin Feng. "Shaoli is dead." A trembling voice sounded, and Shaoli was the strong man who was kicked away by Lin Feng. Only then did everyone remember to check on Shaoli, who had been kicked down. Shaoli's entire body was twisted unnaturally, with his abdomen noticeably sunken. The waist was obviously protruding, the pants at the hips were bulging and smelling bad, with brown liquid oozing out. It was likely that the pockets were full. The helmet goggles were completely blocked, and turbid and sticky yellow water was still flowing down the neck. Lin Feng's kick almost completely emptied Shaoli's abdominal cavity. The contents of the abdominal cavity were ejected from both ends under instant high pressure, and incidentally caused a prominent lumbar disc. "I only used 70% of my strength, and he died? He's so fragile. I'm used to using guns, and I didn't realize I could be so awesome in hand-to-hand combat." "You fucking killed someone. Everyone, come together. Kill him." Someone shouted, and the people behind started to get agitated. Except for the 3 people in front, everyone behind started pushing forward. They hid at the back, and the flickering firelight couldn't see clearly what was happening to Shaoli. The 3 people in front saw it clearly, and they were all deformed by being kicked. "Don't push, fuck. Those who got there first are regretting it now." Lin Feng sneered, no one who dared to come up and rob was innocent. As he raised his foot and kicked, the man in front of him suspected that he was seeing things, because in the blink of an eye, the big foot was imprinted on his chest. There was a crisp sound of bones cracking, and the man's chest caved in. He died on the spot. The books and newspapers stuffed in his clothes did not provide any protection at all. The team that was advancing was pushed back again by Lin Feng. Bai Xian and Pan Yuer simply hid in the stairwell, and Lin Feng kicked them twice and pushed them out of the corridor window. The two people in the front row were so shocked. Are they still normal human beings? Brother, who are you? You just opened the door and you killed your own people? You came to my house, banged on the door, and asked who I was? A sinister sneer emanated from under Lin Feng's helmet. Your house? What the hell, brother, we didn't know it was your house. Everyone is out of food and has no other choice but to come and borrow some food. If we don't lend it to you anymore, we'll leave now. The two 1.80-meter tall men were about to cry. Not only was the man suspected of having a gun, but his body was also different from that of normal people. I originally thought that even if he had a gun, he might not dare to deal with so many well-protected people. At least he could ask for some supplies, or even give him a couple of women. Who knew that he could kill two people with just one kick, and he was still playing a trick? Why don't you lend it to me? Are you afraid of chicken feathers? If you don't lend it to me, I'll kill him. Can he still kill all of us? The people in the back row became anxious when they heard that they had to retreat. NMLGB, you're the only one who's yelling, come to the front. Come. The guy in front is so anxious that he's cursing, but he's watching the fun from behind and doesn't mind making trouble, right? The two wretched middle-aged men who were shouting from behind stopped talking when they heard that the criticism was directed at them. Lin Feng sneered at the ugly scene of people fighting each other. This group of rabble was not enough for Lin Feng to be a lackey. A 2 million-volt electric baton quietly appeared in his hand. Sizzle! In the corridor that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, electric arcs crackled. I totally understand that everyone is hungry and wants to grab something. But it's perfectly reasonable to be beaten to death when you can't win a fight, right? Lin Feng's big white teeth looked unusually eerie under the illumination of the electric arc. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Go to the top floor of Building 7 and find a young man named Chengdu with purple hair. Ask him to make 2 fried eggs for each of you. Just tell him I asked you to go. After you do this, I'll forgive you. Lin Feng suddenly discovered that Chengdu is very suitable for the position of law enforcement, and law enforcement agencies will definitely be needed to build up his power in the future. Except for Pan Yuer, who was hiding in the stairwell and laughing with her hands covering her mouth, even the 4 women in the room looked at each other in confusion. A reward of fried eggs coming to the door? You call me a pervert, but you are not much different. Bai Xin sneered. What? You know what fried eggs mean? You have a wide range of knowledge. Pan Yuer was surprised. Bai Xin was not present at the time. Those 5 little round cakes on the floor of the living room on the top floor of Building 7 are 5 testicles that were kicked and roasted, right? Human tissue, let alone being crushed into a cake, I can recognize it even if it's broken into pieces. Bai Xin said confidently. The hallway fell into a brief silence as everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Fried eggs? 2 per person? Really? Isn't this just a surrender and a plea for peace? You think you can get rid of us with just 2 fried eggs? We have to run to another building to get them. A short, thin man in the middle of the team shouted. I want the fried eggs, and we want the women in the house too. As soon as someone takes the lead, others will immediately follow suit. Since the other party has already made an offer, they might as well just bargain. Lin Feng's smile became even more sinister. This little dwarf couldn't be allowed to die. He had to be given 2 fried eggs. Yeah, you're sending 2 fried eggs to beggars? Besides, can you take care of 4 women? Brothers, let's help you share the burden. The originally heavy and depressing atmosphere was revitalized by Lin Feng's suggestion of fried eggs. Noisy! Lin Feng turned on the electric baton, and with a crackling sound and flashing arcs of electricity, he rushed into the crowd. A punch on the left and an electric baton on the right. This time, Lin Feng acted with restraint, only injuring but not killing. In a short while, a group of helmeted men fell to the ground, groaning and screaming. The 2 middle-aged wretched men at the back and the thin man who was instigating the situation in the middle were given extra care by Lin Feng. Each of them had an electric baton inserted into their anus, and they were still lying on the ground twitching. We don't want the fried eggs, brother. We don't want women anymore. We won't dare to do that again. Several people who were less seriously injured had already stood up by holding onto the wall, begging for mercy while groping towards the stairwell. Pan Yuer stood at the entrance of the fire door, blocking the way and kicking down several people who were trying to escape. Do you have the final say on whether to fry the eggs or not? I have to fry them. I have to fry them whether I want to or not. Mao Mao. Escort them to the rooftop of Building 7 to find the Chengdu omelette. Woof woof. Lin Feng called Chengdu. Omelette, 15 pairs. Help. Chengdu on the other end of the phone was trembling with excitement. I promised to complete the task. Lin Feng felt a chill and hung up the phone. Chapter 43, Restoration and Preparation for the Expedition. Lin Feng was not afraid that this group of people could cause any trouble in Building 7. One has fire elemental abilities, one is a devil muscle man, and the other one goes crazy and brings disaster upon himself. If the three colorful brothers can't even deal with these dozen misfits, then they should just die instead of taking up the positions of 3 contract slaves. No matter how dumb everyone is, they can tell that the so-called fried eggs may not be the regular fried eggs they think they are. Brother, what are you talking about? Stop teasing us. We won't dare to do it again. 2 fried eggs per person? Fried eggs? 2? Holy shit. Some people already had vague bad guesses, but they just forced themselves not to think in that direction. It must not be like that. Let Mao Mao take them down. Anyone still on the 27th floor after 1 minute will be killed. Woof woof. Mao Mao transformed into a sheepdog and drove the embarrassed crowd downstairs to receive the verdict. After the farce ended, Lin Feng, Pan Yuer and Bai Xian returned to the room and closed the door. He pulled Wanwan tightly into his arms and greedily enjoyed her unique body fragrance. Feeling Wanwan's body still trembling slightly. Are you scared? Luckily, I have the pistol you left behind. Besides, you're back now. Wanwan snuggled happily in Lin Feng's arms, enjoying a moment of peace. You said you weren't afraid, but you scared us to death just now. We couldn't get through to you on the phone, and we couldn't access the internet. We couldn't get in touch with you no matter what. Qin Wanchuan glared at Lin Feng in reproach. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. In Building 7, Lin Feng discovered that the network was suddenly interrupted, otherwise he would not have called Chengdu for a satellite phone. I just didn't expect those bastards downstairs to make such a big noise in such a short time. Fortunately, the anti-theft door that Tang Tang's father spent a lot of money to build is strong enough. Otherwise, the gun in Wanwan's hand might not be able to calm down the dozen or so men who were as ferocious as wolves and tigers and well protected. So, fried eggs, they are not wronged. After you left, there were explosions and fires outside, and there were heartbreaking screams from the top floor of Building 7. We were so worried. Wanwan pinched the tender flesh on Lin Feng's waist in a reproachful manner. Hey, those were fried eggs I gave as a reward to the neighbors in Building 7. They were so touched that they gave me so many gifts. Lin Feng laughed strangely. No wonder the group of people downstairs became agitated so quickly. The internet was out of service, and there were explosions and screams in the community, giving people the feeling that order was completely chaotic. Of course, there is indeed no order now. Hey Lin Feng, you're not really going to make them fry eggs, are you? They've already come to our door. Tang Tang felt uneasy when she saw Lin Feng's evil smile. She must be too pure. This bastard couldn't be so kind. He was almost stabbed to death even though he didn't provoke him, let alone these people who dared to covet his woman. A real omelette, of course, frying their own eggs. Wanwan and the other 3 felt a chill, but then felt relieved. This was really Lin Feng. If it was a real egg, Wanwan would have suspected that Lin Feng had been possessed by someone else. Who is this beautiful sister? Why is she so cold and silent? It's scary. Qin Zholu looked at the strange beautiful woman and secretly complained, she is quite beautiful, but it's a pity that she is as cold as a corpse. She is really not picky about food. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Xian who was following behind him and also looking at the girls. What kind of look is that? Is he sizing up the cadaver teacher? Hey! Bai Xian, I found an expert in human brain research. He will be very useful in the future. His main research is, Please give us a brief introduction to Bai Xian. Oh, my name is Bai Xian. He slept with me, so he brought me back. But don't worry, he has kidney deficiency and I have low libido, so we won't compete with you for the already insufficient resources. Put. Alright, stop talking. Lin Feng was speechless. He really couldn't tell whether this woman was teasing him or was just an honest woman. Throw yourself down on the sofa and clear your mind. Wenwan gently used her massage ability to massage Lin Feng's temples. Tang Tang and Qin Chaolu stood around and chattered non-stop. Internet outages, power outages, explosions, screams, door smashing and robbery, one after another, impacted their fragile nerves. It drove them crazy and they wanted to talk. Tang Tang finally deeply felt how lucky she was to have her house occupied by Lin Feng. Qin Chaolu finally realized that sharing a husband with Qin Wanchuan was not something difficult to accept. If I hadn't come to my sister's house, maybe I would have ended up serving everyone in the building. The city has been without supplies for quite some time. Even if most of the population has died, the amount of supplies a city consumes every day is still huge. Fresh vegetables and meat products had long since spoiled, and after using up all the supplies at home, people could only look for packaged food in supermarkets to fill their stomachs, which came with huge risks. There are a large number of zombies and mutant animals gathered in the city. Now with power and internet outages, the city will soon be completely uninhabitable. It is estimated that large-scale migration will occur soon. Some people should have already started fleeing the city. Oh, the pressure is so great, so I'll just let my brain run wild. Lin Feng took out the recipe written by Shi Laodang and exchanged the ingredients one by one according to the recipe. Maca, polygonatum and pig brain flour. Ginseng, Eucamia almoides and Cornus officinalis. Chestnut, sea cucumber and epimedium. Wow, the 9 main materials are all top-notch. Just by looking at the name, you can tell that it is more exciting than the offensive package that I had researched before. Ante 1. Process these ingredients according to this method. A large pile of ingredients appeared out of thin air on the floor. It has to be Wenwan's cooking that suits Lin Feng's taste best. Didn't you eat before going out? Are you hungry again? Well, the consumption is greater than before. This is not a lie. With strong body functions, the basic consumption has also increased a lot. While saying this, he picked up the ingredients and prepared to go to the kitchen. Wenwan looked at the 9 killer weapons in her hand. Did they consume more energy? 6 of them, how could they not consume a lot? With a red face, he carried the big killer into the kitchen and started working. Looking at Tang Tang, Qin Chaolu and Qin Wanchuan, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. There are 3 vacancies in the 5th level contract. The loyalty of Tang Tang and Qin Chaolu has reached 80. Qin Wanchuan is 40 years old. Qin Wanchuan must be contracted. Even though she is being well-fed and well-dressed, her favorability is still rising so slowly. So, let her be a contracted maid. As for Qin Chaolu and Tang Tang, their loyalty is high enough so the contract is not considered for the time being. Lin Feng wants to keep the quota for himself to take on the tough task. Bai Xian's appearance made Lin Feng realize that there are actually many difficulties in using the contractability card BUG. If Panuera were to contract Bai Xian, there would be a 90% chance that she would fail. Therefore, Lin Feng optimized and adjusted his strategy again, and personally signed a contract with Bai Xian, a particularly difficult beauty. It is a particularly difficult task that does not meet the requirements of the system strategy, which makes a tough beauty like Bai Xian sign a contract. Only key talents and people with special abilities who need to be contracted in other areas can be contracted with other women. Lin Feng will also plant contract abilities in Tang Tang and Qin Chaolu, but he can only allow them to contract with relatively weak ability users. As for Wenwan, Lin Feng will not only plant the contract ability in her, but also the perception and magic thunder abilities. In the future, he will acquire more practical superpowers, and Lin Feng will also select suitable ones for Wenwan. The 10-herb tonic soup is here. Wenwan placed an extra-large casserole on the dining table. Dinner is ready, Xiao Feng. The aroma of the tonic soup wafted in the air. Bai Xian, who had only eaten a piece of bread and was stabbed hard with a stick, swallowed imperceptibly and turned her head away, trying not to look. Let's sit down and eat together. They've all eaten. There's enough for just the 2 of us. Lin Feng's eyes were not immune to the subtle movements of the icy beauty, and he thought she was really out of touch with the world. Bai Xian was not hypocritical or polite. She sat down, picked up the spoon and started to eat. Chapter 44, Bai Xian is about to train me like a dog. In the end, Lin Feng still couldn't pick up the brain flower. Bai Xin, on the other hand, savored each bite carefully and ate with gusto. Starting tomorrow, I plan to start preparing the escape convoy and at the same time recruit and accept people with special abilities to form a reliable force. Do you have any ideas or suggestions? I'd like to ask for your opinions. After drinking the last bowl of soup, Lin Feng put down the bowl, wiped the corner of his mouth and looked at the 6 women. Qin Wanchuan, recruiting people with special abilities? What if they're more powerful than you? Who will listen to whom? Besides, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot down. Wan, there are zombies everywhere outside. With so many of us, we'll be too conspicuous and too dangerous. Should we wait and see if there's an officially organized gathering point or something? If the internet's gone, don't we still have radio broadcasts? Tang, I also think it's not as safe outside as at home. We don't lack food for the time being. Pan Yu, what are you afraid of? With Lin Feng and I working together, we can guarantee the safety of all of you. Qin Zholu, escape convoy. Sounds exciting. Can we bring our big bed with us? Bai Xin, idiot. What did you say? Who did you call an idiot? Whoever gets excited will say it. Enough. Lin Feng slammed the table and looked around. The 2 women shut up. Tang and Qin Chalu still have a little girl mentality. Pan Yu was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Wan and Qin Wanchuan are more conservative and prefer to wait passively for rescue. What about you? Do you have any suggestions? Lin Feng turned to look at Bai Xin. Haven't you already made up your mind? You're only asking us for our approval and respect. Even if everyone disagrees, it won't affect your will in the slightest. It's a pity that these stupid women can't see this. Only Miss Pan has some brains. Bai Xin looked around and sneered. So what do you think? Lin Feng did not explain, she was right. If I'm not mistaken, your superpowers are related to women. You have the confidence to form a team, and that confidence comes from the absolute strength of your own superpowers. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had only been in contact for 1 night, but he had guessed it almost right. It should be the inspiration given to her by the cultivation of superpowers and contracts. So the first priority is to find women for you. Lots of women. All of them rely on you for survival. Your strength is the core of the team. Bai Xin looked at Lin Feng seriously, and the other 5 girls looked at Bai Xin with eyes that didn't seem to be joking, they were all stunned. Lin Feng did not deny that mass auditions in the future were a matter of time, and there was no need to hide it. That's right. The key to my strength is women. Beautiful and clean women. And all of you, except Aunt Wen, were snatched away by me to improve my strength. The 5 women looked at Wan at the same time with complicated expressions. Except for Wan, the value of this sentence will increase as Lin Feng's strength and status increase. So what? It's the same whether you get on the bus first or buy the ticket later. I just like Lin Feng like this. Pan Yu expresses her love boldly at the dining table. Lin Feng was speechless. If Bai Xin couldn't explain herself, he would make her pay. High-quality women should naturally be found in high-quality communities. Bai Xin analyzed slowly and methodically. Come on, rich people are always ugly. Tang protested with a pout. You can doubt the genes of rich people, but you can't doubt their aesthetic taste. But it's hard to say if she's clean. In this world, clean women are becoming increasingly rare. Lin Feng's idea coincided with Bai Xin's. The reason why he has not taken action is because he has not awakened any special abilities that are suitable for saving his life. Although he has firearms, he is still fragile and there is a risk of being defeated if he encounters a tough enemy. After all, the history of many wealthy people's rise to wealth is dirty and bloody. Who knows whether they also have firearms or other weapons of mass destruction? Moreover, some wealthy people even have personal bodyguards. Who knows if they have the habit of storing supplies in their big villas and apartments? Now with the 3 Kaimao brothers and Pan Yu Mao, equipping them with firearms to lead the charge, while I support them from behind, we can ensure a stable victory. Spend a day or 2 bullying the weak in the community and developing a slave army. With his ability to train people with special abilities, even if it was a group of pigs, he could upgrade them all to level 3. At that time, a group of low and middle level psychics with different abilities will form teams with complementary abilities based on their respective specialties. Then select those with combat talent and command talent and train them to become mid to high level strongmen. A special forces team with loyalty, wisdom, spears, shields, and powerful firepower can be assembled quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's blood boiled and his fighting spirit was full. Everyone get into the house, let's fight until dawn. 4 of the 6 women blushed instantly. Pan Yuer curled her lips and said, I don't want to sleep in a bunk bed. Bai Xian showed an expression of as expected. We need women, and we also need more new women. It seems your special ability is very comprehensive, with at least 2 practical functions. The 5 women looked at Bai Xian, who was analyzing seriously, and Lin Feng, who looked helpless, with strange eyes. Are all the analyses correct? Thinking back on Lin Feng's past behavior, it seems to be somewhat reasonable. Let me start first. I'm a germaphobe and I want to rest early. Bai Xian's serious expression made Lin Feng speechless. I don't like dead fish. In Building 7, I was a complete wreck, yet you bravely charged forward. Now, you've become a sage by throwing yourself into my arms. Therefore, every time you acquire a new woman, your abilities will improve significantly. The help a new woman provides you is different from the help you already have. Except for Pan Yuer, the expressions of the other 4 women could be described as horrified. Qin Wanchuang, it may not be convenient for me today. Qin Xiaolu, Wu brother Lin Feng is dirty. Tang Tang, no, I'd rather die than surrender. Wen Wan, how about you take a good rest for 2 days? Lin Feng's mind was full of black lines. This woman was not only sharp-tongued, but she could also analyze something from whatever he said. I've had someone clean you up in advance. And don't you know that frequently exposing your boss's secrets is a dangerous thing? Lin Feng's tone was already a little dangerous. You won't kill me. Who would kill a controllable and intelligent person? And you don't control them like you control me? Your ability to control people is limited. You're right, it shouldn't be wasted on useless people. The 5 women had different expressions. Bai Xian revealed too much information today. It turned out that Lin Feng had so many tricks that they didn't know about. When Wan's worried expression eased a lot. The stronger Lin Feng became, the more at ease she felt. Pan Yuer's eyes darkened. The contract originated from her, and she was also one of the few women controlled by the contract. Qin Wanchuan was a bit more nervous. The ability to control people? Puppets? Slaves? It seemed as if she was the only one among this group of women who had been abused by Lin Feng, and she was the only one who had a grudge against Lin Feng in the past. Qin Wanchuang tried hard to hypnotize herself. I like Lin Feng, he is handsome, strong and kind, respects the elderly and loves the young, and is very sunny. I like him, I like him, I like him. Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu disagreed. Although what Dead Fish said was unpleasant, it made sense. I am a waste, and it is impossible to waste such a precious ability to control me. Bai Xian, this woman, has no idea what danger is. She is not afraid at all that Lin Feng might get angry and kill her because of her nonsense. Lin Feng was indeed moved. This was simply the military advisor sent to him by God. He just has some character flaws. It would be better if he were mute. Chapter 45 Big Planting Plan. Your analysis makes sense. Stop making random analyses. The 2 slaps in the evening did not make Bai Xian restrain herself at all. She was smart, independent-minded, had a strong personality, and was not afraid of power. It seems I guessed it all right. Maybe some details are inconsistent, but the general direction is definitely correct. Bai Xian looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. If her guess was correct, then following him would indeed be a good choice. That's right, your guesses are basically correct. From now on, I will treat you as a guest of honor. You will be our future military advisor, think tank, and national advisor. Lin Feng felt that this woman not only had a personality problem, but was also too smart, which was considered a kind of mental illness in the eyes of normal people. I advise you not to act rashly. I can tolerate it, but first, I have mysophobia. Bai Xian, who has always been calm and composed, couldn't help but reveal an expression of a hero ready to sacrifice his own life. Damn it! What's with that expression on your face? Do you really think your dad is a troublemaker? Lin Feng felt that his self-esteem was hurt by Bai Xian's expression, and he became furious. Is there a big difference? You're a misophobe, why did you poop in your pants? Lin Feng finally found the fatal counterattack point. It's just the lesser of 2 evils. Do you think being gang raped by 3 yellow-haired guys is better than having your pants ripped? Bai Xian's cold expression had a hint of sadness. No matter how indifferent her personality was, she was still at that age after all. Lin Feng also realized that what he said was a bit too much. That's not right. I just said something back at her and she made me feel guilty? What kind of evil method of controlling people is this? Stop bragging and say sorry. Lin Feng was angry. I'm sorry. Bai Xin blurted out, with a strange light in her eyes. This is a method of forced control. But I really like this feeling. This woman's expression? Is she enjoying it? Good, good, good. The meeting is over. Bai Xin and I have something important to discuss. You guys go back to the room first. Everyone will get a reward later. Lin Feng waved his hand to disperse the girls, leaving Bai Xin alone. Xin Wanchuan, is it those clothes and props that you gave to Uncle Tang as a reward again? Is it a reward for us or for yourself? Xin Xiaolu, don't tell me, our Uncle Tang has a sharp eye and a great sense of taste. He has many styles that are not available for purchase. Panuere, which Uncle Tang? What style? What props? Wenwan, a rope, a piece of cloth, a candle, handcuffs, a whip. Tang Tang, don't talk nonsense. You see, this is word of mouth, it is widely praised, it is clearly a serious reward, it cultivates superpowers and allows everyone to stand on their own. Of course, the two rewards do not conflict with each other. The girls all went back to their rooms, leaving Panuere to her own room. Tang Tang and Wenwan share the same room. The Qin sisters share one room. Look at this, freedom, democracy, harmony, and friendship. What a wonderful family atmosphere. Lin Feng proudly showed off to Bai Xin. Two greenhorns who are mentally immature and know nothing, one is a career elite who was abused and subdued by you, and the other is a strong woman who is directly controlled by you. There's one person who's sincere, and she's not jealous of you. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Bai Xin pointed out the characteristics of everyone. It's my luck to meet Wenwan. I can't help it. This world forces me to be a scumbag. I can't live without it. But I will be responsible for every woman I have cheated on. Lin Feng said this sincerely and confidently. I believe you can't survive without being a scumbag, but being forced is so hypocritical. Are you so happy inside? Bai Xin sneered. Stop talking nonsense. You're trying to expose my secrets like crazy. Are you just trying to be a conspicuous bag? Lin Feng doesn't believe that a smart person would do such a stupid thing. Of course not. First, I feel there's no need to hide this. Making it public will actually make it easier for you to collect women. In troubled times, clean women are more scarce than gold. Without information support, relying on yourself is too inefficient. What else? Secondly, I don't want to be a vase like them, nor do I want to be a bodyguard like Ms. Pan. If you can really achieve great things in the future, I don't want to be your harem, I want to be the queen, even if the territory is not big. Of course I won't ask for it in vain. The road ahead is long and arduous. I will do my best to assist you in this process and use my value to exchange for it. This time, Lin Feng was really shocked by this girl who looked mature and cold but was actually only 18 years old. Harem? Territory? Queen? Judging from her expression, she wasn't referring to an adjective. Even if the formation of a power goes smoothly, are these words still usable in modern society? Lin Feng had thought about these things after awakening his superpowers, but the first one he awakened was the massage power. Did he expect to rule the world through massage? Later, he awakened more superpowers and discovered that there were many people with superpowers in this community alone. The world outside is vast and boundless, and the giant beasts that were originally ferocious have now evolved. Siberian tigers, African elephants, giant pythons in the rainforest, sharks and whales in the sea. A crooked tree in the community almost killed me. If the Amazon rainforest also mutated, it would be terrible. I have been carrying the system's doomsday for so long and have not yet left the community. How difficult it is to establish a dynasty. Of course, it's difficult to build a faction. If it's not challenging, then why bother doing it? But your advantage is also obvious. The three colorful people in Building 7 are not weak in ability, but the gap between you and them is a qualitative difference. And you can actually give others superpowers and control them, combined with my plant catalysis and Ms. Pan's treatment. These are all abilities that are very suitable for a large force. You are the chosen leader. What you lack now is top combat power. But I also believe that your abilities are not limited to what you have shown. There must be something hidden. So if this still doesn't work, then it's fate. Bai Xian's eyes were fanatical and she placed great expectations on Lin Feng. Are you really 18? Are you possessed by some old turtle dove from the future? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more it made sense. An old Indian turtle dove from the future year 2085 traveled through time and space to be with me. Seeing that the emperor of her time was still in his latent stage, she encouraged me enthusiastically to work hard to start a business, and to be crowned queen in the future for my meritorious service in following the emperor. That's right, it suddenly became clear. Old Indian turtle dove? Ha! Do you have anything else to do? I need to rest. Bai Xian said everything she needed to say. She believed that Lin Feng was definitely not someone who was willing to be lonely. Kneel down. Bai Xian knelt down in front of Lin Feng naturally and smoothly. I just suspected that you had some special little quirks, and it turned out to be true. What do you mean? What gives you the right to say that? Bai Xian's eyes were a little evasive. You can resist the constraints of the contract to a certain extent when you are not willing to do so. Although it was short-lived, I still discovered it. But you didn't resist at all twice just now. The gap is too big, I can't resist. Really? Stick it out. Chapter 46, a long spear stabbing in all directions. Bai Xian didn't resist at all and did as she was told. Bang! After the slap, Bai Xian's cold and beautiful cheeks flushed with shyness. So this is your vital point. What kind of quirk is this? Since you like it, I have to satisfy you. The following content is not interesting, so I will skip it directly. 20,000 words omitted here. Bai Xian had her limbs tied to the dining table and suffered inhuman torture. His body was covered in wax, his vitals were clamped by the rack, and his legs and hands were handcuffed to the table legs, making him unable to move. After some hard exploration, Lin Feng unlocked a lot of strange knowledge. Boo! Name, Bai Xian. Age, 18. Superpowers, SS level contract LV1, S level perception LV1, C level plant growth LV1, F level gunmaster LV1. Constitution, 8. Loyalty, 100. Contract slave, none. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to implant the perception ability in Bai Xian. Trust the people you employ. If you don't trust them, don't employ them. How could he be afraid of this little girl when he had the advantage of time and place? Besides, he already had complete control over her life. If we decide on a large-scale planting, then we will plant it in a large-scale planting. There is no need to favor one over the other. No matter how well she is compatible with psychic abilities, she won't be able to turn the tables. The task tonight is very difficult, there are still 5 fields waiting to be planted. Boom boom boom. Sister Jinlian, open the door. I'm Shiman, and I'm here with gifts. Why, you don't want to play perverted games with your dog-headed military advisor anymore? Peeping Tom. See how I punish you. He. Come and punish me, I want to play too. 20,000 words omitted here. Boo. Name, Pan Yuer. Superpowers, SS level contract LV4, S level perception LV1, A level healing LV7, F level gunmaster LV1, C level plant growth LV1. The essence of wood was indeed abnormal, directly raising the healing ability to level 7. You have to know that even after Lin Feng ate so many black cherries, all his supernatural powers are only at level 5 now. In order to obtain the essence of various elements, we must begin the conquest. Boom boom boom. We slept. Open the door and send warmth to the community. Can you please ask Chaolu to stay away? What hasn't she seen? Not only has she seen it, she's also eaten it. Ah. Didn't you promise me, woo-woo? 30,000 words omitted here. Boo. Name, Qin Wanchuang. Superpowers, SS level contract LV1, S level perception LV1, F level gunmaster LV1, C level plant growth LV1. Boo. Name, Qin Chaolu. Superpowers, SS level contract LV1, S level perception LV1, F level gunmaster LV1, C level plant growth LV1. Boom boom boom. It's so late, go to bed early, Xiao Feng. The big bad wolf is here to eat the big white rabbit and the little white rabbit. Tang Tang, asshole. 30,000 words omitted here. Name, Tang Tang. Superpowers: SS level contract LV1, S level perception LV1, F level gunmaster LV1, F level massage LV1, C level plant growth LV1. Boo. Name: Wen. Superpowers: SSS level world destroying demonic thunder LV1, SS level contract LV1, S level perception LV1, F level gunmaster LV4, F level massage LV4, C level plant growth LV1. Strategy point balance: 11,000. Facing the morning light, sitting in a rocking chair in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Feng's eyes were dark and lifeless. Damn that charlatan Lao Dang, his prescription was completely useless. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will hand you over to Chengdu. How many days has it been? I can't remember, but since the apocalypse, I've been working day and night. I didn't dare to stop for even a single day. After ups and downs, the strategy points finally broke 10,000. The ATV can finally be redeemed. One more day of hard work and we will finally achieve Black Cherry freedom and arms freedom. Lin Feng covered his face and cried, it was too difficult. Is there any other system that makes creating something so torturous? If this continues, I'll really throw up when I see the pen. There is still time to replace the all-terrain RV tomorrow. Since we have decided to start the rebellion today, we should arm the first batch of men to the teeth first. Resist the urge to exchange for an all-terrain RV in exchange for a batch of arms and black cherries first. Let everyone's basic ability level reach level 3. Including 6 women, all of them will participate in the process of going out to fight. 10 M16A4 automatic rifles, 10 Glock G17S, 2 Barretts, and 2 AA-12 fully automatic shotguns. 2,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, 1,000 rounds of pistol ammunition, 200 rounds of sniper ammunition, and 500 rounds of shotgun ammunition. 30 grenades, 10 stun grenades, and 10 flash grenades. 10 sets of bulletproof vests, 10 explosion-proof helmets, and 10 2 million-volt high-voltage electric batons. 3 mortars, 3 boxes of shells, a flamethrower, and a grenade launcher. 3 large plates of black cherries were neatly placed in front of the French windows. Lin Feng was stuffing the pills into his mouth one by one. It's all the result of hard work in life. There are a total of 3,000 strategy points, and half of the all-terrain RVs have entered. Seeing that the balance of strategy points had instantly returned to 8,000 points, Lin Feng felt hopeless as it was not enough to exchange for an all-terrain RV. But it doesn't matter. As long as new women join, the odds will continue to rise. I hope that several famous wealthy areas can bring me surprises. A wide variety of equipment adds up to 1,000 contribution points. 3 large plates of black cherries are really expensive, 2,000 contribution points. How could it be so difficult to equip a dozen people with something that looked inexpensive on its own? To build a large force, one couldn't rely on money alone. Bai Xin, who was tortured to the point of fainting, slowly woke up on the sofa. Looking at the dazzling array of equipment and the haggard Lin Feng seemed to be lost in thought. The messy and torn clothes and props scattered all over the floor were accusations of Lin Feng's brutal behavior last night. Bai Xin played an indispensable role in helping the number of strategy points break through 11,000 last night. Everyone thought Bai Xin was the most useless, but Bai Xin was the most competitive. She contributed 3,500 points in her life, which is more than the total of Tang Tang and Qin Xiaolu. How can you have the nerve to call someone a dead fish? Woke up? You really don't treat me as a human being. Bai Xin returned to her cold and expressionless face. I'll tell you a secret. I can accurately sense your mood changes. If you weren't getting happier and happier, I wouldn't have planned to be so cruel last night. In the end, you just pulled up your pants and ignored me? Lin Feng looked at Bai Xin with an evil smile. This woman was really stubborn. Lin Feng didn't lie. With his level 5 perception ability, he could already feel the changes in the other person's emotions when he was in contact with people at a negative distance. Just now, the perception ability finally advanced to level 6, and the entire community was included in Lin Feng's perception range. Without the negative distance, Lin Feng could now vaguely feel the changes in Bai Xin's emotions. It was a mysterious feeling, as if the two of them had a certain telepathy. Bai Xin's calm expression finally changed. Lin Feng really saw through her. That sharp gaze was like a higher dimensional creature looking at a lower dimensional creature. Kneel down. Crawl over here. Lin Feng gently stroked Bai Xin's head. The favored son of heaven and the cold goddess kneeling in front of him no longer had any coldness that kept people at a distance. There is only endless shyness and obedience. Chapter 47, conquering the world from the residential area. The girls woke up one after another and came to the living room. Xin had already changed into clean clothes and restored her cool image. She only showed her submission and obedience to Lin Feng. Even though they knew how amazing Lin Feng was, the room full of equipment still made the girls drop their jaws. What is that? A Barrett? A mortar? What? Are you going to attack the county town? Pan Yuer excitedly fiddled with the fully automatic shotgun and then studied the mortar. The excitement is beyond words. Wan caressed Lin Feng's pale cheek with heartache. She was the first one to meet Lin Feng. The two had never been apart for more than a day, and Lin Feng's rise and change began from the first time he ate rabbit. When Wan is not stupid, she just doesn't like to show it. She has long seen that Lin Feng's special ability is related to women. Qin Wanchuang's face was a little pale, and she had a bad suspicion in her heart. Are these prepared for us? Lin Feng looked at Qin Wanchuang deeply and said, "Of course, let's try Barrett and see if it works for us." Upon hearing this, Qin Wanchuang immediately picked up the black weapon full of violent aesthetics on the ground. Skilled assembly and inspection of guns. The weight of more than 20 kilograms was not as difficult as imagined for Qin Wanchuang, whose physique had been initially strengthened. Nowadays, even the worst-fitting women have a physical condition that exceeds that of an average adult man. Qin Wanchuang's slim waist and plump buttocks and her ferocious weapon form a strong visual contrast, and it will definitely be a hit if it is made into a recruitment poster. Wouldn't this shot cause a huge wave? Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. I have given all of you the ability to be a gun master, the ability to perceive, the ability to stimulate plant growth, and the ability to contract. You are all first-rate marksmen, scouts, and can quickly grow plants. These 3 plates of black cherries are your breakfast today. They will help you strengthen all your abilities to level 3 or above. Finally, each of you can now contract and enslave other psychics. The world-destroying thunder has only been given to Wan for the time being. Lin Feng believes that an SSS-level ability cannot only have powerful physical attack capabilities. There must be powerful abilities that need to be revealed at a higher level. Every word Lin Feng said shocked Qin Wanchuang, Qin Chaolu, and Tang Tang. Tang Tang, aren't we just vases? I don't want to be a hexagonal warrior. Qin Chaolu, prepared for us? Oh my god. Are you going to save the world? Qin Wanchuang smiled bitterly. These 2 girls were so careless. Didn't they notice the special power of the contract? When she woke up in the morning, she felt an invisible restraint on herself. Asking her to hold the gun just now was just a small test. That's right. Lin Feng and I had grievances in the past and hatred recently. The relationship has only eased for a few days. If I were in his shoes, what I would do would be even more excessive. The reactions of several people were within Lin Feng's expectations. They were of course just vases, high-level vases, tools for both gaining points and assisting in ruling. If someone demonstrates the ability to stand on their own, they can naturally get rid of the status of a vase. The reason for letting them show up in public is that there are too few available manpower now, and they want to create momentum for themselves. The second is to let them demonstrate the ability of plants to induce reproduction, as well as Pan Yuer's treatment. To build up a force, one cannot rely solely on violence. One must use both kindness and force and establish spiritual support. Although Lin Feng has no management experience, he has watched a lot of Douyin and tomato novels, so he still understands some basic principles. I'm not interested in saving the world, what we want to do is conquer the world. Now, everyone, pick out your favorite gear, eat your black cherries, and follow me downstairs to meet up with the people in Building 7. The girls looked at each other, and seeing Lin Feng's serious expression, they did not dare to disobey and chose their own equipment. Pan Yuer chose a Barrett. Xin took the remaining one. As long as they are not suppressed by me, these 2 are definitely crazy women. Lin Feng is very satisfied. This pistol is boring. Is there anything more powerful? Pan Yuer weighed the Glock G17 and threw it aside. Xin also looked at Lin Feng, the meaning was self-evident. Lin Feng had no choice but to exchange 2 more Magnum M500s and give them to the 2 girls. Pan Yuer took it and put it into the holster with satisfaction. Xin glanced at him in disdain and didn't take it. She picked up an AA-12 fully automatic shotgun on the ground and put it on her back. Use it as a pistol. Awesome. The 30 grenades were almost divided among the 2 women until they could no longer carry them. The other 4 women each chose an M16A4 and a Glock pistol. Carry the primary weapon on your back and the secondary weapon in a holster at your waist. No one went to get explosion-proof helmets and bulletproof vests. They didn't have a system space and the weather was hot. Anyway, they are not allowed to be commandos. Lin Feng waved his hand without any hesitation and put the remaining equipment into the system space. Set off. The women, fully armed, followed Lin Feng downstairs while eating black cherries. This was the first time Tang Tang walked down from the top floor since the end of the world. I vomited all the way I walked, and by the time I reached the 25th floor I had vomited 3 times. Although there is a slight odor on the top floor, it is like heaven compared to the first floor. There were not many people in the corridors of the 25th and 26th floors of Building 5. After the group of people sent for execution by Lin Feng last night, there were basically no young and middle-aged men left. Lin Feng, accompanied by 6 women of different looks, brightly dressed and fully armed, passed by the 26th and 25th floors, which looked like slums. The women's rosy faces, fair skin, and strong and slender bodies formed a sharp contrast with the women lying on the ground, pale, disheveled, and covered in dirt. Several women who thought they were pretty were almost going crazy with jealousy. Brother! Give me something to eat. I can do anything with something to eat. After I wash myself, I'm even prettier than them. If you don't believe me, just look. A disheveled woman of medium build and ageless appearance crawled over and grabbed Lin Feng's trouser legs, begging desperately. Lin Feng believed it and checked the panel. Name, Tai Chudan. Age, 28. Ability, none. Quality, 60, elegant. Women's virtue, 0, biochemical matrix, about to mutate. Comprehensive score, 0, does not meet system requirements. Although the host has a strong physique, it is still not recommended for consumption. Bang! Get out of here! A kicking woman slid down the corridor to the end. Lin Feng didn't actually kick very hard, mainly because the ground was covered with black, yellow, and brown unknown objects, and was extremely slippery. Fortunately, there is a system reminder. Women in the apocalypse really can't be touched casually. Did this woman have a deep conversation with the male zombie? She actually got a score of 0. The woman slowly got up with a look of resentment on her face and was about to curse when a bullet pierced her head. The woman fell down unwillingly. It's better to shoot the woman. She's about to mutate, so it can be considered as getting rid of a threat to the people. Downstairs of Building 5, the 3 Kaimao brothers and a few big men were already waiting at the door of the unit. Several zombies were lying on the ground. Lin Feng and his group walked out of the unit door one after another. The appearance of the 6 women stunned the 3 Wudon brothers and the several big men behind them. Brother! Sisters-in-law! Your most loyal little brother will obey your orders. The 3 of them shouted in unison, obviously after rehearsing. Chapter 48, Conquering the World from the Residential Community 2. Lin Feng nodded and gave each of the 3 Kaimao brothers a gun. These 3 people are Pan Yuer's indentured servants, loyal and reliable. As for the several strong men brought by the 3 men, if they were each given a bulletproof vest and 2 fire axes when necessary, they would be a pretty good suicide squad. There are a total of 20 buildings in the Harmonious Home Community, 4 of which are resettlement houses with few residents, most of whom are elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Among the remaining 16 commercial buildings, 12 of them have shining points, that is, these 12 buildings have people with special abilities, and the remaining 4 buildings do not have people with special abilities. Lin Feng has already taught the 6 girls how to use their perception abilities. With their perception ability levels, they should have no problem covering an entire building. It's too inefficient to work together. Let's split up into groups. Pan Yuer spoke in a domineering manner while carrying Barrett on her shoulder. Bai Xin agreed that it was indeed not advisable to waste too much time in the community. The main goal today is to capture indentured servants to strengthen the backbone of the team. Grouping? Ugh, how to divide. Ugh, I wanna follow Lin Feng. Ugh. Tang Tang vomited while holding Lin Feng's arm tightly. Qin Chaolu and Qin Wanchuan also expressed fear. Wen Wan stood calmly behind Lin Feng without expressing her opinion. As early as the first day of the apocalypse, she had followed Lin Feng to knock on the heads of zombies. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous at all, but she could overcome it. Then I'll form a group by myself. Mao Mao, Kai Mao, and the other 3 are enough for me. Pan Yuer waved her hand and formed a team. Lin Feng was quite confident in her team. Pan Yuer used to be able to rule building number 8 with 3 losers. Now, after she enhanced their superpowers and added firepower, the 3 colorful brothers are much stronger than her previous contract slaves. It is indeed difficult to assign the remaining people. Anyone who goes out alone feels like a delivery man, even if he is holding a gun. I can also form a team. Just give me half of the 6 people Kaimao and the others brought. Bai Xin volunteered. Lin Feng frowned and hesitated, but Bai Xin was very determined. After her supernatural powers were strengthened, her physique was no worse than that of a man, and she dared to cut open the head and draw blood, and she was calm and ruthless. But after all, they have no practical experience and are only accompanied by 3 ordinary strong men. If they encounter other teams of superpowers, there is still a risk of failure. There is no need to think about what would happen to a beauty like Bai Xin if she fell into the hands of the enemy. Lin Feng has no habit of putting a hat on himself. Although Bai Xin has a unique skill in pulling pants, who knows if there are any BTs who like this? I believe in your ability, but the risk is still too great. Follow me, and I'll help you find some capable men. Lin Feng said lightly. Bai Xin is confident in herself but does not try to show off. She is a pragmatic person and does not want to be in the spotlight. She proposed to form a separate team just to increase efficiency. Since Lin Feng was worried, she didn't say much. Morning dew, evening frost, you two should follow Yuer. Let her help you find some suitable psychic contracts. Each of you should establish your teams as soon as possible. I hope that each of you can stand on your own as soon as possible. Also, tell the survivors in the building to prepare to flee and relocate. Lin Feng pointed out the buildings with the least and weakest psychics and asked Pan Yuer to deal with them first, while he himself went to deal with the buildings with the most and brightest psychics. Then the 2 teams each carried the convenience store food given by Lin Feng and set out to prepare for the raid. Lin Feng doesn't consider himself a good person, but he doesn't mind helping his neighbors when he is fully capable of doing so. After all, the food in the convenience store is of little use to Lin Feng now, except for taking up precious system space. Then use it on the people and win their hearts first. The masses are the foundation, this is an eternal truth. Only with a large enough population base can there be an endless supply of powerful contract slaves. Only then will we have the opportunity to resume production and construction in the future, and expand our territory and conquer more land. Even the attack can reach the west, the far east, the southern hemisphere of the blue planet, etc. It's too far, so we should take down the small community first. Lin Feng walked straight to Building 6, the building where the corgi ran away 2 days ago. Let us start from here. Buildings 1-4 are for those who have moved back in, and they are full of old men and women. We can just ask Kaimao and the other 2 to take their men to check it out for themselves. After all, evil will always be dealt with by evil. I just don't know how many of these old men and women are left. Lin Feng led everyone straight to the top floor of Building 6, with 3 strong men walking in front holding explosion-proof shields. There are 4 balls of light on the top floor, one of which is particularly bright, probably about the same brightness as Wenwan, who has awakened a 4th-level supernatural power. It's really amazing that he can strengthen himself to this level. He is a good slave worthy of a contract. The corridor is like hell on earth, even worse than Building 7. An unknown liquid was flowing freely, and the ground was wet and sticky. The smell of thousands of dead rats reached my head. Ugh! Let's move faster, I feel like I'm going to die. Tang Tang was about to collapse. She had vomited to the point of stomach cramps and her face was pale. Everyone covered their noses with their sleeves, but the smell still penetrated into their heads. I finally made it to the 25th floor, but the expected scene of people lying on the floor in the corridor did not appear. There was nothing but garbage, filth, and dried blood everywhere, and not a single ghost was to be seen. Lin Feng remembered that the occupancy rate of Building 6 was not low. Could the rooms on the top 3 floors alone accommodate all the survivors? Without opening those doors, Lin Feng quickened his pace and headed straight for the 27th floor. Finding the strongest one would solve all the confusion. The corridor on the 27th floor was also messy and filthy. Lin Feng was puzzled. How could he rule a building but not allow people to clean their own living quarters? Go knock on the door. The 3 strong men looked at each other and bravely knocked on the door. Who? A vigilant voice immediately sounded from inside the door. Lin Feng waved his hand to signal the 3 strong men to move away. As usual, he put on the detonator. The last time Lin Feng blew up the three colorful brothers, he unexpectedly discovered that knocking on the door first and then blowing it up was much more effective than sneaking around and then launching a surprise attack. Because after knocking on the door, no matter whether the person inside opens the door or not, they will basically come to the back of the door and be vigilant. This is an instinctive reaction. It's really true that practice makes perfect. Some truths can only be learned through practice. Although Lin Feng should be able to directly pull off the locked tongue with his current physical condition, there is no need. He will never take risks if the problem can be solved with external force. This is one of the doomsday action rules set by Lin Feng. Moreover, the mutants with special abilities will not be killed directly by the detonator through the door, and their resistance will be weakened to a certain extent, making it easier to control them, thus achieving the best of both worlds. Soon the detonator was pasted in the cat's eye position. The people inside, seeing the cat's eye blocked, started to get angry. Who the hell are you? Do you know who we are? Are you looking for death? Lin Feng ignored them and everyone hid in the stairwell to light the fuse. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, three strong men holding transparent explosion-proof shields stood in front, and Lin Feng quickly followed with Bai Xian, Wen Wan, and Tang Tang. As soon as they reached the door, a crazy roar exploded in everyone's ears. The bloody figure rushed out of the door on all fours like lightning and crashed into the shield wall formed by three strong men. The shield wall was instantly knocked away like paper. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his gun and fired, but the distance was too close and the bloody figure appeared before his eyes after just 2 shots. Being shot twice only caused the bloody figure to pause. Wen Wan and Tang Tang didn't have time to react. Bai Xian had already thrown down the Barrett, and took off the AA-12 fully automatic shotgun from behind and held it steadily in her hand. Chapter 49 Massacre in a Building. Lin Feng suspected that this thing was not originally designed for humans. When AA-12 began to roar, the blood-red figure's eyes, which were filled with violence and savagery, suddenly became much clearer and showed a feeling of fear. Bang! 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 The air was filled with minced flesh and blood mist. The bloody figure retreated step by step and hit the wall, and the skin and tissue on his body splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's world-destroying thunder is also ready to strike at any time. But this insurance is obviously redundant. Stop, stop, stop. The bloody figure protected his head and face with his arms, and some parts of his body were beaten so badly that the white bones were exposed. Lin Feng immediately called a halt, and Bai Xian stopped pulling the trigger, but the muzzle of the gun was still pointed at the bloody figure lying on the ground with all 4 limbs, ready to shoot again at any time. The figure at this moment was extremely miserable, with no good place on his body. Large areas of skin tissue and muscles were shattered, and the remaining flesh and blood slowly squirmed, showing signs of repair. Xiao Chang, who is very resilient, definitely has the ability to strengthen his body, and he has done it many times. Bai Xian analyzed excitedly, a very good contract slave, an excellent meat shield. Can you understand human language? Lin Feng pointed his gun at the bloody figure and was ready to give him a thunder at any time. There's no grudge, why are you coming to my house? The miserable bloody man asked with a hoarse and dry throat, his eyes full of resentment. Ha ha. The law of the jungle, there's no need for so many excuses. Lin Feng didn't want to waste time talking to him and directly checked the attribute panel. Name, Zhang Dian. Age, 30. Superpowers, a level superpower physical enhancement LV4, a level superpower rage LV4, a level superpower crawler LV4. Constitution, 800. Wow, a 3A master. And they've all been upgraded to level 4, all with abilities that improve physical fitness. Lin Feng's 6 superpowers are at the highest level of level 6, and he also has double S and triple S superpowers, but his physical fitness is only over 300 now. If it were Lin Feng who had been hit by that round of attacks just now, he would have been dead by now. They are all body-strengthening abilities that make Lin Feng salivate. It's a pity that he is not a qualified beautiful woman. Why don't I see anyone in your corridor? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Is it crazy to live in the hallway of a house? Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire made Zhang Dian grimace in dismay. You know what I'm asking. If you keep talking back, I'll use the trolls to rip your skin off before we try you again. Lin Feng sneered, what a fool who couldn't see the situation clearly. Ha, will I let you go if I cooperate with you? Do you dare to let me go? Zhang Dian sneered. Zhang Dian, right? 30 years old, 3 superpowers, physical enhancement, rage, and crawler. He's already been enhanced 3 times. Not only can I see through you, I can also control you. You don't even pose a threat to me. Become my subordinate. I will give you a smooth path forward. Lin Feng said lightly that it would be much easier if Zhang Dian could be persuaded to take control again. Zhang Dian's mental state is extremely unstable now, which should be a side effect of the Crawler S ability. Lin Feng just tried it, and he can control it, but it is quite difficult. It will be difficult for Wan to control it successfully. So what if you know my name? A lot of people know me. Those abilities you mentioned were all named by you, right? Even a dog can see that my body has been strengthened a lot. Do you need me to tell you? Lin Feng gave Bai Xin a wink. Bai Xin opened fire without hesitation. Zhang Dian curled up in the corner with his arms covering his head, having lost the ability to resist. A layer of flesh and blood had been scraped off his arms, revealing 2 white arm bones. Still being stubborn? Lin Feng had a sneer on his face, but he had already accepted this man in his heart. Zhang Dian, who was curled up in the corner, was trembling all over. If you are a man, give me a quick death. I told you I didn't mean to kill you. Why don't you believe me? Just submit to me. Lin Feng was speechless, so stupid. As long as you are not afraid of my rebellion, I will submit to you. Zhang Dian said weakly. Very good, relax and don't resist. Lin Feng signaled Wan to go forward and control Zhang Dian. Me? Let Bai Xin do it. This is her contribution. It's not appropriate for me to do it. Wan looked at Bai Xin in surprise, but Bai Xin did not show any dissatisfaction. Lin Feng didn't care what Bai Xin thought. Zhang Dian had great growth potential and was very suitable to be Wan's Deadpool. Stop talking nonsense and try to activate your contract ability. Lin Feng pulled Wan to the front and let her try. Wan had no choice but to activate her supernatural powers. 10 seconds later. I failed. Maybe I'm too weak. Wan smiled faintly. Lin Feng was helpless. Wan was obviously not putting in any effort. Bang! A bullet hit Zhang Dian's toes. Didn't I tell you not to resist? I didn't resist at all. Miss, please stop trying to trick me. Just do what you want to do. Zhang Dian covered his toes and cried. After surrendering, his tense nerves relaxed. Who could have known that Lin Feng would still shoot him? Wan spread her hands to show that she was powerless. Lin Feng was helpless. Wan was determined not to have any grudges with Bai Xin. Come on. Humph. Bai Xin snorted coldly and controlled Zhang Dian in just a few seconds. There should be 3 more accomplices inside, right? Call them out. Lin Feng gave the order calmly. Zhang Dian first looked at Bai Xin, who curled her lips and said, "No need to look at me, I have to listen to him." Zhang Dian slowly climbed up with the help of the wall, looking more like a zombie than a zombie. There is no decent place on the body. Don't worry, my people can heal you. My crawler ability has a built-in recovery ability. I should be able to recover in half a day. Lin Feng became even more jealous. Maintaining the crawler ability will cause some mania, some signs of atavism, and a strong urge to crawl on all fours. Lin Feng suddenly stopped being jealous and decided to let his men crawl down. If the A-level ability is too powerful, there will be significant side effects. Frequent use of this ability might erode one's will, and Lin Feng doesn't want to regress to his original form. Soon, the other 3 were called out by Zhang Dian. Zhang Dian kicked them to the ground one by one. These 3 cowards are so scared of death. They're not injured, but they don't dare to rush out. He rushed up with contempt and beat up the 3 friends who had betrayed him. Alright, I'll ask you questions and you can answer them. How many people are left in your building? Lin Feng stopped Zhang Dian from beating his accomplice crazily. 4. Zhang Dian and the other 3 looked at each other and answered nervously. 4? Just the 4 of you? Did you kill everyone else? Lin Feng thought of the disgusting smell along the way. There had never been such a strong smell anywhere. Zhang Dian nodded frankly and admitted, "That's right, it's not too late for you to change your mind and kill us now. What good will killing them do you? Just to steal supplies?" To be honest, Lin Feng was a little angry in his heart. He couldn't bear to see such a large number of innocent people being killed. Of course not. If they were after supplies, they could just be robbed. Why would I take their lives? So why kill them all? Lin Feng asked lightly. If there was no reason to convince him, Lin Feng wouldn't mind arranging a mission that would surely lead to his death. To become stronger, of course. This story begins with a mutated corgi a few days ago. I won't go into detail about the process, but the short answer is that I was not destined to die. That corgi was struck to death by lightning. Lin Feng was speechless. The corgi was killed by his own world-destroying magic thunder. And then? Chapter 50, Doing Everything. I was so hungry that I cut open the corgi's body and grilled the meat. I found a supernatural crystal in the dog's head, and then I gained supernatural powers and my body was greatly enhanced. Lin Feng regretted it so much that he missed the opportunity to improve his physical fitness. Keep going. Then I thought if mutant dogs can explode crystals, zombies should be able to do the same. So I made some preparations and went out to hunt zombies. And I actually succeeded. But hunting zombies is extremely risky. The thick fog outside makes visibility very low, and zombies are easily attracted to sounds. You never know when you'll be surrounded by zombies, and there are even more ferocious mutant animals. So I wondered if we could artificially raise zombies in captivity. Just like raising pigs. Zhang Dian showed a somewhat crazy smile, and his three accomplices unconsciously moved away from him. Lin Feng thought of by Xian's research results. So you killed everyone in a building and opened their heads? Did you get anything out of it? Of course it's not that simple. Zhang Dian showed a crazy smile. Of course, I still took some detours. I first broke into people's homes and killed 10 people, then smeared zombie blood on their wounds. As expected, they transformed into corpses. What's surprising is that not a single crystal emerged. So I'm guessing the probability of crystals popping out is positively correlated with the duration of the transformation and the zombie's strength? Lin Feng glanced sideways. He was a little science expert and came to the same conclusion as Bai Xian. So the four of us broke into the houses one by one in the middle of the night and killed everyone in 3 units of a building. Then they tied their bodies to chairs, smeared them with zombie blood, and waited for them to transform into zombies. It turns out that I succeeded. Every night, the crystal explosion rate will increase a little. Until today, the neighbors in the same building, plus the crystals I collected when I first went out hunting, have supported me to strengthen myself 3 times. Zhang Dian was savoring it with an intoxicated look on his face. Then what happened to the 3 of them? They didn't get strengthened once? Lin Feng pointed at the 3 men hiding far away and asked. They don't deserve it. I wouldn't dare kill them. If they hadn't also awakened their powers, I would have killed them long ago. We're keeping them here purely for future experiments. If you hadn't come, today would have been the day they all died. What experiment? Lin Feng thought that Bai Xian could be involved in the experiment, since Bai Xian was quite perverted anyway. Will people with special abilities transform into zombies? If so, are they more resistant to viruses than normal people? Will the zombies transformed from the corpses of people with special abilities carry special abilities? Will the crystals dropped by the mutant zombies be more effective and have a higher drop rate? There are also the changes in the body structure of people with special abilities. These are the main topics. 3 living bodies are barely enough. Zhang Dian smiled brightly as he looked at the 3 psychics hiding in the corner. The 3 buddies were scared to death. They had been working as accomplices for a few days, but the other party didn't regard them as partners at all. They were just guinea pigs that could move freely and help out. A perverted killer like Big Brother cannot be kept alive. He must be dealt with humanitarian ally as soon as possible. That's right, we were all forced by him. We were only responsible for tying people up, not killing them. Yes, we didn't kill anyone ourselves. He killed everyone alone. The 3 men asked Lin Feng to execute Zhang Dian. Lin Feng naturally would not kill Zhang Dian. Although this guy was crazy, he was now under his control and was capable. As for these 3 people with special abilities who are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, since they have committed so many heinous crimes and have no abilities, they might as well make use of their remaining energy. They are still yours. Continue your experiment. Do a good job. Lin Feng patted Zhang Dian on the shoulder and encouraged him. Lin Feng didn't care much about experimental data. He would have to kill many mutants in the future, and there would be plenty of sample data. In the eyes of the 3 people, Lin Feng's smile was no different from that of a devil from hell. Brother, we surrender too. Spare us. Let us do whatever we want. The three of them kept begging for mercy. Snap. Zhang Dian grinned and broke the necks of three people one by one, just like twisting chickens. After the incident was over, Lin Feng tried to feel the breath of the three strong men who were knocked away. All dead. Zhang Dian grinned. Don't worry, big brother. 1,000 of these losers are no match for me, Zhang Dian. You've made a fortune. I hope so. Lin Feng turned around and went downstairs. Zhang Dian walked at the end, carrying 2 bags of rice on his back. He tied the 6 bodies into 2 strings and dragged them downstairs. Downstairs of Building 6, Zhang Dian tied 6 bodies to a fire hydrant. Followed by Xin and continued to clean other buildings as a team. Before leaving, Lin Feng equipped Zhang Dian with a bulletproof vest and a new AA-12. The AA-12 is the most suitable weapon for this kind of madman. It is easy to use and has strong firepower, which is especially suitable for close-range output. After all, Lin Feng can't plant the gunmaster on Zhang Dian. In Lin Feng's perception, the ball of light representing Pan Yuer had swept through the 3 buildings in a hurry. She is indeed a crazy woman. I wonder if the 3 ordinary people in their team can handle such a high-intensity task. Just climbing the stairs is a difficult task. The light spots representing the superpowers wherever they passed either disappeared or joined Pan Yuer and headed to the next place. One crazy woman is so efficient, and with another even crazier one, it'll be even faster. Lin Feng was hanging far behind by Xin, at a distance that she could not sense. We passed by Building 7 and Building 8 without stopping. Building 7 is the home of the 3 Kaimao brothers, and Building 8 is Pan Yuer's home. Pan Yuer has cleaned Buildings 9, 10, and 11, and is currently cleaning Building 12. Bai Xian went straight to Building 13 and quickly went upstairs, while Zhang Dian, wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying an AA-12, took the lead. When others saw Zhang Dian in this state, they were scared to death, looking like a zombie. 3 minutes later, a burst of violent gunfire rang out from the top floor of Building 13, and one of the 2 light spots on the top floor disappeared. Another light spot followed the light spots representing by Xin and Zhang Dian and quickly went downstairs. 6 minutes later, Zhang Dian appeared outside the door of Unit 13 with a woman and Bai Xin. Ha! I knew you were worried about me. Seeing Lin Feng waiting at the door, Bai Xin snorted coldly. Pan Yuer also led a large group of people out of Unit 12. The team gathered together again. However, Pan Yuer's team only lost an ordinary man under San Kai Mao. However, they captured 4 people with special abilities, all of whom were controlled by the Qin sisters' contracts. Lin Feng personally led the team here, and the 3 ordinary strong men were completely wiped out, and only 2 prisoners were captured. Only half of the buildings were swept by Pan Yuer. Fortunately, there is no damn desire to win between Lin Feng and women. Well done. Lin Feng praised it, saying that it was pretty good. The 4 male psychics captured by Pan Yuer were about the same level as the 3 executed by Zhang Dian. At most, when they are cannon fodder, they can withstand more beatings than ordinary people. The woman that Zhang Dian and Bai Xian took down had her hands tied with cable ties. She has long black hair, 3-dimensional facial features and affectionate eyes. She was wearing a hip-hugging dress, her straight thighs were wrapped in oiled silk, and she was wearing a pair of Valentino shoes. Chapter 51, Water Spirit, Special Ability to Emerge from Water? After sweeping through several buildings, most of the people with special abilities were found to be clean and decent. But this woman was the first one to be so clean and decent, and she even had a faint fragrance on her body. Bai Xian grabbed the woman and pushed her hard. Because her hands were tied behind her back, she staggered and crashed into Lin Feng with 2 big thunders. Here. I caught it just for you. I've got it under control. I personally inspected the goods for you. They are very clean and the defenses are still there. Bai Xian said lightly. Everyone was stunned. It would be fine if she wasn't jealous when Lin Feng found a woman, but she even captured a woman and brought her back for him? Su Jingxian was devastated. When the end of the world came, she originally wanted to end her life in a decent way as soon as possible. As a result, the wife of a middle-aged pervert next door turned into a zombie. The pervert hit his wife to death with a hammer, and a sapphire-like crystal appeared in her skull. The old pervert wasn't sure what it was, so he showed off in front of her and tried to please her. As a result, the water blue crystals turned into light spots as soon as they touched Su Jingxian's skin and sank into Su Jingxian's body. The pure energy quickly improved Su Jingxian's physique and awakened her magical abilities. The old pervert was so angry that he demanded compensation or sexual compensation. The crystal had already been absorbed by Su Jingxiang, so how could he get compensation? He's just dreaming of paying with sex. The old pervert wanted to force himself on Su Jingxiang but was kicked into submission and fell down the corridor to his death. However, the good times didn't last for a few days, and a woman and a zombie who had become a spirit rushed to the top floor carrying guns and wearing bulletproof vests. He shot and killed another resisting mutant, and tied her hands with cable ties without any explanation. The most outrageous thing is that this pretty and cold-looking girl, after praising herself for being so beautiful, actually sent the zombie away and lifted her skirt. I thought she was a lesbian and was going to do something unspeakable to me, but she actually gave me a gynecological examination and the diagnosis was, my defenses were still there and I passed the examination. Then he dragged her downstairs without saying anything. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. She went from being the savior of a building to a captive, then was tied up for inspection, and finally was handed over to the man in front of her as soon as she came downstairs. And judging from the situation, the woman who caught me is also this man's woman? The other women are also very beautiful. Judging from their attitudes, are they all his women? Su Jingxiang is still confused. When did the world become so crazy? Lin Feng pinched Su Jingxiang's chin. She was indeed a rare beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, pure and innocent, and her arms behind her back make her look like she is about to explode at any time. She is the type that Lin Feng likes, pure and lustful. Click on the woman's attribute panel. Name, Su Jingxiang. Age, 21. Superpower, S-level superpower water element LV3. Special constitution, water spirit body. Constitution, 15. Quality, 90. Women's virtue, 100. Comprehensive score, 95, meets the system requirements, please play as soon as possible. A water spirit? It looks impressive. With the water element, it's no wonder she stays hydrated and clean. She's never lacking water. When you reach a certain level, can you summon wind and rain like the Dragon King? Oh my, it's not useless now. It's so practical to be able to release water. I have to try it out. Xin gave herself a surprise. As for how she awakened in her past, Lin Feng didn't want to know. It didn't matter. Who are you? Let Xiao Su go. Yes, let Xiao Su go. How could you kidnap someone? We are all decent people. Why can't we talk about it nicely? A group of panting neighbors poured out of the door of Unit 13, and more people were still coming downstairs. There were men, women, young and old, all filled with indignation. Before they could react, they heard two loud noises and soon after, Xiao Su was quickly pulled downstairs by two people. Anyone in Building 13 could die, but Xiao Su couldn't afford any mishaps. The neighbors quickly and spontaneously chased after him. I saw that the residents of Building 13 had basically kept the house clean and tidy. Lin Feng pinched Su Jingxiang's chin with a strange look in his eyes. You even provide them with water for bathing? Well, providing water to everyone isn't a big burden. There's plenty of water in the air, and used water can be recycled and purified. Lin Feng pinched her cheeks and looked at her aggressively, making Su Jingxiang blush and look away. Not only the water for personal use, but also the corridors of this building are all shiny and glossy. Xin curled her lips and said, "What a stupid woman. You can't waste resources like this. People will just think your help is worthless. Then we can stay in Building 13 tonight. My room is starting to smell." Tang Tang immediately expressed her desire to move. No problem, you don't need anything else. Just remember to bring over all the battle robes and props that Uncle Tang purchased. Of course Lin Feng would like to have a cleaner environment. The other buildings are basically marinated, but Building 13 is a breath of fresh air. Speaking of the battle robe, a blush flashed across the women's faces. This lecher, he would never forget these things even if he forgot anything else. We're talking to you, young man. Let Xiao Su go. Why are you still discussing moving into Building 13? We don't have any vacancies here. Even Xiao Su has to share a house with others. What if we don't exist? It seems that the way people get along in this building is indeed very democratic and harmonious, and there shouldn't be many murders. Otherwise they wouldn't be so brave and confident. It's not free, I'll exchange 5 mansions for you, and give you some food as compensation. Lin Feng did not take advantage of them. It goes without saying that food and a clean environment are more important. Besides, once Su Jingshan leaves, they 1T have a clean environment. Of course we have to share the food. Why should we trade accommodation with you? That's right. Xiao Su is so awesome that she even handed over her family's food to the government for unified distribution. No one is exempt. That's right. The water was made by Xiao Su, and Xiao Su didn't drink more than one sip. It was shared equally by everyone. If you have any food, take it out quickly and hand it over to the Doomsday Management Committee for unified management. Lin Feng has never been so speechless since he was a child. Why are you so honest? Are you the Virgin Mary? Su Jingxiang blushed slightly. It's not easy for everyone, let's stick together for warmth. Getting a poop? Isn't this obviously exploiting you? You're the only one providing water for the entire building, and you don't even have any privileges? Okay, who are the members of your Doomsday Management Committee? I have a lot of stuff, so I need a few more people. Lin Feng gave a kind smile to the crowd at the unit door. The people inside the door looked at each other, then at the gun Lin Feng was carrying, but no one came out. Well, we are not fools. Lin Feng cut the cable ties that bound Su Jingxiang, identify them, that committee, without missing a single one. Immediately, two middle-aged men with big bellies hiding at the back and a burly man with pockmarks on his face and a vicious look turned around and fled into the corridor. Lin Feng took a glance and was not in a hurry. The chairman of the committee has been beaten to death by you upstairs. The three who just escaped are his deputies. Su Jingxiang said nervously. Go ahead, be quick. Lin Feng turned around and nodded to Zhang Dian, who was standing respectfully behind him. Chapter 52 Mad Dog Zhang Dian. Zhang Dian showed a crazy and cruel smile. He rushed into the unit door in a flash, knocking down the crowd. Two old ladies who were the first to be hit were knocked away and died on the spot. Without by Xin, the burden, Zhang Dian's speed reached its peak. Even though they let the three people move up one floor, their screams could still be heard on the second floor. Whose general is this to be so brave? Pan Yuer's eyes lit up. This guy was as good as Kai Mao and the other three. By Xin, by the way, he's seriously injured. Please come down and help treat him later. If he wasn't injured, this guy would be able to leave a little afterimage. Lin Feng was also very satisfied with Zhang Dian, and believed that if he was trained well he could become a vanguard general. Qin Wanchuang and Qin Xiaolu looked at Zhang Dian's performance, and then looked at the useless guy on their side who was crying and begging for mercy after fighting with Mao Mao. Their faces couldn't help but look a little ugly. There was no way, even with this kind of stuff, Pan Yuer helped them subdue it regardless of past grudges. When Wan and Tang Tang have not yet contracted any superpower user. Lin Feng was also dissatisfied with the four psychics whose lights were so dim that they were almost invisible, which were contracted by the Qin sisters. The four main people are still timid and cowardly. From now on, contracted psychics must either have special abilities or be able to withstand the truth for a few times. Don't take any small karami. Let them stay among the masses. I just want the fat pigs. Lin Feng said dissatisfiedly. You didn't tell me in advance. Pan Yuer felt aggrieved and felt that her efforts were not appreciated. Cough, be careful next time. While he was speaking, Zhang Dian had already returned. My special ability has some healing capabilities. How about treating this big brother first? Su Jingxian looked at the miserable Zhang Dian and said cautiously, at first she thought it was a zombie transformed into a spirit, but it turned out to be this man's subordinates. Tang Tang, green tea bitch. Xin Jiaolu, it's obvious. Qin Wanchuan, alas, the true Holy Mother has infiltrated our side. Pan Yuer, we should give her to the enemy. The four girls' gossip left Su Jingxiang at a loss. Don't pay attention to these old women, just show me how to heal him. Lin Feng signaled Su Jingxiang to show her ability. Su Jingxiang activated her special ability, and the surroundings suddenly became like an air humidifier, with fine mist rushing towards Zhang Dian from all directions. Soon the water vapor condensed into a stream that wrapped around Zhang Dian's body surface, and the stream turned into a thin film that covered Zhang Dian's entire body, leaving only his mouth and nose. Zhang Dian turned into a large human-shaped water droplet, with a shimmering surface. Soon the water film turned blood red, and Su Jingxiang continued to summon water to replace the blood. 3 minutes later, the water film dissipated, taking away the blood stains and necrotic flesh on Zhang Dian's body. All the flesh and blood in his body was covered and protected by a thin energy membrane, and no new blood continued to flow out. What's even more frightening is the irregular, tender flesh and blood all over the body with potholes. This level of trauma can be repaired in a day or two at most. Su Jingxiang said proudly as she looked at her masterpiece. Normally it's really awesome, but you've met an expert in treatment. Flamboyant. Bitch. Let sister Yuer teach her how to treat people. Pan Yuer pointed at Zhang Dian from a distance, and a strong white light scattered. The broken flesh on Zhang Dian's body began to wriggle rapidly. In less than a minute, all the flesh and skin were restored to their original state, showing the powerful effect of level 7 healing. Humph. Showing off your skills in front of an expert. Pan Yuer snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. Su Jingxiang was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Thank you, sisters-in-law. Zhang Dian bowed to Pan Yuer and Su Jingxiang respectively to express his gratitude. Although he can heal himself if given some time, the process is painful after all, and the other person means well. I'm not your sister-in-law, you don't have to thank me. Su Jingxiang felt more and more that this group of people looked kind but were actually not good people. They had clearly arrested her for no reason and had such malicious intentions. You don't have the final say. I am very satisfied with your performance. Now you are mine. You're welcome. Lin Feng patted Su Jingxiang's shoulders with satisfaction. Su Jingxiang was speechless, not knowing how to refute. You're welcome? Do I need to say thank you? She's still shy. Just didn't suffer the pain of doomsday. Just throw it out and suffer a little. Lin Feng had a headache. He could understand that these gossipy women were a little malicious towards every newcomer, but wasn't their malice a bit too much this time? Is he jealous of her water baby physique? Lin Feng secretly complained. That's enough. Nothing to do now, right? Shui Hua. Ugh, Shui Yuansu and Zhang Dian are talents discovered by Xin and I. Look at what a bunch of idiots you found. You still have the nerve to mock others? Sweep the rest of the building slowly. If you get anything else that's just this kind of stuff, the three of you will each do 10,000 squats tonight. Qin Chaolu's face turned pale. You want to kill me? I'm still young. Qin Wanchuang's face turned red with shame, but this punishment was not unacceptable. Pan Yuer's face was filled with excitement. It's a deal then. Tang, why do you want to reward them? Stop talking nonsense. I feel like a college student when I'm with you guys. Lin Feng stopped the women from talking nonsense. It was true that 3 women made a drama, and there were 7 of them in total. It's the end of the world, sisters, be careful. I can't promise to protect you forever when you're on the road. I gave you opportunities but you didn't make any use of them. Now that you're being left further and further behind by others, you can't blame me anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang, Qin Chaolu and Qin Wanchuang's expressions changed. After following Lin Feng, life became so comfortable that I had no sense of crisis at all. At the rate Lin Feng is finding women, they will be marginalized sooner or later if they just keep living like this and waiting for death. Xin and Pan Yuer are both strong women, and when one is favored by Lin Feng. The 3 of them had neither an emotional foundation nor many opportunities to develop feelings with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's speed in finding women was updated every day. There are only 7 women around Lin Feng now. When there are 70, 700, or even 7,000 women, it may not be easy for them to see Lin Feng. If he doesn't have some skills by then, he will really become a canary in a cage, and Lin Feng will come over and fiddle with it when he remembers it one day. Thinking of this, they no longer had the mood to play around. Brother! Sister Wanwan and I have been following you, and you didn't even give us a chance. Tang's face turned pale. The little girl couldn't hide her thoughts. Don't worry, I will help you find some suitable men. I won't force you to lead people on a mission. If you're not cut out for it, you'll put yourself in danger. After all, I don't have the habit of using women as bait. Just give appropriate reminders, don't be too optimistic and idle. Lin Feng doesn't have high expectations for all of them. It would be best if they can stand on their own, but if they can't, it's okay if they don't hold him back. I'll come next time. I've never killed a zombie before. Tang gripped the gun in his hand. Chapter 53, Real Water Baby. Before going out, Lin Feng said that he was ready to accept Xin's suggestion to go to a high-end residential area to snatch a woman. Bloody conflict is inevitable. If he wins the fight with Lin Feng, he will snatch a beautiful woman away. If he loses, he and his companions will become stray dogs and even be in danger of their lives. Thinking of this, Tang felt even more bitter. Damn it, It seemed like she could never get any good result. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're so angry. Why are you so bitter and resentful? Lin Feng rubbed Tang Tang's head. This loli is still so cute even when she is serious. Which building should we go to next? Tang Tang shook off Lin Feng's hand and began to urge him to act quickly. Me? I'm just going upstairs to take a look at the new house and I'm not going anywhere. Lin Feng put his hand on Su Jingxiang's shoulder and waved to Tang Tang. Zhang Dian, the brightest figure in the entire community, had been taken down by him. The remaining amount should not be enough to cause Pan Yuer and Bai Xian to fail. Lin Feng still has confidence in them. You're going to a new home? What should I do then? Tang Tang was stunned. Who had just warned them not to be so idle? Who had just told them to hurry up and get stronger? You can come and give me a massage. You can even help with the moving. Tang Tang stamped her feet in anger. Sister Bai and I will go catch the mutant. Bai Xian took Zhang Dian and Tang Tang, and Pan Yuer took her large army and set off again. Only Wan, Su Jingxiang and a group of neighbors who were peeking out through the cracks in the unit doors were left at the entrance of Building 13. Let's go and take a look at what you call the Doomsday Management Committee. Su Jingxiang looked nervous and frightened. This man was definitely going to do something unspeakable to her, but why didn't he send everyone away and only leave one person behind? It's not that Wan is ignorant, it's that Lin Feng insists on keeping Wan. Her Deadpool, Lin Feng, wants to personally select and arrange it, and there is no rush. Lin Feng walked towards Building 13 with the two girls, and the people crowded in the unit door quickly and automatically parted to make a path. The bodies of the two old ladies were still before my eyes, and the screams of the three committee leaders were still in my ears. Beneath the young man's fair face lies a cold and ruthless heart. 3 men died miserably at the corner of the stairs on the second floor. Su Jingxiang looked pale and dared not approach. It seems that although the people in this building PUA Su Jingxiang, they did not put her in any danger. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the top floor. A man in his 30s was lying in the corridor, with a pool of glaring blood under him and his eyes wide open. Is this the other psychic in your building? What are his abilities? Lin Feng was very curious. If this man's ability was lethal, it would be difficult for Su Jingxiang to remain innocent now. He used to be a chef. He said his special ability is that of a culinary god. He can heat ingredients directly with his hands. The meals he makes are really delicious, and the same amount of food is more filling. Su Jingxiang felt sad that the harmonious and stable environment was violently destroyed. It's a pity to waste such a talent. If it were someone like me, I would keep him at all costs. In the flower of the sticks, the bullet contributed by green hair swallowed up a faint black shadow, which was indeed not strong. Don't look so sad. It's normal for people to die. Come inside and take a look. The room is not luxurious, but the decoration is warm and clean. The entire room was spotless, and it was obvious that someone cleaned it carefully every day, making Lin Feng feel like he had returned to the days before the end of the world. On one side of the living room wall is a large shelf, on which are placed some rice, flour, instant noodles, cooking oil, and other supplies. It's quite good, a bit like the cafeteria from decades ago. It seems that there is still a lot of food in stock, of course, for individuals, but for the survivors in a building, it will not last too long. Our building's Doomsday Management Committee was established on the 2nd day of the disaster, and on the 3rd day, all supplies were confiscated and distributed uniformly. Su Jingxiang said proudly that although Lin Feng disagreed with this strategy, it did allow more people to stay in Building 13 and also maintained basic order. However, once supplies are exhausted, the organization will collapse very quickly, and internal strife may even lead to its annihilation. People who have supplies just obediently hand them over? No one resists? Those who don't have supplies are taking advantage for nothing. The mere threat of water cut off is not enough to make people give in, as there will always be neighbors with water. Those who don't hand in supplies won't be given water. Besides, my water element can do more than just condense water, and the god of cooking's special abilities aren't limited to cooking. Those who don't contribute supplies will also be assigned more work, such as patrolling, cleaning, etc. Looking at Su Jingxiang's clear and logical explanation, he seemed to agree with it deeply. What is your role on the committee? Lin Feng asked with a strange expression. One of the co-founders and a practitioner of the plan. Su Jingxiang looked straight at Lin Feng. She could see that this man was not very fond of the Doomsday Management Committee. However, Su Jingxiang did not think there was anything wrong with this policy, except that it lacked a supreme military force to suppress everything. Supreme military power? If I commit myself to him, wouldn't that mean I have supreme military power? Lin Feng ignored the woman who was having wild thoughts. Their policy of confiscating all supplies and distributing them uniformly did have its merits. But it is not suitable for my future development path. Now I have Shuiwa and plants to promote growth, as well as the system mall to back me up, so I basically don't have to worry about food and drink. Implementing a free market economy is much more appropriate than a planned economy. No matter how you look at it, this looks like a pyramid scheme den, with a weird feeling of pyramid scheme plus saintliness. After Lin Feng finished visiting all the rooms, the group of people downstairs climbed up again, panting. Young man, we are in need of someone who can protect us. Why don't you stay here? We can't accommodate the others. A square-faced man who looked intimidating without even getting angry enthusiastically invited Lin Feng. There was no way. Even a blind person could see that Lin Feng was not planning to leave. Not only that, he was also planning to move into Xiao Su's bedroom, even with food and money. This is their spiritual pillar, a saint-like existence. The only option is to take the initiative to invite him as a compromise. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. No way. Shut up. As soon as the voice of objection was heard behind him, the man shouted, "Idiot, you still can't see the situation clearly." Thank you all for your hospitality, but my men are inseparable from me, so I'd like to ask you to vacate the 26th and 27th floors. Lin Feng smiled. If he hadn't regarded this group of people as his own resources, they wouldn't have had so many opportunities to express their opinions. Isn't it inappropriate? You clearly have your own place. The man's face changed slightly, and he left them one floor that was not covered by the strange fog. Who could sleep below the 25th floor when the strange fog was covering it? Will there be enough space if we kill the extra people? Now I'm going to play poker with your holy mother. Do you want to get out of here, or do I beat you to death and throw you down? Lin Feng took out his rifle and fired a shot, pointing at whoever dodged in panic. There were a total of 6 bloody corpses lying there downstairs and upstairs. They were killed like pigs and sheep. Even people with special abilities like the god of cooking were dealt with by them. Don't be impulsive, let's go now. The square-faced man could no longer pretend to be calm and waved his hands hurriedly. The people behind him had already run away the moment Lin Feng raised his gun. He won't listen to any advice or suggestions. Let's go, Holy Mother Su. I haven't tasted what holy motherhood tastes like yet. Su Jinxiang's face turned red and her whole body was hot. This person's words were so shameful. How could he be such a saint? Lin Feng carried Su Jingxiang into the room and kicked the door shut. Half an hour later, water spread from the door gap to the living room. When one covered her face and couldn't bear to watch it. This was too exaggerated. Chapter 54: The Empress of Daily Life. Boom. Gunmaster's ability has been successfully planted. Boom. Plants that catalyze superpowers have been successfully planted. Boom. Perception ability planting successful. Boom. Massage ability implantation successful. The room was flooded, and Lin Feng lay comfortably on the waterbed, tightly wrapped by the water. The water flowed slowly and vigorously, coupled with the massage technique. Lin Feng was in ecstasy and felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Holy Mother Su is truly gifted. Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Su Jingxiang. Obtain one of the 2 superpower rewards: S-level superpower water element, a level body enhancement. Reward, 3000 strategy points 7 times, additional bonus to Shuiwa's attributes, space increased to 80 cubic meters. Strategy point balance, 9000. Strategy multiplier, 7. Loyalty, 100 by Xian's indentured slave. Wow, special attribute bonuses. Pan Yuan by Xian had more contribution points than others before, so they also got attribute bonuses. Pan Yuan's every shot draws blood attribute. By Xian's top M attribute. And now there's the Shuiwa attribute. Good. Tonzi. Which one should I choose? S-level water element should have more effects than what Su Jingxiang showed, right? But I've been coveting physical enhancement for a long time. Of course. Water elemental abilities can even compete with SSS level abilities in specific environments like rivers, lakes, and seas. They also have certain healing effects and auxiliary functions. Then choose the water elemental ability? Not recommended. Pure water elemental abilities are not only sensitive to the environment, but also to the physique of the awakener. The effects of water elemental awakening in ordinary people and water spirits are also very different. Alright, let's extract some physical strength. I'm really envious of Zhang Dian's dog-like physique. Boom! Successfully extracted the A-level physical enhancement ability. The benefit of specializing in one function is also obvious, that is, the effect is more significant. 1,000 strategy points can be directly exchanged for 2 kilograms of black cherries, and your body strengthening ability will be upgraded to level 5. Fortunately, the improvement in my physical fitness was accompanied by an improvement in my appetite, otherwise I would have vomited. Open your own properties panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 21. Space, 80 cubic meters. Superpowers, S-level perception LV6, SSS level world destroying demonic thunder LV5, F-level massage LV5, F-level gun master LV5, SS level contract LV5, C-level plant growth LV5, A level body strengthening LV5. Constitution, 800. Spiritual power, 400. Strategy point balance, 8,000. Strategy point multiplier, 7. Extraordinary item, Flower of the Sticks. Contract slaves, by Xin, Panuer. Remaining contractable places, 3. Physical fitness 800. Physical fitness finally got a big boost, more than doubled, already catching up with Zhang Dian, who specialized in physical strengthening. Thinking of Zhang Dian resisting the AA-12's violent spray of blood and flesh and refusing to die, Lin Feng finally felt a little safe. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had no shortage of offensive means, including various firearms, the later world-destroying magic thunder, the flower of the sticks, and the conquest of Mao Mao. However, his fragility has always been a weakness. Once he is attacked by a sneak attack, it will be useless even if he can kill 10 elephants with one punch. Now, strong physical fitness and vitality mean that there is a greater tolerance rate, and as long as you are not killed instantly, you can turn the tables. More importantly, my current physical condition should be able to handle 7 women without any burden. And after the 7 women are given physical enhancements, they become 7 female warriors. Especially by Xin and Panuer, 2 typical strong women whose fighting power cannot keep up with their ambition and ability. If they are given physical enhancement, they will become 2 living berserkers. The mood is very good, and the overall combat effectiveness of the entire team will soar after tonight. After getting up and doing some stretching exercises, he felt a crackling sound all over his body and felt like he had endless energy in his body, which made Su Jingxiang frightened. Too fierce. I'm very satisfied with your performance. That's all for today. Please collect the water. Following Lin Feng's order, Su Jingxiang waved her hand, and the water on the ground caused by her out-of-control emotions gathered together and poured into the big bucket of water in the corner. Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Those buckets are drinking water, right? Su Jingxiang was speechless. The water gathered by the power of the water element is clean water. All impurities have been removed and it is drinkable. If you can drink, drink more. I want tea drink, Lin Feng secretly complained. I see you're quite skilled in using your powers. Have you ever considered controlling the flow of water to block the enemy's mouth and nose during battle? Wouldn't that make you invincible? The S-level water element is actually only used to make water, which is a waste of resources. That's true in theory, but ordinary people can only hold their breath for a minute or two, let alone a superpowered person. That's enough time for a powerful superpowered person to kill me 8 times. After all, delicate operations require concentration at a relatively close distance, and people won't just stand still and let the water flow over them. Su Jingxiang said helplessly that she had thought of this when she first awakened this ability, but her level was too low and she couldn't do many things. Under normal circumstances, there is too little water available and the condensation of water vapor is too slow, so a small amount of water can only be used for delicate operations. It seems that your special ability is still too dependent on the environment. You can't always go out and drive a sprinkler truck. Lin Feng joked. I don't like going out anyway. Everyone needs water. I can stay home and look after the supplies and water. Su Jingxiang's cheeks blushed. She didn't have any ideals in the first place. Guarding the water source? Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. Yes, where is the most water source? That must be the sea. From now on, I will make you the Empress and Island Master of Xiaorizi Kingdom. In the future, when Su Jing's perfume elemental ability level is raised and she is blessed with the water spirit body, won't she be more than qualified to be the empress of a small country? Ah, why should they let me become their emperor? Besides, I don't want to live a life of mediocrity. Su Jingxiang disagreed, saying that men's words can deceive people. Who told you to live a lowly life? Why not just bring them into your sphere of influence? If you're not a saint, then go and guard the island. Lin Feng laughed strangely. With the identity of the female emperor, Shuiwa seemed to be even more valuable. Su Jingxiang just thought that Lin Feng was fantasizing and teasing her. Little did they know that the half-joking promise made in the boudoir today would be fulfilled in the near future. The fame of Emperor Shizuka of Higashima will be recorded in the pages of history. When Wan saw that the water had been flowing through the crack in the door for a while, and knew that Shuiwa had controlled his emotions, which meant it was over. Boom boom boom. Xiao Feng, they're back. They said they encountered some difficulties. Lin Feng opened the door and the 6 women had all returned, blocking the door and eavesdropping. What does it feel like to be a saint? Tang Tang asked sourly. Mother Mary plus water baby, they are definitely much stronger than us. Qin Chaolu looked at the several large buckets of water in the corner. Could it be that all the water that was just collected is still here? Su Jingxiang was so shy being watched by 6 girls that she hid behind Lin Feng, holding onto the corner of Lin Feng's clothes and looking like a little bird. Tea, real tea. High tea. Otherwise I will. Don't talk nonsense, just say what you mean. Neither Bai Xin nor Pan Yuer could solve the problem, so the other party must be quite difficult to deal with. But since I'm in the mood to talk nonsense here, the danger shouldn't be too great. Chapter 55 Lin Feng's Chastity Crisis. The idea I encountered was a bit tricky. If it weren't for Kai Mao and the other 2, I would probably have to put a hat on you. Pan Yuer rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, and everyone went to the living room and sat down. Tell me in detail, what happened? Su Jingxiang considerately poured Lin Feng a large bucket of water, which he placed on the coffee table without drinking. I met a very strange woman in building 16. As soon as I went up, the men Kai Mao and the others brought with him rebelled. Pan Yuer said hatefully. Rebellion? I remember there were only 2 of Cai Mao's men left. What threat could they pose? How did that woman manage to make them rebel? Another supernatural power that is suspected to be able to control others. It should be a mind control ability. The 2 rebels were killed by Chengdu. I will let Mao Mao go up and test its depth. And then? Mao Mao lost? No, I haven't run into anyone yet. I turned around and found a fire extinguisher and hugged it. It looked weird, so I led my men to retreat first. Pan Yuer was still not satisfied after she finished speaking, so she picked up Mao Mao's dog head and punched it twice. What a disgrace. Mao Mao whimpered dejectedly and aggrievedly. It's definitely a psychotropic substance, and it should be able to induce a person's primitive desires. To prevent any accidents, we decided to report it to you and you can decide how to handle it. After meeting Bai Xian, Pan Yuer's original intention was to let Kai Mao and his 3 companions, Zhang Dian, and 4 other minions join forces and go up, while they waited below. Bai Xian thought there was no need to take risks. Psychic abilities were the most sinister. If Kai Mao and Zhang Dian were controlled by the other party, it would be a big trouble for them. So the 2 teams returned to Building 13 and asked Lin Feng to make the decision. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to go and see for himself. I also have 2 psychic powers, one level 5 and one level 6, with a total of 400 mental power. Although he is developing in all aspects and has to take care of a bunch of burdens, Lin Feng does not believe that the other party's mental power can be higher than his. Moreover, Pan Yuer was able to escape unscathed, which at least shows that the opponent's influence range is small and lacks offensive means. Is it a power that affects desire? I can just take the 3 colorful brothers with me. Lin Feng was thoughtful and thought that he would know after trying it. Now Lin Feng felt that he was terrifyingly strong. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. He went to the 26th floor and called the 3 Kai Mao brothers, then headed straight to Building 16. He just happened to crush a few little karami to test his improved physical fitness. Zhang Dian downstairs was already eager to try. Killing people was something he enjoyed. If he were to say, there would be no need to come back for help, he should just go ahead and kill them and tear them to pieces. Kai Mao, the 3 of you come with me. Zhang Dian, you guys take a break. There was an unconcealable sense of loss in Zhang Dian's eyes. Brother, I heard it all. Isn't it just about affecting desire? How can such a challenging job be done without me, Zhang Dian? I entered the crawler state and became very manic. I don't want to do that at all. Besides, we're all gentlemen this time, so what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Dian requested to go into battle. Alright, this is a good opportunity to see if the control of the contract power can be broken. Alright, let's go together. You stay at the back and let Chengdu and the others explore the way. Don't worry, I will stab them to death one by one with my own hands. Zhang Dian waved a crowbar that he had found from somewhere and laughed cruelly. All they know is to poke. To subdue such an awesome psychic, they are all talented. Lin Feng taught Zhang Dian with a look of disappointment that he liked Zhang Dian's mental state very much, but he was reckless and did things without restraint. He was a good material for fighting for him, but unfortunately it was difficult for him to stand on his own. Got it, then beat him half to death, he he he. 16 buildings. Go ahead, Chengdu. We'll follow you. The three Kaimao brothers took the lead, Lin Feng was in the middle and Zhang Dian was at the rear, and they quickly began to climb the stairs. As usual, the residents on the 25th floor were half dead, like refugees. It seemed that all their supplies had been looted. They were so skinny that it was obvious that they were not just hungry, but more like they were suffering from overindulgence. Two young men had sunken eyes, sallow complexions, and were barely breathing, but they still refused to take their hands out of their crotches. This young man. Even though the corridor stinks, you can still smell a faint scent of lime. How much of it was sprayed? The ground was wet and sticky, with puddles of unknown liquid from time to time. Quick battle, quick decision, what the hell is this? Lin Feng urged the three colorful-haired people in front to hurry up. In the corridor on the 27th floor, two men and one woman stood side by side, waiting for Lin Feng and his group. The woman was nearly 180 centimeters tall, wearing a bright red leather jacket, leather boots, a long whip tied around her waist, and her long black hair was loose. She has a slender figure, fair skin, and a charming and evil face, like a demon from the devil world. Two men, 2 meters and 2 meters tall, with dark skin and as strong as iron towers, stood behind the woman with their arms folded over their shoulders. It seems that the three of them discovered the arrival of Lin Feng and his party in advance. Hey, these three colorful guys were here not long ago. Are you and that stinky woman in the same group? The woman stood with her hands behind her back, her head held high, as proud as a swan. Holy crap, Tonzi, get tested right away. 100 points, absolutely a 100-point beauty. Here I come. Name, Lu Rumei. Age, 38. Constitution, 15. Spiritual power, 400. Special physique, naturally charming body. Superpower, S-level superpower charm LV5, S-level superpower perception LV3. Quality, 40, ordinary ant. Women's virtue, 0, double-decker bus. Comprehensive score 20, does not meet system requirements. Ha? A 38-year-old woman? A double-decker bus? Am I blind? She's clearly as charming as a fairy. Besides, how can someone with this kind of qualities be born with a seductive body? Special physique has nothing to do with appearance. Host, don't judge people by appearance. And host, you have been affected. Stop talking now and make this a quick decision. Lin Feng woke up in shock. When he first came up, he mistook the old lady for a demon woman. If he stayed any closer to her, it would be disastrous. Although my mental strength is a weakness right now, it's no worse than this demonic body. How could it be affected so quickly? Numbers don't mean everything. Just because you have low resistance to color, because you're full of sperm, because you're a wimp, look behind you, buddy, you're about to lose your ass. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Feng felt a warm air blowing against his ears. Turning around, he saw Zhang Dian with a flushed face, blurred eyes, and a fragrant breath that was almost touching his back. Fuck! Get out of here! Lin Feng jumped and kicked Zhang Dian down the stairs. The kick he gave with all his strength out of shock was Zhang Dian. If it were anyone else, he would have been dead by now. Go downstairs and do 10,000 push-ups. Under the severe pain, Zhang Dian regained some consciousness and quickly fled downstairs according to Lin Feng's order. In contrast, the three people from Chengdu were hardly affected. It seems that physically severing worldly ties is not without benefits. At this time, Lu Rumei's heart was already in turmoil, but it only affected one person. The first three colored furs seemed completely unaffected. The young man behind Kaima was just breathing a little harder and showed no signs of losing control at all. That's right, Lin Feng's breathing was a little heavy now, but he was very awake. Why do the big faces in Chengdu look a little softer?